2019 began with a duel.
It is that time of year to look back at all that transpired over the last 12 months. And here to tell us the highlights of all things entertainment is
22 shots.
22 shots, 22 shots. It's the 2019 Top 10 show. 22 shots, 22 shots. It's your motherfucking boy, Moods in the house. 22 shots, 22 shots. We most definitely have my boy Double Shot Jay. 22 shots, 22 shots. Can't forget about Crying Freeman, the little boy Jew. 22 shots, 22 shots. And Mr. Venom, you know he's down with us. 22 shots, 22 shots. Can't forget about my man Dave, Mr. Parka. 22 shots, 22 shots. And we most def got my daughter, Mr. Carly, in the house. 22 shots, 22 shots. Top 10, 2019. That's right, motherfuckers. Come and get some. Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 173 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Moods, yeah. And of course, I have my two co-hosts back in here with me tonight, the Mexicant and the Jew, aka JP and Jeremy. And I'd like to welcome back to the show three of our all-time favorite guests, Venom, aka Jerry Cortez, Dave, also known as Mr. Parka. And finally, we have Carly, a.k.a. JP's girlfriend. What's going on, clan?
What's up?
Yo.
Greetings and salutations.
Yo.
Carly's not impressed.
Yeah, I think everybody's afraid to talk because it's like, who's going to say what?
Yeah, I don't know when to jump in.
See, there it goes.
It's hard enough with three of us on the show. We talk over each other a lot. With six people, I don't even know how this is going to come out.
It's hard enough with just me and JP alone, so I don't know how I'm going to fit in here.
Whoa, what do you mean?
It's going to be rough.
Cock is in your mouth.
I only ever hear JP's voice.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
here's
never
the
let you
thing.
talk. Come on.
It is a list show, so it is like you go, now I go, now you go, now it's like take turns. So that
you
is
reply.
why you can have more. Yeah, no, you reply.
Definitely a little bit easier of a format for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man, I am excited about this. Not only am I excited, I am relieved. Every time when this day comes, I'm just like, I can watch Star Wars. I can go see the new Star. I can do anything but watch 19 movies. Like
I'm sick
I
of
will never
29.
watch a 19 movie again for like at least a year.
Probably for
At least
2 weeks
3
until you
years
watch
for
it.
me.
Yeah, you watch a couple films because we're doing the top 10 of the decade coming up here. I guess I don't really have to do any prep for it, but
Well, we're ranking the decade. I'm
yeah,
not doing
but still, you got to do research for it. I was looking into it and I was like, damn, dude, this is a little bit more not complicated, but it's taking a little bit of effort. I was like,
Yeah,
shit.
well, I was actually ranked them in my opinion. I was going to send them to you guys, and then you could send yours, and we can make adjustments and do it that way. So, yeah, but yeah, I digress, man. This is. Have we had 6? Yeah, we've had 6 one other time, right?
It was Exploding Head Boys, right?
Yeah, we had all 3 of that.
I think we only ever did that
But
once
I
because
wasn't
usually
there.
when we had them on, it was somebody was always missing from the crew.
Yeah, but I don't think I was there that year.
Yeah, you were.
No, I remember it because there was 2 Canadians and 2 Jews.
Yeah, 2 Mexicans.
It was like the last
Oh, yeah.
you guys all did.
2
And
Canadians
like
and 2
me and
Jews.
Dave, like Mexican, Italian, pretty much the same thing. So we lumped each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave.
It was like Bizarro World.
That was a huge rip
Yeah.
on Italians right there. It's crazy.
Yeah,
really.
it is funny because like Jeremy and like it's like we're mirrors of each other. That's funny. Yeah, so this is the top 10 of 2019. What's funny is we pretty much the only guest we knew we were having from the beginning was Carly, and then like November I asked you, Dave,
Yeah.
and then Moods we asked
Jerry.
Venom like a couple weeks later, I think.
Yeah, man, 2019. Oh, I'm pretty glad it's come to an end, to be honest. It wasn't the most solid year for me, especially coming off the last 3 or 4 years. So it was a little bit of a step down. It was still decent at times, but
It was decent. It wasn't very...
I love this year.
I don't think it was like
a lot
just,
of mediocre, average movies.
Yeah, I don't think it was
Yeah.
full of a bunch of bullshit. I think it was just full of maybe a small handful of really high quality ones for myself, and then a bunch of like other films I could fill in the spots. So overall, was kind of making it a pretty lackluster for myself. I'm just pretty glad it's over. I mean, I quit watching like
a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and all I've been watching is Christmas movies the last like 4 days.
I know.
So,
I've been looking at your letterbox. I'm
Yeah.
like, classic,
You give everything
classic.
10s.
I needed. Well, I've been
They're all
watching.
classics.
I've been watching all my favorite ones, right? So,
Did you watch them with your kid?
some of them, yeah,
Some of-
but depends.
I think that this year is that like we're kind of in a different boat, like us three, because we do this every year and we have for the last 7 years. You know what I mean? 6 years recording, but we did 2013 till now, and so we always watch as much as possible. And whenever you see truly what every year had to offer in the last 6 or 7 years, I think this one is definitely a step down in certain ways. I think the depth is not as high as it has been the past 3 or 4 years, but I think that, in my opinion, the films that I like the best are maybe even stronger than some of my last few years. Like, maybe not last year, the year before, but definitely some of the early years.
I think you say that same thing every single year. That is the same comment as every passing year.
2015, I was blowing, and
Yeah.
maybe the next two. But no, last year was really, I don't know. Yeah, you're probably right, man. I probably say the same damn thing over and over again.
Definitely do.
I never do these end of the year shows like this. I do them, but I don't prep. I just, whatever I see. So
Yeah.
I actually prepped this year, so I actually dug really deep, and I think that I found I have a good top 10. I love it. But then there's like another 10 movies that I really like that didn't make the list.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I genuinely like all these movies.
I just felt like, in past years, especially not last year, but I think 16 and 17 were so easy to make for me because just the quality of films for myself, it was like, that's my top 10. I didn't really, maybe I was fighting for the 9 or 10 spot, but this year it was like, I felt like I had a top 5 and then the bottom 5 could have been replaced with my 11 through 15. And I don't remember the last time that's happened where I had so many films that could have been interchangeable in a list. And to me, it just kind of said to me that it wasn't like the strongest overall year, for just those heavy hitters. I don't know, man. It's solid. I didn't watch like an abundance of really, really shitty films. There was just a lot of kind of 6.5s, maybe 7s and shit, but I don't know, man. It felt like an odd year to me. I just felt like there wasn't a ton of like heavy hitting indie films. Every year there's always an abundance of like low budget indie films that people are just raving about. There's always this
Like
one and
Pieces
that.
of Talent or something like that.
Exactly. And I felt like this year didn't have that. What it did have was a ton of theatrical films.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
Tons of theatrical.
This is
I had
definitely
a
big year.
ton of watches before I even prepped. Like,
Me too.
I only prepped really about 25 movies towards the end there. I saw 50 from just seeing theatrical and then streaming debuts and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. The indie scene was very light this year.
It was. I mean, there's a lot of low budget independent films, but I'm talking about ones that got the word of mouth going around, like you said, the Pieces of Talent and so on and so on, and
like Mandy of last year and stuff like that.
Hounds of Love, a couple like movies like that were the lower budget and shit like that, but were really like
Summer of '84.
Yeah,
there was
talking.
a lot of word of mouth films.
Yeah,
the
there
last
There was a
couple
couple
years.
this year, though.
No, I
There
mean,
was
those-
a couple, like
mid-tier
Life
ones.
Plus Heart.
We
Exactly.
got a lot of mid-tier movies, though.
Yeah.
Like you guys, I was talking dirt cheap, like fucking no-budget movies that made impact. Those ones I would say, like Mandy, are
Savage
mid-tier
Land.
budget. Got
Yeah,
tons of
Mandy's
mid-tier
definitely
stuff
more of a
on my
higher.
list.
But Piece of Talents is a great example of a film, though. Straight indie that just the word of mouth was huge and it was a big deal. I felt like maybe a couple films in this year kind of got around, but they were also hit and miss with a lot of people too. It wasn't just like people were just promoting the shit out of these indie films and stuff. It was more about theatrical films this year, which I have no problem with. Just depending on. I mean, it's like A24 and Blumhouse, and I mean, they're just running shit. They're putting out movies constantly, which is a good thing. It's good to see horror films back in the cinema because what I was trying to get at, when we started this show in 2013,
There was like 6.
no,
I
think
remember.
I think
it was crazy.
There was like
dude.
3 theatrical films that year, and you think about that in 6-7 years, how horror's really come back every
Because of
year.
A24, bro.
I know A24 and like they've done such a
I
good
agree.
job with putting out these lower budget films and making money off them that it's created a whole boom and it's created a whole nother industry. Like it just, in a sense, it's like for somebody that really thrives on low budget films, I feel like they're just being overshadowed. They're not getting out there. And so I don't know what it is about this year, but I just felt like everything was theatrical, which is again fine. But it's just a big boom. I mean, you look at 13 to 19, the increase in theatrical films is incredible. It's absolutely incredible to me, man. And I mean, now we're going back to the franchise. Like next year, we're going to have, there's so many sequels and remakes and shit coming out and stuff. So it's not going away.
There's 4 wide released horror films in January.
Yeah, that's another great point. That's another great point because every year we have noticed January, February, the first quarter of the year usually starts out really slow, but when you're getting 4 or 5 theatrical films in January, you got to say to yourself, this is crazy. This is good. Yeah. This is a really good thing. And, so it's very inviting for 2020. I mean, we'll get into some of our, the films that we're anticipating for 2020 later on in the show and stuff, but it's going to be an interesting year, I think, coming up. But again, it's just going to be an explosion. And, I wouldn't mind seeing a theatrical film every week in the cinema. I mean, if I could.
That'd be cool.
Where I live, I don't exactly get them all because it's harder. But for you guys, it's great, man. But that's, you guys are just extensions of me anyways. So if you guys get to see them, that's cool that they're coming out and they're available for people to see and stuff. But definitely one of the biggest things this year for me was like theatricals. It's just every week. It was nuts. It's crazy.
But I think we forgot about the most important thing. Box office brawl champ of 2019 right here. That's right, folks.
He is.
He's gonna brag about cheating on that bitch too.
I finally won.
Congratulations. You win.
It only took about 12 contests.
Retire as champ now. Do it.
Moods came in second. I came in last. So 2018 champ.
Yeah, whatever. I got to congratulate him. He did win. He won regardless of cheating or not. He still won.
But this year he's not cheating.
You ain't trying.
He's not cheating this year because I have.
Well, the rules got changed.
I implemented them. So you should be getting a message soon from Derek asking what your prediction is for The Grudge, which is the first film. If you don't answer him, that counts as you not submitting. So you're it's not a redo or like it doesn't count. It counts. It's your fault for not answering. So, So, dude, me and Carly love seeing theatrical films. It's one of my favorite things is when there's a new horror film coming out. I've really gotten into it. I missed that in the first portion of my life. And I'd say over the last 3 years, we've probably seen mostly everything. I'd say 90%.
Yeah, this year we saw like pretty much everything, I think, besides, I don't know, movies that didn't get a giant release, but this year we did the best. Like you said, I think 50 of my watches were already theatrical, so I felt I wasn't as scared by the end of the year to prep as I was past years.
Yeah, and with AMC, Stubbs, A-List, whatever the hell it's called, it makes it so much easier because you don't feel like you're wasting money on movies either. So like we went and like if I went and paid money for Black Christmas, I would have been very mad. But it was like I just wasted my time.
I don't think I missed a whole lot this year. Every film that that I got here, I went and seen. I actually didn't even check to see if we got Black Christmas or not. But I wasn't gonna go see it anyways. But for the theatricals that we got, he lives in a big area. But like for the theatricals that we did get this year, I pretty much seen them all. So I mean that was cool. It's been like the most times I've been to the cinema in a long time. So that's always cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember we did Pet Sematary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That shit was in Dolby too.
Think that's making anybody's list?
I highly doubt it. But
you're kicked off the show if it makes your list. I'm just saying right now.
I gotta print something out real quick then. I'm just kidding, bro.
You're right. I know. You probably liked it more than anybody I know.
Me?
No, Sam.
I was okay with it. I didn't hate it, but I expected pure shit because everybody's like, it's the worst thing ever. So I was like, okay, here we go. Why not?
I didn't think it was the worst shit ever.
No, it's not the worst shit ever.
It's average.
Mm-hmm. It's just dumb. And didn't the Starry Eyes guys do it too?
Yeah. That's Starry Eyes. Yeah, because they're great. Starry Eyes is one movie that I think back on and I'm like, that might be one of the best movies I saw in a long time. You know what? It's funny because it made like my number 5 or something, but it looking back I'm like that's probably my favorite movie of the year. Yeah, thinking about it, it's the one that sticks with you. I haven't watched that. I only watched that movie the one time it came out, but I still remember scenes from it. 90% of the movies I watched 5 years ago I'm like, I don't even what is that? I don't know what you're talking about. Exactly. It's funny how some stay with you in your, especially when you've done top 10s for so long. Yeah. Because some films I look back on I'm like,
because I'm working on my top 50 of the decade or whatever, and I'm like, wow, like this. If I redid these lists now, they would be completely different, like completely.
Oh yeah.
That guy actually got brought up a little while ago, actually, about Starry Eyes. How I didn't get a chance to see it until after we did the top 10 show. And then I got to see it like in January or whatever. And then I was like, well, that shit would have been real high in my top 10 list. So I was kind of pissy. And it turns out it's actually one of my favorite films. It's one of my favorite films of the decade, actually. I love it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's when we watched like 40 movies, though. Like, we didn't really take it as serious the first 2 years.
Well, it was also just, those internet days, too. It's a lot easier to find things now. I don't want to say illegally, but it's just, for ways to watch them. It was just put it this way. It was harder to see things.
It's a lot more accessible, even renting now than it was back then.
I rented so many movies this time. I never do that.
Dave's bill is so high.
$5, $5, $6, $8. And then sometimes I just buy it. Like that shitty movie Maggots. Not shitty, but that indie movie Maggots. It was like $6 to rent. It was 10 to buy. I was like, man, I've been waiting for this thing for 10 fucking years. I'm just going to buy it.
Why don't you just ask us? You could be a bad boy.
Yeah.
I can't do that. If I do illegally download something at a time, I always am obligated to buy it. Like now I got to buy this piece of shit after I download it if I do, because I will buy it because I feel that's right,
Yeah. Actually, the main chick, what's her name? Alex Esso or something like that? The chick that plays in Starry Eyes. She was actually she was in 2 films this year. Yeah, she was Wendy Torrance in Dr. Sleep this year, and she was also, I don't know if you guys had a chance to check out The Drone. I think I reviewed it on the show. Man, that movie was fucking...
I saw that at Family Video.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Wait, she was in The Drone and Dr. Sleep in the same year.
I know, right? Like,
there's dozens of
super high budget and super low budget. Oh my god.
Wow. That's like crazy.
Yeah, but just got me thinking about her.
She got to eat.
Hey, I'm all for it. I never have an issue with actors taking any piece of garbage. I have more problem with the directors for making the piece of garbage.
Or the writers. That's what I think happened with Pet Sematary. It was directed fine. It just was written like shit.
You're right. It was directed.
The Drone was just it was almost irresponsibly funny because, I mean, it was literally Child's Play with a drone.
5 stars.
The exact same storyline. This dude transfers his soul into a drone and goes on a killing spree.
Stop it.
Fucking hilarious. The movie starts out with the serial killer being chased down. He gets killed. And he stalked his prey with a drone. And then he gets killed by this drone.
Should be $1.50.
It sounds like Jack Frost.
It literally is. And then he transferred it into this drone, and then he goes after his ex-bitch. And it's fucking... I was like, dude, this Child's Play with a drone. It's so ridiculous.
Does he do a peeping Tom scene looking at people in the shower?
Actually does.
He should. That's what I would think right away.
I mean, really, what do you use a drone for?
Pervert.
It's just so funny to watch, like, this drone's flying around this house, and people are just, like, oblivious to it. It's a fucking drone, man. It's making noise.
I'll pick it up for $1.50.
It's honestly worth the watch, because, like...
You'll pick it up and never watch
5 minutes into, you're like, oh, man, this is Child's Play. But, yeah, it's funny.
Makes me happy. Fuck you, JP.
I do it too.
Jeremy, you don't even have any room left for your movies, so
I know.
You gotta do something.
Build a shelf, Jeremy. Be a man.
I have no room.
Be a man. Build a shelf.
Knock out a part of the house and build a shelf.
Tell your dad, listen.
Move out.
Your room is now my room.
Does anybody else have stuff on 2019? Like, what are any other themes or things you noticed specifically?
It's the year of the trippy movie.
It's the year of the period pieces.
It's the year of
a lot of
period pieces.
Fashion, Stephen King, female directors. I have all that.
Yep. Yeah,
I know. I noticed. Talk about some of it, Dave.
I noticed a lot of longer films. Like, JP was saying it was the year of the shorter films.
No, short. I watched more short than long.
I watched more long.
JP,
and everything takes 50 minutes to get started.
I'm telling you, man. I watched so many movies over 110 minutes this year. It's insane.
And they don't start for 50 minutes. Nothing happens for 50 fucking minutes.
And, I mean, every year we always have our artsy type films and stuff and drug-influenced films, but I felt like period pieces and long films was, like, sticking out like sore thumbs to me this year.
Dude, speaking of period pieces, I just want to say this because I thought it was the funniest thing ever. I watched Gwen last night, and I got on Letterboxd and I started reading the reviews. And you guys know the line in The Witch, that "Wouldn't thou like to live deliciously?" And this sums up the movie perfectly. Somebody said, "Wouldn't thou like to live miserably?" And I was like, "That's pretty much Gwen, 100% to the T." I was like, "It's just miserable witch."
Nice.
No, but art for sure. We had like Bliss and Velvet Buzzsaw, and like even In Fabric had like art themes and shit. So much stuff. Knife Plus Heart was like making film. So much art.
Yeah, lots of art. Yep.
For me, I think that the most thing that I noticed was period pieces. I feel like we had way more than normal. Even ones that weren't, like olden times. Like we even had some that were set in like like Lords of Chaos and stuff. Yeah. So I think period pieces was the thing I noticed most. Also, we're still getting like this sort of influx of the like socially conscious horror. Some to a great extent, some to a piss poor extent. I think that streaming is still strong, man. The stuff hitting streaming, like Shudder and to a lesser extent,
but the thing with Shudder is like at least the stuff is still coming out on physical. Like I walked into Walmart, I saw like 5 movies that have a Shudder exclusive thing on the top. So it's like at least they're releasing this shit on.
Those are all DVDs though, right?
Yeah, but at least
that annoys me.
It is nice to see that they are released. Yeah, because Netflix doesn't release their shit, man. Because what was the movie came out last year before
Cam.
The Rich? Yeah, well, yeah, you liked Cam a lot more than I did, but The Ritual. I was thinking The Ritual.
The Ritual is the one that I would love to.
Yeah, but Cam is Blumhouse, so that like makes sense.
Too.
I don't understand why it never came up.
Yeah, Netflix doesn't really put their stuff on physical because it's competition to them. They want to see physical media die.
Netflix is going to close down one of these days when all these companies fucking make their own labels. Netflix is not going to have enough.
Billions of dollars in debt. What
Netflix is
going to happen?
And all their movies are going to disappear. Who's going to buy them up? And then we're never like that's how movies disappear. Like people are like, how come all these classic movies from the 50s and 60s disappeared? Because they got lost in a fucking shuffle.
At the end of September 30th, Netflix reported $12.43 billion in debt, up from $10.36 billion at the end of 2018.
So they did better then.
No, they
did worse.
$43 billion more in debt.
I thought you said 4.
To be honest, Netflix has really gone downhill this year, though.
It has.
They weren't adding much classic stuff, and a lot of the new stuff was pretty whatever. And like, it's just the content isn't great anymore. Like, I found myself going to Shudder a lot more for the exclusive. Like I find they don't add as much, but when they do add stuff, it's more interesting. It's a little bit better.
Well, Shudder's,
and now they're starting to get a little bit bigger. With the addition of doing the Creepshow series, which I thought was fantastic this year. It was pretty much better than anything I've seen. Otherwise,
I still can't believe I got Joe Bob on Shudder. Like to this day, that's one of those things I.
That's a great example, right? Like Shudder is smaller. In comparison, obviously, but so much better
too.
Yeah,
there was Joe Bob billboards by my house with Joe Bob Briggs on them. I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Seriously? Oh, that's cool, man. That's super cool.
There was a couple where me and Dustin were both seeing them by our house because we live kind of close. I was like, "That's awesome."
Wow.
Fucking Joe Bob.
That's awesome, dude. And I love paying attention. Because like Shudder sends me the press releases now of like the stuff they're going to do each month.
Yeah, because you hooked them up with Joe Bob. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. So you scratch my back, I scratch yours, type thing. And I love seeing this is. But not only are they getting great contemporary movies, but they're putting stuff on there that's like not available other places, like that Christmas movie that just came out.
Deadly Games.
And that found footage movie from
Ghost Watch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotta watch that. I want to watch.
There's a lot of cool stuff like that they get on there. I want it to be as successful as possible because I've pretty much loved mostly everything they've done in terms of like their brand.
I love it though. Shudder's a third of the price of Netflix, and it's like 100 times better.
I agree. What was on Netflix? Atlantics and The Perfection are the only two I can think of.
And Felvin.
What?
Yeah, there was a couple. There was a couple other ones. I didn't even actually check out a couple of the ones. It was like Eli, Rattlesnake. I think Girls with Balls or something.
Rattlesnake was not bad.
The Influence. I watched a bunch of the other ones. Perfection I did with Venom on Fresh Cuts and stuff, but I don't know. None of the movies were really overly that interesting.
Perfection. But last year they had a nice run. What was that movie that came out at the end with the like? It was like the village that they had, and there was that like monster root thing.
The Ritual?
The Ritual?
No. It was last year. Was Ritual last year?
That sounds like The Ritual.
No, it's not The Ritual. It's a village. Like the guy goes to a village like looking for his sisters.
Apostle.
Apostle. Yeah.
And then Bird Box was good. Like there was some great movies last year.
Apostle
for Netflix.
Was cool.
This year sucked.
Yeah, like Atlantics. Like everybody, like I can't believe Shockwaves put that on their list. I know it was kind of supernatural, but that doesn't have any dread or horror really. Very, very, very little.
Did anybody see Eerie? That's on Netflix.
I never heard of that.
I watched that one.
It's a Filipino ghost story. I loved it.
So yeah, I don't think it was too bad. I liked it.
Is it anything like Satan's Slave or Terrified?
Oh, no, not at all. Satan's Slaves and Terrified are above and beyond Eerie. Eerie is just a good, solid ghost story.
Yeah, those were two great movies, man.
I adore those movies. Those both made my top 10.
Terrifier was good.
Same.
Yeah, those were fun. Definitely.
Anybody else notice any other themes?
Not remakes.
No, the remake sequel trend is lightened up a lot.
Well, that's because they saved it all for next year.
But even then, there's not that many.
Well,
there's more than this.
I have over a dozen written down remakes and sequels for next year.
But half that shit never comes to fruition, though.
I think a lot of these are going to, though. I think a
lot of them are.
Yeah, I think a lot of them. And I didn't write a couple down because I thought maybe they were just completely far-fetched, not coming out. But next year, I think it kind of skipped this year a little bit. Yeah, for remakes, I mean, what was there this year?
3. Pet Cemetery, Child's Playing Back, Black Christmas.
Rabbit.
No, and Rabbit. So 4.
I didn't get to see Rabbit.
Does Golem count? Is that a remake of the old Golem movie?
No.
Not really.
No, Child's Play was definitely the stick-out one for sure. Rabbit, I didn't really care for much. I was very, very disappointed in that.
Oh, I liked Rabbit. I didn't hate it. I still like the original more.
I love the original.
The thing is, I want to like the Soska sisters because they're like from my backyard, but they're making it really
They've
difficult.
Went downhill after American Mary.
They always talk about
They only made 5 movies, so what do you? I mean, it's not
okay. So they went downhill after their second movie.
I know. I'm just saying they haven't made that much stuff. Mm-hmm. And one movie wasn't even a horror movie, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not a big year for remakes. Interesting.
So, like, how did you guys do your list? Are you doing favorites? Are you doing best?
Favorites.
Are they ranked by numbers?
Favorites.
Mine are all favorites, and I actually just went through and because I hadn't wrote the ratings down beside them. And so I had my list on, and I was doing as we were bullshitting in the pregame, and I noticed again there's shit that's out of order on here. So it's not in order, by rating, but it's favorites. So
mine's a little bit of both. I think I know that I rated them how I felt they were better, but mostly it's favorites.
Yeah.
But sometimes a lot of these movies that are ranked high, I'm looking back and I'm like, will that have as much playback value as something that's like number 20 spot? Because some shit that's lower, that's just goofy and really fun, maybe in 5 years I want to rewatch that 10 times, and this other one maybe only once. So it's hard to rate. So these are first initial watches. I didn't get to rewatch a lot of them, only 2 of them. So it's basically first impressions, favorites.
Yeah,
I probably will change.
I think the only movie, only 2 of my top 10 I watched more than once this year.
Oh, yeah, wow. Me too.
One of them I watched 4
at least twice.
Yeah, one of them I watched 4 times though.
Not me, bro.
And one I watched.
I didn't rewatch any of these.
And twice.
Venom's list is the most true, I bet. Then
I watched.
It depends what
I usually do this, Dave, though, because I'm one of those people. If it makes a huge impression on me the first time, then I kind of stick with it. I just trust myself. You know.
Yeah,
see, I just don't factor that in at all. Because like that to me, that's not what these lists are. It's like the best favorite movies we saw this year. That's this year. That's not 5 years from now. You know what I mean? There's definitely probably a chance that there's going to be movies on this list that I would much rather watch over this. You know, the stuff higher on the list or stuff that's not on my list at all that I'll like more over time. But doesn't matter. It's just what is my favorite / best right now this year.
But second time watches do.
These lists are fluid.
Yeah.
Second watches do help because, like, you know, The Witch from 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I had not even on my list, and I rewatched it and I fell in love with it the second time, and that actually went from not on my list to my number 1.
I always judge the way I watch a film because a great example of a film was It Follows. Now, when I first watched It Follows, I ranked it really low. Like, it was 6.5. I didn't mind it, but I was kind of preoccupied while I was watching it, and I didn't take it in fully. And so I knew I had to rewatch that film, you know, like, and then of course I rewatched it and I ended up loving the movie. But all the movies that are on this list, I really paid attention to these. And I just know in my heart that these are the ones I love the most. So
yeah, I went this way this time. So I did. Best and favorite, and what I mean by that is, so I do have one film that I rated higher than half of or maybe like 3 of the films on my list. It's a 9, but I'm not including it on my list because I I just like these movies more, even though I don't think they're better. So that's the first time that I've really done that.
I think I have 5 or 6 films from like 11 to 16 that are ranked higher than my number 9.
Oh.
Yeah, but the rest of mine is like flat out rate. Like my 9s are higher than my 8.5s. You know, my 8.5s are higher than my 8s.
But it's not that. Yeah, it's not that much of a difference. It's like a half point kind of thing here and there, and I'm like, whatever.
You guys don't do quarter points, do you?
No, we're not like Jason Lloyd.
Other people do it too.
I don't even understand what the hell a quarter point is.
Like
you remember on the first episode, Jeremy tried to rate quarter points.
I give that a 7.75.
Like
I get lost on the 5 rating too, though. It's like
give that an 8.
5. It's like
actually, I think he tried to rate it a third. Like he was like, "This is a 1."
He's going to internet
1 out of 3.
Yeah.
I can see Jeremy doing the 1 thumb up or 2 thumbs up or whatever.
How do you do
your neighborhood influence?
How do you do yours, Jerry? Try to get a little more structure.
I do mine absolutely by rating, and as far as the list, it's favorites. I can do an objective list, and I would have to write down a list of criteria, writing, cinematography, performances. There'd probably be like a good 20 to 30 criteria on there, and then I would use some kind of point system to create my quote unquote top 10 best horror. But I've never done that. This is solidly my favorite movies of the year, and the rankings are exact. I do quarter points only for myself. I don't do it on any of the shows I'm on. For the most part, we don't really rate movies on the shows I'm on. Mike and I, for the most part, aren't big fans of rating movies because ultimately a rating can change, with a second and third watch and whatnot. So
my ratings change all the time. Yeah.
But that's why I don't mind rating it, because it's like this is my rating right now. Who cares if it changes later?
Yeah. Sure, and that's valid. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so I used to do more of the best of list back when we first started, because I was just like, I don't know, I didn't feel a personal connection to these movies. Once we started using the like retro shows, and I'm like, well, I have connections to these ones, like deeper connections. Like these are my favorites, so I don't really care what the best is. But I kind of do, like, for example, like my number 1 and 2, I think are the best of the year. And they're my favorites. But there's maybe like my number 5 isn't better than maybe the one below it.
It's because you're so conceited. You just think you have the best taste in the world.
No, it's just the best to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm just fucking with you.
But Carly, what do you do?
I do it by rating. This year I was trying to like look at my list and remove movies that I felt like weren't really horror, but then like I went back through and then I have 2 movies on here that still were kind of borderline, so like that didn't really work out. But I always do it by rating, like 9, 8.5, 8, all that, because it would just kind of bother me to have like a 6 as my number 1 and then a 10 as my number 2 or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of just like you said, it's like in the moments. I don't really factor in if I would rewatch these a million times. It's kind of just, I feel like they're the best and more better quality films of the year right now. So that's pretty much how I do it.
So before the show, I was having trouble because I had, 1 through 5 done. I was struggling with 6, 7, and 8, and I had my 9 and 10 done. But I had like 7 films that were fighting for that 6, 7, and 8.
What the fuck? You had not? That's so weird, dude.
So I was thinking like my number 2 was as good as my number 3. But I really like this one for number 3, so I wanted to throw number 3 off the list and just to get rid of it. So
put it in like number 15 or something.
No, just don't even put it on the list. Fuck it.
Yeah. No, we're making fun of Jeremy because of the conversation we had before the show where I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about.
I could see to a certain extent if he had like 2 thrillers that are really close and in tone. He was like, I like both these around like number 9 or 10, but I don't want them both on the list because they're the same fucking thing. So you know what I mean? I could see that.
Yeah. I could see that too. But what he was saying, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Some people do it like that. I think like some people are like, this is too, if I'm going to include it, it's got to be high up. And if I don't include it, it's an insult. I don't know. But I don't do that like that.
Well, how many movies did you guys watch?
122.
Damn.
134.
Oh.
Shit. 76.
Fuck. 74.
This was my lowest year ever, 84.
Wow.
I did good. 58. That's good for me. 58.
Wow. Yeah, that actually is pretty good for you. And you didn't even have to how many did you watch in the final 2 weeks? Like 4?
Like 20.
Yeah. My total for the year though, 432, breaking my other record by 30 films with still 3 or 4 days to go, which is insane. I cannot believe I watched 30 more movies than last year. Last year I was complaining the whole time. I was like, I'm so done watching movies.
I'm sitting
556 for me.
I'm sitting at 699.
God.
Man, I can't beat you, Moods.
What did you have? What did you have, Dave?
556.
So I'll be over 700 because we still have
556. What the hell is wrong with you people?
You got 556, Dave?
Yeah.
But I mean, there's still 4 days left.
Adios, I'm beating Moods.
So I guess I'm going to be over 700. That's great. I don't know how much more I'm going to, because I'm pretty busy the next couple days. So
me too.
But yeah, I don't know.
Carly, how many did you see this year?
I watched, I only count horror movies, but 381, and that's pretty much watching a movie a day, and then obviously plus a little bit more, but I can't imagine beating...
Right? That's pretty good.
That's like the most I've ever watched.
Yeah, that's the record.
Yeah.
Venom, do you have your count?
I only track my new movie watches. I don't track rewatches.
I track everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not that interested. Honestly, I don't want to know because it would make me feel like I wasted a third of the year.
Never wasting your time
life already. Fun. I've wasted most of my life.
Yeah, you're 50, 45 so. Now.
I'm already 62. According to that one guy, I'm at least 40.
Boots is almost 40.
Oh yeah, man.
I had to rub it in. I'm sorry.
Yep, my last year in the 30s. Getting there.
I'm about to hit my last year in my 20s, man.
I'm almost 23.
Fuck. That makes me feel so old, man.
I'd strangle a kindergartner.
23. I was living in Vancouver at the time, having the time of my life. Oh, it seems so long ago.
Older than Carly.
What's that?
I have tattoos older than you.
Oh man.
I have coats probably older than some of you.
That's crazy, dude.
Dude, fuck! I have tattoos that are 21 years old. Wow, it's almost as old as her. Damn.
Yeah.
I have a coat that I had since I was 16, and I'm 33.
Is it like a zipper up?
No, it's like an Aeropostale fucking coat.
Oh, I got clothes from 9th grade still.
I was gonna say, please tell me it's one of those pullover starter jackets from 1993. Yeah. That would have been the shiznit.
The NBA sports team ones.
Oh, dude,
like a windbreaker. So it's like an Adidas windbreaker.
The starter jackets from the 90s were fucking, dude. Everybody in my family had
everybody had one.
Dolphins, fucking
everybody.
Dude, Chicago Bulls. I used to see every fucking wear because the Bulls are so hot.
No matter what we do, we always end up in a sports stock sometime, somehow.
Right? I know.
Totally don't even try to do it, but.
What did you guys miss? Anything that you didn't get to?
How many you want?
There was a couple of period pieces that I really wanted to see that I didn't get around to. That's the Nightingale and the Wind.
There was a couple period pieces I didn't want to see, so I didn't watch them. And that was Nightingale and I think Headhunters one. I didn't see Luz. I really wanted to see Luz, but I couldn't find it anywhere or anything, so I just missed that one.
Ask a homie.
I missed out on Escape Room, Happy Death Day 2 because I didn't see the first one.
You could skip
I didn't watch Annabelle because I didn't watch the other ones. Didn't watch The Wind, Girl on the Third Floor, stuff. Freaks I wanted to see. I turned Trick off. Fuck Trick. It was 10 minutes in.
Turn the Trick off. Aren't you supposed to turn them on?
Yeah, I think Trick was the fucking...
Trick, you pay for it. They don't give a fuck if they're turned on or off.
I'm pretty convinced that Trick was the third Rob Zombie Halloween film. Turned into that script.
Well, they wrote it, right? Patrick Lussier and
well, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure
Halloween 3D.
There's so many similarities in that movie, but it goes
that makes me want to
shit.
see it now.
It goes
10 minutes in, and I was like, "There's so much killing, and I'm still bored. This is not going to be good."
Oh yeah, if you're not interested with that opening kill scene, then you're not going to be invested in that one.
And it was an hour and 43 fucking minute slasher. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here, guys! Get the fuck out of here!"
That is kind of bullshit.
And it goes just retarded too, man. It's like. Nightingale was one that I didn't get to see, man. I kind of wanted to check that out, but
yeah.
What else, Moods? Anything?
Yeah, Nightingale. I think I wanted to check out Freaks. Dave had me convinced on Virgin Cheerleaders in Chains. I just had to check it out because of the name.
I gave it 2.5 stars. I gave it 2.5 stars. And there's no Virgin Cheerleaders in Chains. That movie has no nudity.
I was watching a review of it, and I was like, this name is just killing me right now. I gotta check it out. But
do you like the theme music? It's like Virgin Cheerleaders.
Oh yeah, I think Tennessee Gothic was the other one I kind of wanted to check out.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool movie.
And you're naming shit I never even heard of.
Starfish and Level 16 were two that I actually
is that one?
Level 16, that one was
it's not a real movie.
Yes, it is. Dark Sky released it. I have that.
Level 16 and then Starfish, and then I even clicked, I even had them ready to go, and so I never ended up watching them though. It was weird.
I didn't know Level 16 was 19. Damn it, I would have watched that.
Yeah, so I didn't, and some of the Netflix I got lost interest, man. I didn't watch Eli or Rattlesnake, The Influence, Girls with Balls, which I heard was horrible anyways.
Girls with Balls?
Yeah. I heard it was some comedy bullshit that just sucks. So,
do you guys? Okay, so for me, the big ones I guess are Luz, the Symphony for Murder or whatever that's called.
A Record of Sweet Murder.
Record that one too.
Yeah, I didn't get to that one either. Derek wanted me to watch
great
it.
Great
movie.
One Cut of the Dead because I heard it wasn't horror or it was debated, so I was trying to avoid movies.
You missed out.
That's horror. Also a good How is that movie not horror?
It's a zombie movie.
It is kind of. It's like a zombie, but I mean, it's.
I don't know. There was hot debate online.
It's the only category it would fit in, though. There's so many of these movies that aren't technically horror, but they're so genre related that they have to be put in there. Like Video Man. Nobody else.
Dude, you fucking had Addams Family on your list, bro. Come on, JP.
What do you mean?
You had Addams Family on your list.
He said he was padding his list.
Watches. That's my watch list. That's not what's eligible for my actual list. But
that's the number that you said on the show, and that's what you have.
That's what I watch. That's my watch list. When I determine if it's horror after I watch it, not before. So, and I think that is Addams Family not horror related? It's kid horror.
It's horror adjacent, I would say. I didn't watch it, but it's Addams Family. It's a horror, comedy, right? First.
Yeah. There's some satanic bullshit in there. I saw a guy walk out of the theater.
I saw that too. What a bitch. I would have wanted to punch that guy so hard.
Like, oh, fam.
What?
He's like, there's a Ouija board and shit. I'm like, dude.
They're doing incantations. I know who's behind this. The devil.
The devil.
Not today, Satan.
But yeah, besides that, I mean, there wasn't the stuff that I didn't get to, I kind of chose not to get to it. There wasn't a ton that I was like, I need to see this for the top 10. I didn't care about a few things. If it was foreign and long and possibly not horror, I skipped it. I broke that at the very end, the final 2 days, where I watched two films that were debated if they were horror or not. And so
that was the most American thing I said so far on the show, man. If it was foreign and long, I'm not watching it. What the fuck? I guess when you're in crunch time, it makes sense.
If it's foreign, long, and maybe not horror.
Hey man, this one's in black and white. I ain't watching that shit.
Yeah, fucking.
Actually, there was quite a few black and white films this year.
Yeah, there was.
Quite a few.
Yeah. Lighthouse, Laplace Demon. What else?
There was that comedy
Hell one. Here Comes Hell.
Comes Hell.
Yeah, I watched the trailer for that. I was gonna watch it, but then I was like, nah, I got time for you. Is it all right?
That's one I didn't finish either, but it was kind of cool.
Yeah,
it was like a throwback, almost like parody type thing.
Yeah, it was a weird one. They did good with the overall look of it, making it look like an actual old movie, because there's a difference between just black and white and actually making it look like it's from the 40s or wherever it was set. So, but it was decent.
I should have watched it.
So yeah.
Thanks for asking me.
What did you say?
Tigers Are Not Afraid. I didn't see that.
Not horror. You don't have to see it.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
That was a horror movie.
That is absolutely a god.
It's like a dark horror fantasy, like Del Toro style.
No way. That's less horror than Nightingale and Lords of Chaos.
So what's up with that teddy bear walking around? That's kind of weird. There is a supernatural aspect to it. There's a supernatural aspect to it.
Dude, that movie
was kind of absolutely horror.
That movie is dumb.
I don't see how you could be that final scene. How could you say that final scene's not horror? I'm
not saying that a scene in a movie can't be horror. I'm saying overall. Because let's be real. There's movies that have scenes of horror, like Wizard of Oz and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and Pee-wee's Big Dick. And whatever.
I think that's a porno.
Oh,
hey,
yeah. No, you see Tigers Are Not Afraid Moods?
Mm-hmm.
Or not?
I thought it was horror, for sure.
I did too.
Yeah, it's fantasy horror, man.
Yeah, I would say it's more like a Del Toro style horror.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
Why can't? Yeah, I know, but I don't like those, and I don't think they're really horror. Like,
just because you don't like something doesn't mean it's not horror.
Devil's Backbone is definitely horror.
What the fuck?
Wait, now you're gonna say Devil's Backbone is not horror? It's a fucking
ghost story.
Yeah, dude, it's straight up ghost.
There's like 2 scenes of ghost in it. And
shut the fuck up, dude! You have no idea what you're talking about. If you're gonna say Devil's Backbone is not horror,
totally something like Atlantics. I wouldn't say it's
questioning your cred, dude.
It has ghosts, but it's not a horror movie. Atlantics, it's haunting and could be horror adjacent. But so I think Del Toro, most of his stuff falls into the horror category.
Yeah,
with the exception of Pacific Rim, which I only saw part of. That's the only one I haven't seen.
Why can't a film like Nightingale be horror then?
I wouldn't say it's not. I wouldn't be mad at somebody for putting that on their list.
But aren't like straight up exploitation films like that really
I
fall
don't
into
even
that?
think Nightingale's exploitation though.
Well, I haven't seen it, but I thought it was rape revenge or something like that. But
it has rape revenge element, but it's got a million things going on for it. Yeah. It's just not that. It's got so much in it.
Like another film like Lords of Chaos or something. What was the other one, Moods, that you were telling? Like, okay, Deliverance, right? Like, why can't that be adventure horror or action adventure, whatever the fuck horror? If there can be fantasy horror, then why can't there be thriller horror and stuff like that?
Fantasy is fantastical, and usually there's in other countries like Greece, they just throw everything under genre. So thriller, like film noir, supernatural, and fantasy is all genre pictures. So that they don't even have that category. Like, I don't think films are really ever meant to be in a box. So really, honestly, we're arguing stupid shit. You can put whatever you want.
Well, he's talking about more foreign. I mean, American. It's very much specific to the genre that they're doing.
I think Deliverance is a tricky one because Deliverance inspired a whole genre of hicksploitation films. I mean, there was stuff before, but Deliverance is the one that really kicked it off. So Deliverance is this hicksploitation movie. That's the most important
redneck movie according to Joe Bob.
Yeah, and then you got like stuff like White Lightning and then like Hunter's Blood and especially Rituals. Rituals is a horror movie because there's more of a supernatural element, but Deliverance inspired that. So Deliverance somehow gets kind of pulled into that horror category a little bit, but
it's just fucking scary is why I consider it horror.
I wouldn't argue with you. I would be. I mean,
there's actually scenes shot like the final scene is a jump scare. Like it's literally a jump scare.
Yeah, like I always say with Deliverance, man, is that I think it is, man. A lot of it has to do with it doesn't have really that horror atmosphere to it. The music it's not very horrorish. I don't think it's shot. I mean, really, it does have a rape scene. It has scary elements to it, but I think the construction and the full atmosphere and tone of the film is not very horrific. Like, there's a lot of exploitation films that can fall into that. Like, you can take things that are... When you have a film and it feels doom and gloom from the start, and it just has that low tone, kind of bass, like, obnoxious fucking, horror music going on through the whole thing.
The Shining?
Yes, like The Shining. Like, like, if you're just kind of taken for face value, but, like, when you... At the core of it, you're like, man, it's done like a horror film, even though the content isn't necessarily overly
only
horror.
At the beginning, though, dude.
But I mean, like through the whole film, it doesn't have a horror feel to it. It has horror.
Got comedy horror that doesn't have any horror feeling to it.
Yeah. Boom. That's my other argument all the time. Where I say like, how are these comedy films that are just have vampires in them or something, or no horror, no scares, nothing horrific
it's because
at all.
Those type of things are associated with the genre, like vampires and all that type of stuff is just automatically associated with.
But
horror
to me,
films.
that's a comedy.
So it's exploitation now. Because of the movies that ripped it off. So that one's tricky. Like I said, it's tricky. It's definitely exploitation.
There's
definitely kickstarted a huge genre.
There's an argument. I mean, you look at, Day of the Woman, like shit like that. I Spit on Your Grave, I mean, it's a great example of a straight up rape revenge exploitation film that falls in the horror genre.
Turns into a slasher at the end.
I do agree that fucking I Spit on Your Grave is more horror. Because of that slasher-esque element at the end. But that brings me back full circle because that was another theme of the year was, is it horror? Which we seem to get that every couple years. Like, I think it was kind of died down last year and the year before, but maybe the year before that, there was a lot of fringe horror stuff.
You're going to have these
So you get this conversation come
anything
up again.
Artsy. It seems like anything artsy is always kind of, or that elevated, things that fall into that elevated horror
like
are the
Bone
ones that are being
Tomahawk,
questioned.
Right? That's one where I'd be like, if Bone Tomahawk is horror, then why can't Deliverance be horror?
I think Deliverance is horror. Like, I think what goes on in that movie is horrific. What happens to those guys and how they deal with it.
It's not just.
I think it's the gore and it's the cannibalism elements of Bone Tomahawk that is just automatically associated with straight up horror film. I mean, it's a mashup genre film.
Automatically,
it's a Western. It's a Western / horror film. I think it's a mashup.
But those Native Americans
is Alive a horror
too.
film?
Yeah.
You know, the rugby team Alive, like, because there's cannibalism. You know what I mean? But
survival film.
But it's different. Yeah. It depends on how it's done, though, right? I mean, this Western turns into a horror film, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. With
and I
it's
think
different. That's more of a survival thing. I think
Woods buddy film turns into a horror film because the people trying to hurt them and kill them and rape them, they're being hunted essentially. That's that was.
Well, that's the horror thing. I mean, in Alive, when you have a plane crash and you're forced to eat your fellow,
Alive,
you're forced to eat your goalie and your fucking kicker or whatever. You know, I mean, that's survival. That's a different type of horror. That's not being hunted by cannibals and mutilated and shit. It's just different. It's different, right? So.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All these genres lap over each other so much. It's impossible.
I'm a really, and I think this is why I'm so drawn to like foreign films and stuff, because like Dave put it so eloquently, is he's perfectly right, man. They don't try to box themselves in with doing specific, genre films. They don't just make horror films. They don't just make film noirs. They don't just make thrillers, comedies. They kind of mash up everything. And I think that's what works for me too, because when you go into these films, you really know what you don't really know exactly what you're going to get. You might get some fantasy elements mixed with horror and action and kung fu, and you're like, what the fuck, man? It's kind of like, I like a lot of the, the Japanese, kind of style kung fu / horror films and shit, because they do the same thing with that. Like a lot of these newer ones, they'll mash up these genres and you're just like, this is fucking crazy. But American, it's very much specific to it, which is, a good way of putting it.
I have a pretty loose definition of horror for the most part, and I'm usually okay with putting stuff that's horror adjacent or thriller or exploitation, or for me, a lot of rape revenge, I would say like 90% of them automatically fall into horror for me. Like maybe Death Wish, no, but
it's the same formula no matter how you put it, though. I mean, essentially those movies turn into slasher films. Even the fucking Death Wish films, there's an argument for it. This guy's walking around taking out people one by one, except for part 3 when he's literally massacring an entire ghetto.
He's just running down the street shooting guys out of windows. It just turned to Hogan's Alley, the video game.
He did. He turned into a Schwarzenegger movie. It's ridiculous.
Dude, my favorite part is when Bruce Willis turns to the camera. Dude, that shit's hilarious.
Get the fuck out of here.
Bruce Willis turns to the camera in every movie he's ever been in.
You guys aren't talking about Death Wish?
By Eli
the
Roth?
original.
No, we're
talking about Charlie motherfucking Bronson.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Bruce motherfucking Willis?
We're not talking about Bruce Mother, give me a paycheck, Willis.
Yeah, that's a paycheck.
He's all right. He's all right in Death Wish, though. I'm going to be honest. I thought that movie, I love the Death Wish movies. Big fan of Charles Bronson. I expected bottom of the barrel trash from Bruce Willis, because I used to love Bruce Willis until like 5 years ago, and I was like, this dude is just sleeping through these roles.
You stuck with him for a lot longer than I did. Man, you stuck with him a lot longer than I did. Holy man.
Well, I stopped watching. I just watched the Death Wish because I watched all 5 of the Death Wish movies.
I didn't see Eli Roth,
which I love. And I was like, okay, this could be interesting. And I wanted to check it out. And he was having some decent amount of fun. I mean, it's no Charles Bronson.
Jeremy actually brought up a really fucking fun fact about that movie that was kind of funny to me, because he's like, this movie taking place in Chicago is fucking bullshit. And I was like, why? And he's like, there's no gun stores in Chicago.
Yeah.
It's true.
Everybody's already got guns in Chicago. They don't need to buy them.
Research,
you can't buy a gun legally in Chicago.
It's probably a good thing considering they have like the highest murder rate in
Can you buy a gun where you live, like 45 minutes outside of Chicago?
Yeah.
But I mean, the movie takes place in Chicago, though. Like in the city, right? So.
Yeah, does Bruce Willis go to the gun shop in that movie? I can't remember.
Yeah. But how do you know? How do you know he didn't drive outside of Chicago to the gun?
I don't know. I'm just saying, can't buy a gun in Chicago.
Bruce Willis is too lazy to fucking act. Do you think he's going to drive out of Chicago to get a gun?
It's right in the city for sure. Hands down, it is in the movie.
Vincent D'Onofrio got it for him. He carried him to the gun store.
Yeah, remember the hot chick?
I don't know how the hell Jeremy notices all these small details all the time, but he's such a dumbass everywhere.
Yeah, like I've noticed
Chicago.
I noticed in the.
You should know that.
Antrim.
In Antrim, that there's a national suicide prevention hotline sign that they look at. It's like that shit wasn't created until 2004. How the fuck is there a national suicide prevention billboard in a movie that was supposed to be made in the 70s?
Well, that shit wasn't. You could explain it away that it's Canadian. Isn't Antrim Canadian? Maybe they had one in Canada.
No, but 70s. It's the National Suicide Hotline.
It's a National Suicide Hotline, which is a U.S. thing.
Oh, wow.
Which wasn't around in the 70s.
Which, weird. Because
actually, no, that film was not... that setting wasn't in the U.S., though. It's...
Hungary.
Yeah. So maybe the Hungarian suicide...
The sign
so it's set in Hungary, and it's a Canadian film.
Nothing makes sense now. Nothing makes sense in that movie. That sign was in English and it was in Hungary, but it says never mind.
You don't understand how confused I was watching Lords of Chaos and being like, wait, nobody's speaking Norwegian.
Yeah.
That confused me.
At least they could have done the accents, right? Like those old British war movies where the Nazis just do Nazi accents and speak in English.
Yeah. but right. But you know what? I think that it was worth it for the casting of Culkin.
Mm-hmm. He was very good in that.
He did really good in that movie, I thought.
Yep. Yeah. Very good movie.
And like I always said about that movie, though, if you take the movie for face value, and if you don't really know much about the original story, it's actually...
I didn't even know it was real until after I finished it last night.
Oh, wow.
The fuck? I reviewed it on the show, dude.
I know, but I tuned out or forgot.
You even...
No, he doesn't listen to you.
No, that's all because I actually did like a 15-minute review of it. I kept going, and I could have kept going, but... Because I knew the story. I lived through that story, and it was always so intriguing. Because like death metal and black metal and all that type of shit was so huge in the city. Like fucking Dylan comes from that. And so it was always intriguing. And when the movie came, I was like, fuck, I gotta see this. But it was so different to the real story and shit. And... yeah, I mean, but as a movie, I thought it was okay. It was good.
I'm waiting for it to
I loved
it.
I loved it.
I thought it was all right.
Yeah.
So you want to get into these lists?
Yeah, we might as well, right? We might as well.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the top 10 horror commandments.
Okay, so we didn't really discuss this pre-hand, but who wants to start us off, or how are we going to do this?
Let's do one of them, one of us, one of them, one of us, one of them, one of us.
Okay. Okay, Jeremy, start.
Oh,
or one of us, one of them, one of them.
I go first.
You literally did it back.
Time,
it's easy to remember then if Jeremy goes first, because then we just know.
All right.
All right, I'll go first. At number 10 with a 7.5 out of 10 because it annoys JP, and that's the way I'm doing it.
Did it again.
Before you
did it again.
Movie. And why are you starting your list with 7.5s?
Yeah.
It's favorite. It's not best, bro.
Yeah, but 7.5.
It's favorites. I have Annabelle Comes Home.
What the fuck?
What? Seriously?
Trolling.
Damn, I didn't.
This is the movie that you couldn't bump off for number 7. The
favorite, not best.
Hey,
I like
relax. He only bumped off Midsummer for
this
it.
This makes me feel better about my list.
Why? What's all the hate with Annabelle Comes Home?
Dude, you hated Annabelle 2.
Exactly, but this
Annabelle 2 is so much better than this one.
No, dude, this one actually feels like a fucking Conjuring movie, and I love the first 2 Conjuring films. And this one actually feels like it fits in that universe when I feel like all the other Conjuring films, spin-offs at least, don't really feel like Conjuring movies. And I feel like the inclusion of the Warrens in this movie makes it actually feel like it belongs with the term of being a Conjuring movie. And I just thought that everybody in this movie does a good job in their roles. You know, it's a fun, haunted house, spooky, ghostly kind of film. And I enjoyed it. Did it really deserve an R rating? No, technically this movie could have been PG-13. It would have done fine. But I overly enjoyed it for what it was. Surprisingly, I know I'm going to get a lot of shit because I was probably the only one that had Annabelle Comes Home. But guess what? JP had The Nun as number 5 last year. So fuck you all.
Stand by. I love The Nun.
I actually
exactly, and I liked Annabelle Comes Home.
I actually seen a couple lists this year already that had Annabelle 3 on it. Zach being one of them. So.
I forgot all about Annabelle 3. That's what
I didn't watch it.
About.
And I have no intention. I didn't even watch the second one. I don't really care for that universe, dude. I don't like the Curse of Lala. Fuck you and.
See, but those are the like Conjuring movies. If you like the first 2 Conjuring movies, you should probably watch it.
Yeah, but Moods don't even really care for those that much.
I like the first Conjuring a lot. I didn't really care for the second one that much. and I hated the first Annabelle, so I never checked them out. I didn't care for the Nun that much, and Case of La Llorona, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, that was shit.
I just thought it was shit.
That's interesting. There was two.
Yeah, Case of La Llorona did suck. But here's the thing, dude.
Yeah.
Annabelle 2, in my opinion, is the best film in the whole Conjuring universe. And it's so funny that Jeremy called it Average Bell and hated it, but he likes this one because they're so similar. I get the Conjuring universe vibe. Yeah, right. The most average movie ever, but I'm going to give it a slightly above average rating. I get what you're saying about the Conjuring, the Conjuring. It feels like a Conjuring movie instead of I don't think a Conjuring universe film needs to feel like The Conjuring. They're different movies. You know what I mean? It's just the universe just means that it has continuity pretty much. It has similar.
The only
part of why I love
that La Llorona has is like nothing.
Yeah, La Llorona sucks.
Thrown in moment.
Yeah, it's like one character that's in there for like 2 seconds.
Well, that story has been done so much better in previous films.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
I don't know.
By the way, listening to JP say my La Llorona is like really wearing at me.
I keep wanting to say my Sharona.
My Sharona.
My Sharona. I swear every time I hear it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm like a failure at Mexican, dude.
At Mexican.
But you guys do know when two L's are back to back in Spanish, it's not an L sound.
It's
Yeah, exactly. It's La Llorona.
But I'm
La
American
Llorona,
and I do what the fuck I want.
And he doesn't watch black and white, and he doesn't watch foreign, and he doesn't watch movies over 2 hours long.
Don't you know that Americans take other things and do it how they want? Come on.
You ever heard of pizza? We fucked that up.
It's true. It's true.
Okay, so that was a huge fucking surprise to start the show.
Hell yeah, Annabelle Comes Home is good. You should watch it.
I like it too. I really liked it.
Yeah, but I gotta watch the first one though, don't I?
Not really.
Not really. You just have to watch the first Conjuring.
Yeah, no, you don't, because 2 is a deep prequel.
Yeah.
And isn't this one take place before? No.
Yeah, Comes Home ends right at the beginning of the first Annabelle movie.
Yeah. So, shit. Okay, whatever. Who's next?
Carly.
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know how you guys are going to feel about this, but my number 10 is The Fanatic with an 8 out of 10.
Wait, what?
Yes, I
Stop giving the rating before the review.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant before saying the
So
name.
is this where the conversation comes in? Is this a horror movie or not?
Let's see.
It's horror to me.
It's stalker thriller.
This was one of the ones on
I just
the
thought
list
it was straight thriller, but
I think you're the only one that has The Fanatic on their list.
I'm happy to see it though.
Don't be so sure.
Oh God. Come on, JP.
Yeah, I just thought Travolta was awesome in the film, and I think that carried the film. And also, I don't understand why everyone is I think this is one of those movies where everyone's just pretending that they hate it because other people hated it, and they're like,
it's Fred Durst. They hate
100%, 100%.
I don't know who that is, so.
Limp Bizkit.
He's the lead singer of Limp Bizkit.
Oh, that's why there's a reference in the movie. Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Carly already said she's 23. What the hell does she know of Limp Bizkit?
I already look like a dumbass.
This movie
She's a better person for it.
This movie uses.
That you missed out on the Limp Bizkit era. Of
this
rap.
movie uses prop money in an extreme close-up shot. It says for prop use only, and he fucking throws it in the bucket. Oh my god, it bugged the hell out of me.
Again.
Love it.
I never noticed that.
Neither did I.
I missed that too, apparently.
I posted it in the chat. It says for prop use only on the top, and they use it in a fucking extreme close-up. It's like nobody had a $5 bill that could have been like, oh, here you go. It's like, Jesus Christ. But, I mean, it's pretty generic story, to be honest.
Dude,
I think
fuck off. It's awesome. Dude.
It's just I understand if it's like a story that's been done before. I just don't see why people are acting like it's just.
I think it's because
the first thing
they all say John Travolta's performance sucks because it's like so over the top and crazy.
It's
not though. That's like how
some
autistic people act. Like
severely autistic. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying I gave it a 6.
Well,
I'm just
she's not saying you're not saying that it's not good. She's saying that you're saying that his performance is over the top.
Yeah.
It's actually based on a real story that happened to Fred Durst also, right? So that's why I did the movie.
Yeah, I dig it, dude. I thought it was...
Yeah.
Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say, but like, yeah, I really liked it. It was one of the ones that stood out for me this year, as far as the non-theatrical watches went. It was really just all that performance. I'm a sucker for those over the top, I guess if you say, performances. I just really dug it, and I think I like the stalker aspects of it too. I thought they were done really well and really just disturbing, and I love movies like that. So that's 8 out of 10.
Here's why I think that it's great, because and it is Travolta's performance, because when he goes to the dude's house, right after the dude flipped on him and was like, dude, get the fuck away from me, like fuck off, I ain't signing your shit. When he goes to the house, you could tell that it never even crosses his mind that he shouldn't be doing that, and that is how people act that are like that. You know what I mean? They just don't have that rationale thinking in their head, and I thought he killed that shit, dude.
There's some selective shit about the movie, actually, like especially with the performances and the story, because at first you're like, John Travolta's a creep, I don't like this guy. You start to think that he's like scary, and then Devon Sawa becomes really fucking aggressive and scary, and you start to switch your sympathy, and you start to sympathize with John Travolta. And you actually start
to the point where you actually
switches.
You actually feel bad for him too. You do, man. Yeah. When at the end there, when he kind of breaks free and takes him out, and shit, like when he stabs him in the eye, dude, I was like, oh man, he just stabbed the autistic guy in the fucking eye.
Has like that moment where he realizes he's went too far, where he's like, oh my god, and realizes he's like a monster.
But it's the way
I just really thought they were never going to bring up the fact that he brought up that he killed the girl. I was like, are they really never going to say anything about that?
I did too.
Luckily,
no, I knew that they were. I knew that was coming back around. But I think that like when you have this, like the scene where he's just sitting in his house with him while he's like on his Ambien or whatever, dude. Oh, that is so creepy, man.
I liked it, but
although I'm surprised, like I didn't wake up. Like I'm pretty sure he would wake up from that. But like,
have you ever met somebody that takes like Ambien?
No.
Dude.
I mean, probably.
They're out like a fucking light, bro.
I forgot about that aspect that he was on drugs.
Yeah, and a lot of those celebrities do that, right? Like because they work so much, when they finally get a chance to sleep, they need to be completely out. Mm-hmm. So I forgot. I didn't realize that was Sawa, or what his name's Devon Sawa. Yeah. I didn't realize that was him until literally like the very end. I was like, wait a minute, I know where I seen that dude from, and I started thinking about all the movies that he's been in. I was like, that guy hasn't been around in a while. But yeah, he was great. Yeah, he plays that character very good. I personally thought it was a great movie. I didn't understand why everybody was hating it.
I liked it, and also. Think about, I'm going to say one thing, like just watching John Travolta fall off a moped or whatever the fuck he's on that scooter, that's worth watching alone.
Yeah, right. I love his hair.
Oh my god, it's horrible.
Yeah, his hair.
People are like bitching about that performance, but look at Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade, which is a tremendous performance.
I love
and
that
everybody's too. Like, nobody said shit about that. They ate that shit up. They were quoting it and loved it. And John Travolta is over the top, but there's people like that. That's why I think horror fans are getting mad, because they're like, hey man, there's a little bit of me in that guy.
It's because it's directed by Fred Durst, man. I think it's.
Yeah, I think you're right.
People were hating on the movie before they seen it.
We can all agree Fred Durst sucks. But so does Victor Salva, and I still like Jeepers.
He directed a lot of good videos.
He sucks.
Yeah. I guess me?
Sure.
All right. My number 10, debated this hotly. I couldn't decide. But I decided to go with Bliss. So, Bliss. First of all, I love how they handled the drug scene. If you've ever been familiar with that scene, it's handled pretty decently. The drug party scene, and I like the twist of the artsy scene too, which I wasn't really that much part of, but I think that it replicates it pretty well. I love some of the cinematography in this film, especially when she first does the bliss or whatever it is, and she like leans back and the camera's like above her and shit. That's awesome. Some good visuals in this film. Yeah. The Diablo. And I love the casting. I thought that girl was like perfect artsy, like photographer or painter.
Dora Madison.
Yeah, she was really cast well. I love her.
Titty committee.
Scruffy hair.
Yeah, she did. She fit it perfectly.
Do you think she'll marry me, guys?
I don't know.
No.
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Maybe if you weren't 40.
Jesus.
I'll straight go. I'm going Moose way. I'm going to turn into John Travolta.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and you're Justin Bieber hair, and you're fucking 40. There's no way.
Oh, dude. But yeah, the more I thought about it, I really loved, what actually is happening and, the very last scene and stuff. At first, I thought it was just like generic and basic, and I was like, it was just simple. But I really liked it when I thought about it, and the more time that passed, I was just like, you know what? I really dug that movie. Joe Begos has another film coming out early January or early next year called VFW. I think it comes out in January or February. Very looking forward to that. It has the Hammer Williamson in it. Also William Sadler, who's awesome.
David Lang, Martin Pope, David Patrick Kelly, George Wendt.
You're familiar with this film?
No, I never heard of it.
But yeah, dude, Bliss. I gave it, I think, a 8 on the show. I bumped it up to 8.5.
Cool.
So you guys didn't like Bliss, I take it.
No, I like Bliss.
I like it quite a a bit.
No, it's
maybe a foreshadowing of maybe you're going to talk about it later. Somebody. Okay.
All right, Jerry, do you want to go?
All right, my number 10 is going to be the only Netflix original on my list. Somebody at the beginning of the show mentioned that it was probably the best Netflix horror available this year, and I 100% agree. So my number 10 is The Perfection.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely love this soundtrack. Just about everything about this movie worked for me. For those who don't know, I've been a lifelong musician. I played violin for 9 years as a kid, and then I played bass guitar for like the last 25 to 30 years of my life. So whenever a movie incorporates music as much as this one, I tend to really gravitate towards it. A lot like The Devil's Candy from a couple of years ago, and even the Suspiria remake from last year, even though that was more about dancing, the music pieces that accompanied that dancing I thought were all stellar. So, but yeah, like I said, this movie worked for me. Had a nice amount of gore for for a Netflix original, and it actually had one of the most satisfying endings of the year for me. I stood up and applauded when I saw that reveal at the end. Absolutely loved it.
I did that when they showed his penis.
I don't remember that part when they showed his penis.
I couldn't believe it. I was shocked. I was like, this is on Netflix? I don't know what it was. It just shocked me.
That movie was really cool. The opening surprised me because it started off as such a beautiful love story. I was like, this is a super well-made art love story, and then it just went batshit, kept getting crazier. Yeah, and then the end reveal that shot. I think we're probably talking about the same shot, and I was like, that is fucking really cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the movie is equal parts beautiful and brutal. It worked for me in every way.
I think what I really liked was how things just kept happening. I was like, what the heck? Like, what's going on in this movie? And then it changes, and it kept me guessing. I think that it is a good movie. I think for me, the part that really kind of made it go down on my list was just how convoluted the end story ends up being, and just unbelievable to me. So but I do like, I think it's a better, Me Too type movement than Black Christmas. But yeah, I just thought it was a little convoluted in how that would all play out. It seemed very silly to me.
Oh no, it's absolutely an impossible plan. Nobody would ever be able to pull that off in real life, in my opinion. Especially considering
it is pretty extreme.
Yeah, I can imagine that school would have a lot more security, considering considering what's going on in there. Mm-hmm. So in real life, yeah, this thing is very unplausible. But movies like this where I can just shut my brain off and just go on the journey the director wants me to go on, and I still have an ear-to-ear grin from beginning to end. Yeah, I absolutely loved it. I have almost nothing negative to say about it.
Hey, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
Do you think any of those girls in that movie would marry me? I'm just kidding.
Well, it depends.
Are you still 40?
And you still have Justin Bieber hair.
Still have that haircut.
I don't have that haircut anymore.
Who the fuck was that? Peter that sent you that shit or what?
No, it was just some weirdo I didn't know. It's not even friend list.
Oh boy.
Oh, Peter! I wish we had a regular episode so we could discuss Peter.
And that was on Facebook, so it was like,
yeah, he messaged me and I was like, what? I just responded like he was like trying to be friendly about it, but then he like said something really rude and then was like, take care, buddy. And I was just like, like, thank you for the, yeah, seriously, I was like, fuck off.
That's so funny, man.
He looked like he had brain damage. So looked like fucking
Peter?
Moose.
Like Peter.
Oh, dude, Peter is dangerous.
Oh, Peter.
I blocked him. I think everybody should just block him. It's just not. It's not good.
No,
even if you block him, you still see his shit. So.
You gotta block him. I don't see his shit.
I don't know how JP doesn't block him. He emails him all the fucking time, dude. Like
I just don't care.
I don't care.
I
That's
need to be in the group.
But that guy's so insane that
but no, like
he's gonna show up at your fucking
at like
hotel.
4 a.m. and I see that he's like, I need to be in the group in it, like it just like makes me smile, and then I forget, and then I just like I just close the email.
Well, he said he was gonna kill himself, and then the next day he liked one of my posts. So I was like, oh, guess he didn't do it.
Your post.
He shouldn't do it though.
No, absolutely not. I wish the dude gets some serious mental help.
He needs help.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like
Jeremy sucks the dick like a little fanboy.
He said that he hopes your ancestors were tortured.
Jesus.
Yeah. And then he said, then he's like, I deserve to be in the group. Can I please come in now, or can I come back? And then he's like, you know what? You're a schmejma or something. I'm like, what? Like he'll try to be nice for a second, and then he'll be like, what you said about Hellraiser was very profound. And then it'll be like, I hope you fucking die on a burrito or something.
Talk shit about Lauren Ashley Carter so he can go to hell.
Yeah.
Me and her are engaged, okay?
Does she know you're 40?
She knows I am 40. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously though, he's like trying to talk shit about it. It's like, dude, stop. He's equally parts annoying.
Something that happened 3 years ago that nobody cares about.
I want to beat him to death. I'm also annoyed by him, and I'm also concerned by him all at the same time. Like I want to get. He's like, you need help, but I also want to hit you in the head with something.
Maybe that would help.
I don't. You just can't engage with people like that. Argue with a fool, become one.
I do have to say that video was very funny, and it did make me laugh.
Yeah.
So thank you for the dude who made it.
22 shots.
Oh yeah.
I like how he starts out. He's like, I have to call these guys out. I have to expose them for who they are. And I'm like,
22 shots, doing some serious writing.
Stop it! I shouldn't even be laughing. I'm going to hell.
Hey, Musby, suck me off. Oh, I'm going to come.
He said Rambo Raph is a genius compared to them. That was my favorite part.
Rambo Raph makes 4-hour reviews about an hour and a half movie. It's like, I'll just watch the movie twice, guys.
That's because it's always him ranting, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't. That's how he got so big. He titles his videos "Rant." And like 12-year-olds are like, oh, Rambo Raph's gonna go hard on TMNT3 today, boy. Let me get the Mountain Dew out.
To be legitimately honest, like if someone's hating on a movie, I'm more likely to get mad. But if someone likes a piece of shit I hate, I'm happy. I'm like, I'm glad they like it. But if people are just hating on shit all the time, I'm like, I don't need to see that motherfucker. He's too negative, you know?
Mm-hmm. But he forces it though, man. I don't find him genuine at all.
I don't watch this. I haven't watched this video.
I feel like
I haven't seen him in years. But I remember watching one. I was like, dude, this is so transparent. I'm like, you're totally fucking with people right now.
You can't be that mad over waxwork or some shit, or like Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, like Mansquito did not impress me. I'm so mad.
It was like RoboCop 2 or some shit, and he was just like, I'm talking 3-hour review, and I'm like, dude, come on, fuck. Filmmakers didn't even think about it that much.
His name's Rambo Raph for life.
He's got the for life at the end, like he's part of the NWO.
Yeah, exactly right.
Like in case you didn't know that I'm down with Rambo and Raphael from Ninja Turtles. I just want you to know that it's not just that I'm down; I'm down for life.
I don't care if Raph comes out as a serial killer for life. I'm in that club.
Man, I like how we haven't even got through number 10 yet. We've already dissed like 10 people.
I'm a hater, I guess. I'm just sitting here being like, I only like positive things.
Do you want to see what's on this? Do you want to see what's on this Amazon wish?
No,
list?
I don't.
Well, that was random.
That
was random.
My Bloody Valentine, April Fool's Day, I See You, Body Parts, Joker, Mr. Nice Guy, Miami Vice, the complete series, and Dead Sim.
Not even season 1. He wants you to buy him the complete series.
Well, at least he's a Don Johnson fan, so that's cool.
Don Johnson for life.
For life. I love it.
Nash Bridges for life, motherfucker.
And his review of Batman.
I'm gonna make my channel fucking Rocky Michelangelo for life.
Mortal enemies. Zach Goff, like
I like
Donatello. He's like, come on, let's go on.
Jerry, did you rate that one?
I did not. Using the 22 shots rating system, that's going to be a 9 out of 10 for me.
Okay. Whoa, starting off at 9s.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
I mean, like I said earlier, I do quarter points only so that I can split 8, 9, and 10 from each other. So
was it an 8.75 or a 9.25?
It's an 8.75 on my rating system.
Okay.
I don't remember what I actually rated that, but I had the pleasure of talking about that one with you guys on Fresh Cuts, but I remember
you 7.5.
You definitely liked it more than I did, but I think I came in pretty decent on it. I was like 7.5 or something like that.
I think I was 7
because I do rate my stuff on Letterboxd, right? But
yeah.
I guess my go. It's just me and Dave to go.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, I ended a blast.
Okay. Coming at number 10 from the year of 2000. I'm gonna steal Brandon's jokes. Yeah, man, this is a foreign film from Germany, and I heard off the top of the show that a couple people didn't get the chance to see it, but I enjoyed the shit out of this movie, and that is simply called Luz.
Good shit.
Yeah, man, this was a really, really interesting film.
This movie's crazy.
I was actually quite taken back by this. It's a really short movie. Runs about 70 minutes. It has like no pacing issues. It just gets right into this shit, and it's pretty crazy. Shot on 60mm, which, first of all, I absolutely loved the look of this movie. I'm glad, and that was one thing we didn't really mention off the top of the show, was there was a lot of movies this year shot on 60mm and 35mm and stuff, so it's nice to see that people are bringing back film instead of just shooting on digital lenses and stuff. But yeah, 60mm, so the look of the film is fantastic. It's got a really interesting storyline, basically, about this. It kind of has this kind of like
it's kind of crazy.
It is. It's got this possession level to it, but then it's also trying to get the truth out of this girl and stuff. But it's more about the way the film is presented to you and the construction of it. It's like there's this really interesting scene where this doctor, he's hypnotized Luz and he's trying to basically get the story out of her, what happened between her and this other girl and stuff. And the way it plays out is really interesting. They have her set up in this room, and she's kind of sitting on this normal chair, and she's like driving because she drives a cab, and she's and the way they mix the sound effects and shit in this, it's done so well. But it's kind of told a little bit non-linear and stuff, and it kind of goes back and forth between the past and the present and stuff like that. And I thought it was just a fucking ride and a half. It's a total trip. It's definitely a movie that you could probably watch a couple times and still pick out things after that. But I thought the performances was great.
I think the first act's better than the last two halves, but
I agree.
I still
super
like
engaging in the bar. Super engaging. I was like on the edge of my seat when they were talking. Like I did not know where it was going to go. I was like, holy shit.
Well, yeah, because you don't realize it's going to turn into like kind of a possession part right there and shit. And it's kind of interesting, like just where this thing kind of goes, and it's just done so differently. You just don't see movies constructed like this very often, but I think it did it perfectly for not overstaying its welcome. It was short enough. Dave, you said you had an issue with this thing with potential plot hole. What was that?
I couldn't remember it now, but there was something with the flashback when they're talking about the convent. Like she was saying that she was there, but like there has to be someone lying somewhere, and it makes sense that person would be lying to a certain extent. And I need to know when the body were like transferred, when she possessed that person. I'd really have to watch it again, but I feel like there was a major missing point in the story, which didn't make any sense, and it didn't come together completely for me. But if it would have made my list.
I think it actually does make sense. I think I know what you're talking about, and I think it actually does make sense. But
I'd have to watch it again. But I mean, like, it was so close, and I was sitting there. I was like, man, this is really good, but there's something missing, and I feel like they got clunky for a second.
Okay, yeah, no, I think I know what you're talking about, but I think it is explained away. So,
it reminded me of what was that movie that came out a couple of years ago? Hallelujah. It's a movie that was by the same guy who did Cal Fear. That movie was shot in 60mm too. Very similar aesthetic.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see it. I didn't get a chance to see it when I actually had it in my cart for like ever to pick up because
Doppelganger put it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it never went down in price. But yeah, this one right here, it needs a fucking Blu-ray. It's got a DVD release, but
it's getting one.
Altered
Innocence is putting it out on Blu-ray. Same people that did Knife Plus Heart.
Okay, well that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, it's definitely one I'm going to.
I think it comes out in March.
Cool. But yeah, overall, man, I thought it was a fun ass ride. I was really engaged in like this really kind of trippy ass story about these two people and stuff, and it was just the way the story was told was so unique to me, and it just ripped by. I was like, holy shit, that thing's done already, and that's great for me, man. So I thought it was fantastic. It's got really interesting music and shit, and I'm coming in a 9 out of 10. So it is subtitled. It's from Germany. It's from Germany, so. Subtitled.
All right,
Dave.
Okay, my number 10 is a movie that I saw early in the year, so I didn't get a chance to rewatch it, but I remember it had a big impression on me. It's from Brazil, and it's from a director who I was familiar with his other work that none of it actually got a wide release here. This is Black Forest. His other films were like Mud Zombies and Night of the Chupacabras and stuff like that, and Black Sea. But Black Forest was like, it was low budget, it had like thick mythology, and the movies from like Brazil to me, a lot of them remind me of like European horror, like, and they have that mythology and creepiness to it. I just remember being blown away by this movie, and it gets really big at the end and crazy, and it's really like dark at points and just creepy, and then it gets like kind of over the top too at certain aspects with like almost Evil Dead style like blood when like, but it's just a really great kind of superstitious horror movie that I dug with gore and wild crazy things and monsters and shit. Black Forest. I gave it 8.5.
Awesome, cool. All right, so back to the top with Jeremy. How could I forget?
With an 8 out of 10.
Stop doing that. Damn it. I'm going to kick you off the show.
That's the way I do it.
Don't do it.
We have the Child's Play remake. Now, I was going into this. You know me, Child's Play is my favorite movie, my favorite franchise. I was going into it,
Oh, wait. Wait, before you do that, totally forgot. Number 10 for the listeners was Daniel Isn't Real. 37.
Nice. That's a good number 10.
Daniel
for sure.
Isn't Real? Yeah, with Schwarzenegger's son.
Yeah. All right, so we have Child's Play. So, I for one thought that Mark Hamill would probably be the best answer to play Chucky besides Brad Dwarf. He's done so much voice acting and stuff like that.
Did you just call him Dwarf?
He said Dwarf.
He did say Dwarf.
Brad Dwarf.
It's another amazing name pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
Yep. Ooh, the first time. Hi, Carly.
Hello.
Leave him alone.
That's
Just let the boy finish his review.
I'm used to this by now. But anyway, so I saw the doll when I went to Cinepocalypse. They had the doll on display one of the screen used dolls, and I thought that it looked pretty retarded, to be honest with you. But then when I was watching the movie, I was going, it doesn't look too bad. I think that the way that the story plays out with this doll being programmed to be evil makes it not so bad, to be completely honest with the way that the doll looks. And to be honest, this is one of the most entertaining movies of the year, to be honest. Like, when you watch it, it's probably one of the more gorier mainstream movies that I've seen in a long time. Like, it has some pretty good gore and some pretty entertaining kills. And as JP says, one of the best jump scares of all time because it has...
Yeah, dude. That was funny, huh? How I tricked you guys. No?
I'm a little bit shocked that, it's actually on your list, but...
I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see it on somebody's list.
I loved it.
I thought it was
really enjoyed it myself.
Yeah, I thought it was really good too. Actually, it was surprisingly good.
I was super entertained with it, and I think it worked. Surprisingly, it actually worked, and I think that's because of Mark Hamill's performance and everything that it plays out, and it's not too over the top, and the ending is batshit crazy, and that's exactly what you need in a movie like this when it's trying to be different from the original franchise, which really isn't about being batshit crazy that much. I mean, Child's Play 3 is a little batshit crazy, but it tries to play a little bit more serious besides Seed of Chucky, of course, but I think this one tries to be a little bit more goofy, and I think it works. So I gave it, of course, an 8 out of 10. Check out Child's Play. It's unfortunately that it made no money because
that was
see another one. But I think it's going to do well on home media. So if you haven't seen Child's Play, check it out. It's coming from a true fan of the franchise. It's actually good, and I really did enjoy it.
That was one of 2 films that I rewatched, and not for this, just because I got a screener in. But I think I liked it a little less on rewatch, which probably, this isn't necessarily a movie that you should probably watch twice in the same year. Wait a little while to check it out again. But yeah, no, in the theater, I was like really into it. I was like, that was exactly what I want out of a remake. I wanted it to be the same but different, and they did a good job with that. The only thing I truly couldn't stand was the car death. I just thought it was really dumb.
Also, one of the nicest characters in the movie. Like I know, like it's like fun to kill people that like you don't expect, but there's no real point to do that to that person. Like they should have killed some more people in the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. To be honest, like Chucky wasn't evil. He was just his society made him evil, and his surroundings made him evil.
His programming made him evil.
He just didn't understand.
He just
felt bad for him.
It's kind of like
it was a bit to do with the program and stuff, but
he's like my buddy.
That's what really sold the movie to me, is that they didn't, they did it properly, and how to sell the Chucky character and stuff, and I think it just worked, man. I'm glad that they didn't do something similar with the possession and shit like that. And
because it's like like our biggest complaint with remakes is we've already seen that movie.
Yeah,
but in this case, we didn't see this movie. This is something different.
Yeah,
I saw it as Evolver though, so.
I like Evolver.
We've seen stuff like this, but I think for this, Chucky, it just kind of worked. It was very simplistic and stuff, but it was just, the whole movie was entertaining as fuck. I really will agree with that, man. I mean, I had low expectations going into it.
It was a hell of a lot better than Call of Chucky.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, yes. It is. Yeah,
it is better.
So yeah, that's my number 9, Child's Play.
All right, Carly.
All right, my number 9 is Child's Play.
Oh shit!
There you go. Yeah, I love this movie. I mean, I didn't really, I like the original movie quite a bit. I wouldn't say it's my favorite in the world or my favorite franchise, but I do like it. So going into this movie, it's like I wasn't expecting too much or thinking I was going to be disappointed or really much of anything. I just tried to kind of go into it, and I had a lot of fun with it. I think that's how you should do a remake, not try to copy the previous movie completely and try to do a different concept.
Yeah, but don't be like Pet Sematary where you just do it stupid.
Well, yeah. Don't do that.
Just do everything decent except the end, like Pet Sematary.
Oh, there's a lot of things about that movie I don't like.
Yeah.
It's mediocre.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Child's Play. I liked it. The look of the doll, I thought it was stupid too at first, but seeing the movie, I actually thought it was pretty entertaining. There's some scenes in it where he's making these weird faces, and I think it's funny. There's a lot of funny moments in the film too, which I enjoyed. And this probably could maybe go up on my list if I had rewatched it. I feel like it has the most rewatchability for me of the year, because usually when I see a new movie, I don't feel like rewatching it for a long time. But this movie was the rare exception where I thought, I could actually rewatch that right away probably and still enjoy it. But yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10. I thought it was really, really good.
Solid.
Cool.
Yeah.
Is that my turn?
Yep.
I already forgot the order. All right, so my number 9 here is actually a film that I watched pretty late, and it wasn't on my list earlier, but actually I moved this on my list like right before we recorded I moved the previous film onto my list, this one up a spot, but yeah, this is Tumbad.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say it? Tumbad?
Tumbad, I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a Hindi language period piece. Which I
think it's 3 periods.
This is the first Hindi language period piece I've ever seen. But yeah, so
Hindi movie if you've ever seen.
Maybe. I haven't checked, but maybe. I might have seen another one. But yeah, so India making its debut here on one of my lists. Yeah, dude, this movie is super cool. Like, I just was really into the story of this one. it follows these two kids at the first, and they have this grandmother who's this like old lady witch. They gotta like cut her toenails, and they have to feed her. And there's all this mythology, like they say like Hester's coming or something, and it makes her go to sleep. It's just all this stuff. But anyway, years later, this kid returns to his home area, and his grandmother is like still alive, like in this mansion. And he basically, there's a legend of treasure. It's like I assume it's real mythology in Hindi. In
There's
India.
like 500 gods in that religion, so it probably is one. Actually.
Yeah, so it's a goddess who had a bunch of sons, but one of them was like greedy and wanted her money and her food. So he takes her money, but he gets caught stealing her food. So now forever he wants food, but he has money. So there's this they go down into like this fucking cave thing, and they basically bring down some bread or something, and that brings out this monster fucking god thing, and it drops money out of its loincloth. But if it bites you, then you're cursed. And it's just fucking bizarre and creepy, dude. Like, I thought this movie was, and it's about it's about greed. You know what I mean? The whole myth, the whole god is probably about greed. You know, so it's just very cool.
So it's like Dagon, right?
Like H.P. Lovecraft.
Dagon. No, but Dagon is about greed.
It's the god that created
story?
This was
the original story is about a guy who gets shipwrecked and just is walking on an island and sees a creature and it's recollecting it on a hospital bed.
The goddess specifically in Tumbad is about the goddess that created the universe.
Yeah, she gave birth to 160 million gods.
Yeah, so one of the
damn, she's a whore.
One of her children that she gave birth with, like you said, had the opportunity to take all the wealth or the food, and of course took the wealth and then tried to steal the food. Yeah, and then that's what creates like this curse kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and the way that they take that mythology and put it into physical reality, where they go down into this cave and this monster comes out and they distract it with bread, the thing that it doesn't have, the grain rather, and then they grab its loincloth and it just like an endless amount of coins fall out, but you have to hurry up and grab them.
But it makes perfect sense, because once it got cursed, it was like hungry as fuck. It didn't care about the wealth anymore, right? So you can easily just throw food, distract him, and then take his wealth kind of thing. But
it's also beautiful that it tells the story over 3 parts. He starts as a child and you see why he's like he is, and then middle age and he gets his riches, and then older teaching his own son. That's like a really great way. It tells us it's epic movie, to be honest.
It actually is. And I love what they do with the like Indian music, that it like in like these montage scenes, it feels so cool, and it's beautifully shot. Even like the opening to the film with the 2 children and the rain and the mansion and stuff, it's very beautiful. The way they shot inside the womb, I guess, of the god essentially is very beautiful. There's like a swerve, not a swerve, but like sort of a reveal where these characters think they like thought of something smart. It happens later. Dude, I was like, holy.
Me too.
I like the scene where the kid's out front there and he's like trying, he's training to be his dad kind of thing, and he's got like this kind of wooden setup thing, and then he's timing himself on how many gold coins he can grab and shit. I'm like, it's like this kid's training for the fucking Olympics and stuff. Yeah. And it's just all about greed. And it's literally just about greed. Like, it's so ridiculous, because I love these stories about greed, because I mean, they clearly had enough fucking cash to keep going for a long time and shit, but it's not what it's about,
like
right?
Floyd Mayweather did, you know what I mean? They just spend too much.
But it's like he's like breeding to be his dad and shit. It's just funny to me.
Yeah.
But
the more I thought about this film, really, the more I loved it. It's just a unique little film. The guy who made this film had been trying to get this film made since, I believe, like way early in the 2000, his first draft was in 97.
Yeah.
And it took it when he was 18 years old, and then he actually shot some of it back in 2012 and scrapped the whole thing and started over because he didn't like it.
So JP, you consider this a horror movie?
Yeah, definitely,
because it's fantasy. Like it's good.
Well, it's mythical, but
mythical. I mean, it's like pretty much straight up fantasy
god type thing.
Yeah.
This dad in this movie has got to be one of the best performances of the year too. Oh, he's such he's an asshole, but for some reason you still like him. Like when he's like pushing his family around, you're like, I still like watching this guy, even though he's a piece of shit.
Dude, the wardrobes in it are so good too. Like the timepieces are amazing. Like everything just looks so good, man. Like fucking excellent.
I want to get a haircut like those kids. But one thing that I'll say is watching it, I miss like the story is told in a like, I don't want to say hard to follow way, but like I was missing things. But once I read the Wikipedia page, it pieced everything together for me like really well. So I recommend doing that after you watch it. But yeah, I give it 8.5 out of 10.
Well, I wrote the wiki page and I totally wrote it all wrong. So you completely didn't understand the movie.
Moods actually wrote it wasn't a horror movie, so
yeah.
Also, did you guys notice when there was like smoking on the screen, a little warning came up that said smoking? I could not stop laughing.
Dude, what the fuck was with that?
Because you can't. You have to do that. Yeah, you have to do that.
Because in Russia, you can't swear in Russia, so it's like the same kind of shit.
What you can fuck with our election.
That's why the most insane like underground Russian films come out that Unearth release and shit. Have you seen some of those, Dave? Like
Nails and Visions of Suffering and Philosophy of a Knife.
All the same director. Yeah, apparently that's the only guy who can get his shit out. But man, he makes some fucked up movies, man.
Man, Visions of Suffering is fucking bad shit.
Yeah, you'll go to jail and they'll fuck you up if you swear.
Like the new cut of that movie is insane, man. Visions of
Suffering. If you release,
it is so crazy, dude.
Is it still 2 hours long?
No, it's different.
Good.
Yeah, subplot is all different and shit. It's fucking trippy though, man. But yeah. So that's what happens when you have that type of censorship, man. You get shit like that coming out of your countries.
No, you could kill people, you could rape people, you could do all this crazy shit, but you can't swear.
Like, what is that?
Well, shit.
What is that?
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's the same thing with our television. It's like, hey, I'm going to show this guy get his head cut off, but if you show a tit or cut somebody's head, or say the F word, you're off the air.
Yeah. No, you can say the F word on cable. It happens all the time now.
Yeah. India is not nearly as strict about a lot of those religious laws as you think.
I'm in America, though, with that stuff about the television.
Oh, no. I was talking about what Jeremy was saying about.
He was talking about Russia, I think.
I'm Russia.
Sorry.
So yeah, that's Tumbad, man. Pretty cool movie. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
Cool, Jerry.
All right, my number 9 is going to be the only Italian film to show up on my list. This is a movie that I was turned on to by Mr. Watson when he reviewed it earlier in the year on one of the final Horror Corridor episodes. And he was the only person that was talking about it at the time. He gave it a positive review, so I checked it out and absolutely loved it. And the fact that they were able to make an effective horror film that's basically based on a mathematic equation is absolutely stellar to me. I mean, of the random subjects that you can make a horror movie out of, math is amazing. So that makes my number 9 the Laplace's Demon. Absolutely
glad to see
it. You know what,
glad
man?
To see it on the list.
I was busting a gut every time someone would get killed. Like the way they get killed in this movie, just the way it would happen was fucking funny as hell to me, man. I loved it. So good.
It becomes terrifying at a certain point because you're like, well, I'm going to predict it. I'm going to do this, and they're going. Did they already predict that? I'm fucked.
Yeah, but it's just the way that coffin would it would fucking just that he would like run towards him and it would fucking shut him in. I'm like, what the fuck?
I thought one of the most original movies for sure.
It was great, man.
I mean, I think that this movie has one of the most original chase scenes I've seen in probably the last 10 to 15 years. Mm-hmm. I mean, an actual chase scene where you don't see any of the characters actually on screen, yet it was so fucking tense.
Yeah.
That scene is spectacular. Probably one of my favorite individual scenes of the year. So yeah, once again, I can't say enough good things about the Laplace's Demon, directed by Giordano Giolivi, and that's coming in at a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I like the style of that movie.
Yeah,
visually.
It just looks so cool, man.
They shot it in a way that actually makes it look like it was shot in the 70s. I mean, there's black and white movies like Eyes of My Mother and stuff like that you can still tell, even though it's black and white, it's still set. It's obviously set in modern times. But with this, with all the use of the green screen, the use of the matte painting backgrounds, I thought it gave it such a 60s aesthetic that I just fell in love with it instantly. I've watched it 3 times since that first watch, and I like it more every time.
That's something about the way you saw it is like, I think everybody can track how they saw this to Watson. It's funny.
It's true. Yeah.
So many people I've heard say that now.
Yeah. But I'm like that with Phantom's Carriage, bro.
Not me, actually. I ended up finding the movie because I was looking up Italian films in 2019 and I came across that. Because I was like, It seems like there's no Italian modern films being made right now.
I can't remember.
Like, and the thing that sold me, I saw it was shot in black and white. And I was like, oh, clicking on this shit. Amazing. But
I think Jerry finally sold me on it because I had heard maybe a mention of it, but I was like, any hidden gems? And Jerry threw that one out there and another one, and I watched both of them. And Laplace Demon, I was really happy with. And the way the cup comes back at the end, fucking genius.
Yes,
genius.
Yeah, good film, man. Good film. My go?
Yep.
Yeah, I've lost track on myself. Coming in at number 9 is a indie film from played in festivals in 2017. It finally got its wide release this year, digitally and physically, and it's a film called Close Calls. Did anybody happen to see this?
Never heard of it.
I did. I saw it. It was the company Scream team releasing.
Yes. Yeah.
And for the budget, it probably had some of the finest cinematography I've seen and lighting and all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
But besides the lead female, most of the acting was so fucking bad to me. I lost a lot of interest.
I didn't really. I mean, really, there's only the
father is terrible.
Yeah, but but the thing is, he's barely even
dog shit.
He's barely even in the film though.
You sound like me, bro.
No, I mean, like, no, it was a good movie, and I felt bad for disliking it because of the acting. Like, I was watching that movie. I'm sorry, I'm talking over Moods thing, but I was just like, dude, this movie is so much effort from the director. Like, I was like, this dude I want to love this movie because I could tell this dude put his heart and fucking soul and his fucking life savings in this motherfucking thing. But that dude is ruining this movie.
But
and his wife and the girlfriend, she's garbage too.
But the thing is, they're in the movie for like 10 minutes, though. And it's literally a 2 hour and 8 minute movie that, like, fucking...
2 hours and 8 minutes.
I reviewed this during the 31 Days of Horror, and I was so apprehensive of checking this out because, like, I'm like, really? Like, it's one of these indie films where this director has probably shot 17 hours of footage for this fucking movie, and it's just way too long, blah, blah, blah. So I checked it out, but man, you can tell the influences are... I mean, it's straight up an Italian film. There's so many nods to horror films in here. I mean, the Shining nods in here are insane, but I mean, the storyline is not crazy, but it does have a lot of twists and turns, and I think it has a lot of different elements to it where you can kind of dive into certain aspects of the story and just kind of dissect it that way too. But it's pretty simple. It's about this basically rich teenage bitch that gets in shit from, you know, at school and stuff, and her dad's going out for the night and stuff. She ends up getting grounded to the house, and of course she's got this crazy grandmother that lives upstairs, and she's forced to watch her and stuff. But the thing is with this lead is that she's a total drug addict, man. She loves her drugs and shit like that. So of course dad leaves, starts doing drugs, and then she starts tripping balls and stuff, and it becomes like this huge paranoid kind of mess and stuff. But then it dwells into a lot of different areas because you don't really know exactly if what shit's going on is a direct result of the drugs or just her general paranoia, or if there's actually some shit that's going on and stuff. And it really does kind of go into a lot of different places. A lot of really great sets, like Dave said, with the lighting is fantastic in this. I didn't really notice the acting. I don't really think about it too much when I'm watching indie films like this because it is low budget, but you can tell it's one of those low budget films where the guy was a fan of these type of movies that he was mimicking and you know, and doing and stuff. But like I said, you know, the father in the I guess they're in a little bit towards the end, but not like an abundance. It's mostly about the shake.
They keep cutting back to him though at the restaurant shit.
They do. It's right. I mean, it's them fucking having dinner and stuff. But this lead here, man, holy fuck, dude. For like the first half of the movie, she's literally in these like sexy ass tight blue like booty shorts and like this bra. Like it's the most scantily clad shit you've ever seen. But
there was so a lot of hotties this year.
But she was so attractive through the whole.
That girl in Satanic Panic, man.
Dude, I love stop.
Her titties are amazing.
No, but Close Calls was like, if this dude ever has another movie, I'm donating to his Kickstarter. What the fuck ever? Because like I felt like a big pile of crap for not liking this. I was like, oh, I should love this, and I was just getting hung up on those little things.
I'm surprised that the acting would do that, considering I think there's a lot to the movie and there's a lot of different things, and I think the ending is batshit insane in this too. And like
it's kitchen sink, I think too. Like everything's in this movie.
Yeah, well, that's a product of, you know, a fan making a movie like this, right? He's trying to throw in all these nods and stuff, and obviously having a a Soul, like, which is Italian films. You can tell it's straight Italian, but then he's throwing all these American nods and shit like that. But I like that because I'm a fan, and I like to watch other fans make shit that I can, kind of pick into and stuff. Again, man, I don't know. Just
I need to rewatch it. I need to give it another chance.
Too bad the Blu-ray's $34.99.
Yeah, see,
try ScreamTeam.com or whatever. They have the price out for like $20.
Yeah, see, I mean, with all the shipping, it cost me like $50, but I ended up buying the DVD. No, I got the DVD for like $12.
Yeah.
So on Amazon, it was like $12. So I was like, I do that with the Scream Team shit because it's not cheap. But yeah, I know I'm fucking shocked Davey didn't like the movie because of that. Because considering the amount of shit that me and you that we like with the acting,
yeah, but it was like I just like because everything else was so good. Like,
see, the thing is with the dad,
acting wasn't up to snuff. So it was like it'd be like watching like a great movie and like you're like watching The Godfather, and then all of a sudden I'm in the background like, yeah, guys, what's up?
I thought the grad was great. But honestly, I think the dad's character was actually kind of fun because he was just like, he was a douche, man. He was a fucking douchebag, and like I think that's the way he's playing it, and he's playing it kind of a little over time. I didn't think the girlfriend was that bad, to be honest. I don't.
And the girlfriend never saw a horror movie in their life, and they didn't know what they were doing. And I feel like that's probably because they're from like a rural, like not a rural area, but an area where it's not big and they're not into it. And the directors couldn't find any. They didn't have like a big source of indie actors.
He actually talks about it. He even talks about it on the commentary too. Actually, I watched this movie twice. Believe it or not, I watched it.
Jesus Christ! I just saw her in her booty
because
shorts.
I was fucking because when I was watching it for the review, I had so many questions about the film. And I was like, yeah, I know there's a nod here. And I'm like, I want to know what he did with this and what he was thinking with this. So I'm like, man, there's a commentary on this. So I checked it out. Most of the stuff that I was thinking, he said in the commentary, but then he threw in a couple other things I didn't notice. I was like, oh, this is fucking cool, man. So the commentary actually kind of elevated for me. I think my rating actually went up after I watched the commentary on it. But
what was your...
I came in with an 8 out of 10. I mean,
God damn, that girl has big titties too.
Yeah,
I'm only at a 6.5, so like 6.5. I'm not too far off from you. I liked it. Like I said, it could have been like an 8 or 9 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have those type of issues. I was just really engaged in it because, and the thing that shocked me again, of course, it being such a long movie, I was totally thought it was going to be that film, like a Bills Above movie that is just like way too fucking long for its own good. And I was pleasantly surprised that, it changed itself up, like you say, kitchen sink, of course, but it does so many different things and it keeps you guessing too. And then it's got obviously twists and turns that I thought worked. I thought they kind of worked and stuff. So, and there's good gore and shit like that. So, but
does she show her boobs?
I don't believe she. Oh no, she does.
I don't think she does.
No, she does actually. I think she does show her naked titties at one point. It's quick though. Considering half the movie, she's literally in booty shorts and.
Yeah, I was watching the trailer and I was like, her tits are like bouncing up and down when she's running. It's like, Jesus Christ.
This chick's awesome. Like as soon as her dad leaves, she just starts fucking doing drugs and all tripping balls. I'm like, fuck, this is awesome. But it's like shot so well, and you're like, okay, this is bizarre. But
I love when Jeremy talks about the female form.
I know I saw you laughing a little bit in the background.
But yeah, so that's Close Calls. Yeah, as my number 9.
Let me see your hot punani.
It says words like punani.
I don't say punani, I say poontang.
That's what it is. Was that a cringe, Carly?
Yes.
A verbal cringe.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Dave.
My number 9 is going to be easy. Don't have to talk about it because it is Fun Bad at an 8.5 as well. Same as JP. So.
Did you like it?
I loved it. 8.5.
All right. Okay.
All right.
What's the listeners?
This is the shitty thing about going first is that I have to...
Listeners number 9, right?
Listeners, yeah.
Listeners.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I wasn't even listening to you.
Sorry,
number 9 for the listeners, also 37 points, but I put it ahead just because it had more mentions overall. That is The Lighthouse. The thriller of 2019.
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Not even close to a thriller.
All right, Tigers Are Not Afraid now. Or
dude, if Combat is if that's fantasy mythological stuff, then The Lighthouse.
Oh, there's tentacles in it. I'm aware.
I don't have any horror movies on my list. Then I got no horror. I got all psychological.
What about Thumbad?
Mine are all fantasy and psychological too. What the fuck is going on here?
I almost talk shit to you just to be a joke and say it wasn't horror.
I have like a ton of period pieces. It's kind of insane.
I do too.
Jeremy.
All right. At number 8, with an 8 out of 10, we have Villains, which is a movie that I saw back at Cinema Apocalypse. It got released, I think Regal released it in every single one of their theaters back in September, I think. So it actually played probably in a theater near you. And this movie's really good. It stars, I'm going to fuck it up, Bill Sarsgaard, because I'm a retard, so I can't pronounce it. And the chick from It Follows. And they play this...
Say her name.
No.
I don't remember her name. What is her name?
It's like Makia Monroe.
Let's hear somebody else say it then, because I haven't
heard it.
Is this movie horror?
I don't know what it is. I just took a guess that you were going to fuck it up.
Is it horror? Totally.
Yeah.
Dave, do you think it's horror?
The title of that really threw me off. I was just like, Villains.
It's a quirky thriller, but it crosses over into horror. If People Under the Stairs is horror, I kind of consider this somewhat horror.
That's my main comparison to this movie is People Under the Stairs.
You got me reeled in now.
The mom and dad are very similar to the characters in People Under the Stairs, but those two characters are basically like Bonnie and Clyde kind of characters. And they're running away from a robbery where their car breaks down, and they break into this house, and in the basement there's a little girl chained to the wall, and the owners of the house come home and they catch them, and these two characters are like fucking batshit crazy, insane, and they basically hold these two hostage, and it's basically them trying to decide how do we get this little girl out of the basement and escape at the same time. And I think the performances between Bill and Makia, however the fuck you pronounce her name, they have great chemistry together. Like they're really, really good duo. And same with the husband and wife, that, like I said, they're batshit crazy and they're really, really good actors. All four of these people are really, really good and really solid.
They carry the movie for sure.
Yeah, they really do carry the movie.
And they're all very great.
Yeah, they're all great, and they all work really, really well together. As I say many times, acting is the most important thing to me in a movie. If you have shitty acting, I'm probably not going to pay attention to the movie. And in this movie, they're all really, really good. And I think this is on Shudder. I'm pretty sure. If it's not, you can watch it on Vudu. I know that. But check it out. I give it, like I said, an 8 out of 10. If you like People Under the Stairs, you'll probably dig this one. I really liked it. It was really good.
It's funny because whenever we sat down and recorded that Cinema Apocalypse thing, for whatever reason, I just got the sense that you didn't love a lot besides The Lodge and maybe like one other. So I don't know. Maybe I tuned out.
Love Satanic Panic. Love The Swerve.
Maybe you were just tired and you weren't that enthusiastic.
I did see the Villains. Everybody was calling it batshit, and I was like, this is more of like a quirky thing. Like the characters are quirky. Like I was comparing, like batshit to me is like Tetsuo and just fucking real batshit. This is like quirky and just kind of
like
goofy.
To me, like batshit is like the villain in Coldfish. I'm like, that guy's fucking batshit.
I've never actually seen Coldfish.
Dude,
I have it.
Coldfish is amazing.
Coldfish.
It's
dude.
really
it
good.
Blew my fucking, what does Mood say, shitter out?
Blew my shitter. It's like 2.5 hours, but it's fucking worth it, dude.
It's so worth it, dude. I loved it. It's one of the best films I saw all year.
All right, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's just great. Everybody needs to see it if you've never seen Coldfish.
100%. It's amazing.
Yeah. What is that, a Bloody Disgusting Selects or something?
I think I even have an import Blu-ray that.
Well, Stein Sono, man, he does some pretty insane films. So.
Yeah. All right. Back to Carly.
Yes. My number 8 is kind of a surprise to myself, and that is Gwen, which was a film on Shudder.
I haven't seen a lot of these damn movies.
It was a movie you and I were supposed to do for Netflix and chill, but we didn't. So
watched it today.
Yeah, I don't like period pieces. I've made that loud and clear. I feel like a few of them I even skipped this year, but this one, for whatever reason, just really took me in. I was really just captivated by the whole movie. It's one of those ones where it's like there's not really a lot going on, but it's got this just super eerie atmosphere to it that I really dug. Really like the main girl and just the character of her mom. You just really want to like know what's going on. And by the end, I kind of was a little bit confused. I'm not gonna lie on the story. And I think there's probably more to it that I didn't really catch on to, but I don't know. I was just really into this one, and usually period pieces, my biggest issue is that they don't really drag me in from the start, and I just get really bored and I don't pay attention. But I really dug this one, and the atmosphere alone is pretty much the main reason that I really enjoyed it. I could see why some people might not like this one as much, being that there's probably other period pieces that they watched this year that were arguably more solid, and this one might feel, a little less than. But for me, it was the first one I think I even watched this year that was kind of in that subgenre there. So I dug it, gave it an 8.5 out of 10.
I remember my 2-word review for this on Letterboxd. It was beautifully bleak.
Right.
Nice.
Dude,
I enjoyed it. I gave it like 7 out of 10, man. I thought it was pretty good. I like these type of movies, though.
Same boat as Moods, but did you almost cry when she was trying to sell vegetables and no one was buying them from her?
Dude,
it's like fresh vegetables. I was like, buy some vegetables.
It's fucking it's so mean.
But, that was pretty sad.
It's so mean considering they wouldn't buy them because, they just wanted the land and shit like that. And like, no, we're just going to give you guys no money so you guys die and then we'll steal your land.
That's another theme this year. Rich people suck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fuck rich people. All of the movies. Almost all of them. Rich people suck.
Oh!
I've been watching on the Hammer Horror.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Have you ever seen Richie Rich's Christmas Wish, though?
Fuck. What? I seen a Richie Rich movie in the drive-thru once with Batman Forever, but I fell asleep.
I did see Richie Rich.
I've never even seen that.
Fucking Richie Rich was a badass. He had a McDonald's in his house, yo.
Can I go?
He's got all the fast food choices and he picks McDonald's? Fuck.
Well, McDonald's was popping back then, dude. That was like in the 90s.
He had the huge golden arch and fucking
Happy
everything.
Meals, motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. Man.
Nuggets.
All right.
With Bristol.
All right. My number 8 is a film that I saw. I didn't love. I knew it was good and I liked it. I didn't love it, but I kept thinking about it. Carly probably knows what I'm talking about.
Is it The Return of the Slasher Nurse?
No, but I do like Return of the Slasher Nurse. This film is the sophomore effort by, I forget his name, Robert Eggers, The Lighthouse.
Okay.
Yeah, so The Lighthouse is my number 8. Yeah, man, this movie just, I love the way that it's shot and filmed, and it's so fucking cool looking, dude. Like, what is the aspect ratio they use, Jeremy?
4.3.
Yeah,
no, it's smaller than that. It might be smaller.
It's 119 to 1.
Yeah, it's a little different.
3.
It's not exactly 5.3. 5.3 is television. Old television.
Yeah, no, they shot it. They shot in the aspect ratio that they would use in, say, like whatever the 20s and 30s and stuff like that. Yeah, even though this is taking place on. Yeah, I think it was shot on 35. Was it 60 mil or 35 millimeter?
I'm not saying it was shot on 35. I'm saying that's the aspect that they went with.
That's on film.
Yeah,
it's
16.
They shot it on 35, but yeah, they used that aspect ratio to kind of simulate, those times, right? So
I'm more confused than when I asked the question.
35 mil.
It's basically 4:3, but just a little smaller.
Okay, so what I think that look and the visual sense just fits so well together. I think we all agree that it was just masterfully shot and crafted. What I didn't really care for at first was I was just like, okay, what I didn't really get everything that was there, but there's a lot of like sailor mythos and what is the word? What's the word? Superstition. You know what I mean about this? I didn't know any of that, like the seagull stuff, and I remember Jerry pointing out a lot of that stuff afterwards. And after looking into that more, that was really cool. There's certain shots of that film where I just think are like magnificent when they're like standing there in the rain and like whatever fucking giant fan they had to blow the rain that crazy was insane. It looked like a damn hurricane there. The claustrophobic nature of it, the cabin fever-esque thing that both you as an audience member and the characters are going through is really cool. I'm sure I couldn't imagine this not making anybody else's list, but yeah, The Lighthouse, dude. It's one that I consistently thought of, and after all was said and done, it's one that actually impacted me the most of the year.
So you're saying it's like The Witch, where you didn't like it at first, but you're gonna watch it again and you're gonna like it.
Yeah.
And weren't you just talking shit about this, saying it wasn't a horror movie?
So you're saying you're fake.
I set you guys up.
I honestly was watching this, and like almost immediately after, like an hour after I watched it, the last shot of that movie just kept sticking in my head, and I was like, Jesus. And I love the movie because it like will just do slow pans on like Robert Pattinson, and just like you're like, oh, this motherfucker's crazy. Who's crazier? What's going on? And the monologues are great.
He's not crazy. I don't think he was crazy at the beginning. Do
you think Robert Pattinson would marry me, guys?
He's still 40.
Fuck.
With the Justin Bieber hair.
Big hurt to get over, isn't it?
I think the abuse by the other character makes him go crazy. I don't think he was crazy at the beginning when he got there.
No,
that's tearing at him, and he's not right.
He's absolutely mentally unstable when he gets the lighthouse.
Yeah, they both are fucked,
dude. He was. Yeah. It's the whole Proteus and Prometheus.
And Prometheus,
and he's Prometheus. He's the trickster. He was not who he said he was when he got there. So like, what he turns into is pretty much what you expect, because this guy is playing a different person there, right? So
yeah, exactly. And I didn't see. I wasn't. That's stuff that I didn't really get at first. And the more I looked into it, and then they start, it's like it gets worse. It's just something bad that already gets worse and worse and worse and worse as it goes. Start drinking the damn gasoline and stuff like that. It's just insane.
It plays off on the forbidden fruit, because they use a lot of mythology of the the character of the keeper of the sea and stuff like that, with the seagulls being the souls of like all the dead sailors and stuff like that. And that's kind of that's the forbidden fruit. Takes it upon himself, because this guy's a badass. Prometheus, he doesn't give a shit. So what does he do? They actually show this insanely vicious killing of the seagull.
That was a good kill.
And you just know right there that it's huge symbolism to what's going to happen to him, because that's really what it's the forbidden fruit.
Even my mom were watching it, and she's like, oh, shit's going to go down now.
Yeah,
well, it sure did.
Forbidden fruit, man.
Well, anybody who read the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, it's kind of the same thing. As soon as the mariner kills the albatross, everything goes to shit.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
I can't remember the last time I read that, but you're right.
Did you ever read it?
Oh no.
But like seriously, like William Dafoe he deserves an Oscar.
The
dialect,
the
awesome. Monologues, and the dialect, and like the scenes between them. Obviously, every scene is between them too. But when they're drunk and they're just like bickering and shit, it's like
he was nominated last year.
It's fucking great. Like honestly, those dialects and just the way they're spitting their words, it's insane to me. Like
it's his eyes, dude.
So good.
His facial expressions are like top notch, like amazing.
Yeah, this is some of the best performances of the year.
Doubt. Hands down.
Amazing stuff. Yeah, really, really good, man. Yeah.
Within the first 10 minutes of that movie, if I was Robert Pattinson, I would have fucking hit Willem Dafoe's face off the table and walked out the place. Swear to God.
Dude,
at my age right now, like, no, I've been working factories and shit. Like, no, I don't care. I'd put up with only a little bit. But after, like, that movie is fucking phenomenal. Like, them fighting over the light, the weird fucking, like, and also it's the one that people could argue if there's something supernatural or it's just really, like, their mindset. You can go into it deep like that, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to watch it again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to grabbing the Blu-ray, which comes out this month, or January.
I like the fact that even though he was farting in the movie, like it didn't become like over comical and silly and shit like that. Even though there's like multiple.
Well, you just picture those people actually doing that, right? Like that looks like how he would be.
And then he fucking snaps and he's like, I can't stand your goddamn thoughts.
They both have their snapping moments and they're great. Tell me you like my lobster though. They both lose their shit.
He's just breaking all the traditions and shit with the drinking and stuff, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, what a prick though. Come on, just toast him. Even if it's water, toast him. But he didn't tell him.
You're being an asshole. You're being insulting.
They're both assholes. They're both antisocial pricks, which makes it perfect.
Dude, I kind of want to do that job.
Dude, the idea that, like, when they go in for the... this is a slight spoiler. They go in for the kiss, and the one dude immediately hits him, like, because because they realized that whole part, that's fucked up. It says a lot about masculinity. Like somebody was comparing this. Did you guys compare this to Wake and Fright or to Shockwaves? Because that's dead on.
Wasn't us.
We didn't.
It was probably Elric. That sounds like something Elric would say.
It's Wake and Fright, man. That weird.
I do love Wake and Fright too, but Carly called me a little bit fake because when I walked out of the theater, I was like, I don't see what the big deal is about that. And then a couple days ago, I was like, I'm thinking about putting The Lighthouse on my list. And
that
she's
fucking
like,
horn,
fucking
man.
fake.
That horn. Hearing that fucking horn, just
yeah.
Great sound design.
Like the way they're dancing around the table. It's just like the sound in that movie. If we had a category for sound design, this movie would be. We do have a category.
But that's what I'm talking about, man. Like the sound effects and the low tone, that whole kind of doom and gloom feel right from the start to the end. Like it has that horror feel to it, man. I love that. Just works so well.
But guess what? You can't have it on your list because it was on your list. So
yeah, I know.
Definitely a horror movie.
Yeah.
Psychological horror.
Psychological thriller.
Psychological horror.
Psychological horror for sure.
I might have the most questionable titles on my list. I'm just saying. So
mine might be too.
I make fun, but all right. So yeah, I gave it I originally gave it an 8 out the theater, I think, and I bumped it to an 8.5.
Cool. And that is Jerry.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. My number 8 is going to be the first of 5 wide-release horror films on my list, and I point that out because I've never had half of my top 10 be wide-release horror films. But as we were talking about earlier, this was a banner year for wide-release horror. So my number 8 is a sequel to the 2017 Chapter 1, and that is It Chapter 2.
This was the film I was talking about that I had rated high that I didn't put on my list.
I gotcha. No, this one worked for me. I love the way that they handled the adult trauma, or should I say how the adults handled their trauma from childhood. I feel like the 1990 miniseries really didn't get into it so much. With the 1990 miniseries, they kind of got into more just the end result of their trauma, whereas in this film they actually talk about what they did once they left Derry. Some of them had to go through therapy, some of them, like Eddie, basically married his mother. That was his way of coping with life in Derry, blah blah blah.
Literally.
So, yeah, I mean literally when you think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm in the minority on this one because I actually feel like this is a much more layered film than Chapter 1.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
actually.
I love Chapter 1, but I think, and JP, you would only be the second person. Me and Mike are the only people I know of that really enjoyed Chapter 2 more than 1.
Well, this is another movie that I was on with Fresh Cuts with you guys.
That's right.
So 2 on your list already.
Yeah. I can see why people like Chapter 1 more, obviously,
because of the kids stuff.
Exactly, and that's fine.
I've always thought it works better
with that, but like I said, just because of the way how the adults were treated, how they handled their PTSD from their original encounters with Pennywise, I just thought was absolutely stellar. The ending is still a little bit of a drag. I mean,
I thought he looked retarded.
I thought the ending was pretty
much
good.
Better. I mean, it's
a major improvement.
Yeah, but it still looks retarded.
It is an improvement, but I still think
it looked retarded.
He looks all right.
All right, it's probably about as good as I can go with as far as what his final form looked like. Yeah. I do like the fact that they addressed the deadlights more in this one than they did in the 1990 miniseries, to the point where they actually show them to us. And I love that shot of the deadlights behind Pennywise's head, and when he opens his mouth, how they shine the beam of light through there. I thought that shot was spectacular, CG or not. I didn't care. I loved it.
This has one of the best scenes this year.
I like what they did with the Richie character and how they tied in the beginning of the film, which, by the way, everybody was complaining about that online about how that
he's gay.
Well, yeah, it's like homophobic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but they're the bad. That's not.
Yeah, they're scummy pieces of shit. Yeah, that's what scummy pieces of shit do. I just don't get why. why that one gay guy was like really big and like they were just holding him down easy. I'm like, nah, man, you need better casting than that. And the main bully was like 46 and his brother was like 10. That was the rest of the casting in the movie was perfect.
I just thought the whole stuff with like the Henry Bauer stuff was retarded. It did literally nothing to the story. Like he was just there, and then all of a sudden he went away, and they never really explained where he went or what he did or anything like that.
Michael Moriarty had like a kid.
You could have just cut that whole shit out, and it would have been just.
It is true. Fine. They didn't really do anything with it.
Though. Henry Bowers is part of it. It's part of the story.
There's no point to it.
It never did, though.
I thought there was more point to it in this one than in the 1990. Definitely.
Yeah, he only stabbed somebody in the 91 originally too, right? He did basically the same thing.
Even in the book, he doesn't do much.
But we get the hilarious scene in the miniseries when he's like, he looks up at the moon and he's like, Henry.
I love that scene.
That shit cracks me up thinking about it.
You guys know how I feel. I think the miniseries is way better than both of these, but I do really like these movies. I would love to see a one full cut of it, 6 hours long.
I enjoy all of it. I enjoy almost all the things of it, except the second part of the first miniseries.
I even like that because there's a lot of flashbacks to the first parts. I just don't like the end of the.
I'm looking forward to the remakes of it.
You know what? Pennywise is such in like genius and creative like killer. Like he's very much like Freddy though in a way, but like it's just I could watch these type of movies over and over again. There's so much you can do with it.
Didn't Pennywise come before Freddy?
No.
I don't know. Stephen King.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But that end scene, that scene under the bleachers is one of the best scenes.
Oh, dude, love it.
They set that up perfectly. The way he talks to the girl, I was like, man. And there's a couple scenes in Stephen King movies.
I mentioned that too.
That's
That's
a
good scene.
that I was like, this is fucked.
That is a good scene. And
it was so sad. He's like, oh. He's like, nobody wants to be old Pennywise.
If you're gonna show kid killing in a mainstream film like that, fucking straight up, man. Like that was just.
My only concern with the movie, why it didn't make my top 10, is because I spoiled. Sorry, is
JP already did that too, and he used to complain about that too. Don't fucking say what's not on your list.
I agree with that complaint.
I fucked up right there. I fucked up. I knew it. I knew right when I said it. It was too late.
I kind of wish I put it on my list now, though. When I'm talking about it.
The comedy's great. The horror is great. He just never mixes them appropriately at the right times. And sometimes the comedy goes too far into the drama and ruins great beats. Mm-hmm. That's just me.
I thought Bill Hader was awesome.
The casting is fucking amazing.
It's very good. Very good.
I think once the director saw how close the fucking casting was with not Richie, but Eddie, he's like, oh, I got to do a fade.
There were some great transition shots in the beginning of this movie, like wonderful transition shots, like with the bathtub and everything like that.
Yeah.
It was good, man. It was good.
That's good.
It was great theatrical experience. Me and Carly had a lot of fun with that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What'd you give that, Jerry? Sorry.
That's another 9 out of 10 for me.
Nice.
Okay, coming in at number 8, we are going to Japan with a film called A Record of Sweet Murder.
Yes!
Good shit. Good shit.
So
man, this shit, man, I didn't, again, I just tend to buy all unearthed movies, and this was one that came, and I was like, holy fuck. This shit was awesome, man. It was fucking good, man. Like, I didn't really know anything about it, and I was like, damn, that's really cool. It's kind of a simple premise, man, about this journalist and cameraman. They go to this, I think, abandoned apartment or something like that, and to basically meet up with this killer, right? And it's got a really interesting kind of premise because, he's a little bit insane, and it has something to do with, if he kills 27 people, it'll bring back the one that he lost, and then it'll actually resurrect all the 27 people and shit like that. And basically it's kind of a confined horror film. It basically takes place all in this apartment, and just the shit that happens in there is insane. It's so
all
incredible.
In one shot too.
It is. It's all in one shot, and it's so incredibly done because you keep wanting to watch for the cuts and everything, but you're just like, damn, that's really fluent. That's really good. I thought the acting was phenomenal. It's really tense. It's brutal at times, but everything leads up to the amazing ending. The ending really sells this fucking movie. Like, it just puts it right over the top for me. It's a standard kind of 85, 90 minutes. It doesn't really overstay its welcome. And sometimes when you have movies that are very confined to one area and with very little characters, like 4 characters, 5, whatever, and it can get it can get dull at times, right? But this one kind of keeps up that intensity, and it's just like, where the fuck is this shit going? And in my opinion, it delivers in the end, and that's really what sells this shit. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I actually can't wait to watch this one again. Really good stuff, but
wish I would have got to revisit it. I
loved it.
thought it was very good.
Yeah, it was just
great.
Great movie.
Glued to the screen the whole time. I was like, man, cool. Again, this one is from Japan, so it is subtitled. It tends to happen a lot on my list.
And don't watch it on Vudu because the subtitles suck.
Just buy the Blu-ray.
Yeah, the Blu-ray.
I asked Moots to buy it for me for my Box Office Brawl Champion 2019.
Yeah, I can do it.
What'd you ask me for? The ambulance?
The ambulance.
Yeah, I'll probably just buy it off Amazon.com and then send it to you that way. But yeah, Record of Sweet Murder. I think it originally came out a couple of years ago, but it finally got released over here. I'm not sure exactly what year it was, but definitely worth your time. Don't want to spoil anything from it. Go in just with that quick little synopsis and enjoy it. It's great.
That one was the one that I was like closest to watching before the show.
Yeah, I wanted to squeeze that.
Ran out of time.
Yeah, you should have. I give that one a 9 out of 10 too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's me.
Dave.
Yep.
All right, this is probably pretty low for a list, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. At my number 8 spot comes Us. I was really impressed with this. I actually never saw Get Out.
I didn't expect this to be on your list, actually.
I didn't see Get Out. I know it's terrible, but I like a doppelganger story when it's told right. I love that there's dual performances by everybody in the movie, and I'm a sucker for performances. This is one of my favorite performances in the movie. I mean, this whole year when she does that voice when she comes up, she's like, I had a child and I had a monster. I was like, Jesus Christ. And the father, I've noticed a theme with this year with fathers, like likable parents. Thank God. I'm so tired of unlikable, shitty parents in movies. We had so many cool dads this movie.
I'm
I was like,
tired
the dad
of them in
Brightburn.
real life.
Yeah, no shit. But I was like, the dad in Brightburn was solid. The dad in The Prodigy was solid. The dad in Us was great. And there's another one that I really like too, where I was like, we're getting some dads that are actually trying to be legitimate fathers. And then Dr. Sleep, the dad was good. I was like, and I really liked the family. I like the dual performances. I like that it turns into a big action movie at the end. I like that the beginning starts off in the 80s and the parents
black
are like,
girl's dad, you dumbass.
I was making a joke. You fuck.
Almost like really obscured in the beginning, almost like Peanuts, where you can't see any of the family originally. The carnival setting, which I wish would come back in the horror movies. So I really love it. I dug this movie. I thought it was really well made. Turns into a really solid, fun action movie at the end, and it's funny and it's entertaining. I
love the home thing.
And the deeper you dig into like
creepy
what he was saying in the movie, Jordan Peele, it even gets more impressive.
It's another classism story in here for sure.
Oh yeah, there's so much to it. Listen to the fresh cuts that Moods and
I'll have to. I didn't see the movie before, so I'll have to check it out. But I really dug this one. I thought it was great.
I always said, man, that's like one of the greatest reviews. Jerry fucking watched the movie like 4 times before he did it. So he not only had, caught all that type of social commentary and stuff, but he picked out like all the little things too. And it was like, holy shit, dude. But that was a good conversation.
And there's even classism between the neighbors. Like the other neighbor has more shit. Like
dude, classism is huge in that. Yeah,
I love that home invasion scene. It's fucking awesome.
It's a great movie, man.
That's the best part of the movie.
It is. It's fun.
Creepy shit too at points, like the opening.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that one twice.
I love House of Mirrors. Like one of my favorite horror movie scenes is in Vampire Circus when the kids go inside the House of Mirrors and the vampire twins come in and that. Like I love House of Mirrors scenes and circus scenes.
Yeah, Carly loved Vampire Circus.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, to die for.
You don't like it?
I absolutely love Hammer.
She doesn't like Hammer or period pieces.
Right I don't want to get you out again.
So
that's all right.
I'm a Hammer period piece.
The opening of Vampire Circus.
I love the end of Hammer. Like those early 70 Hammer films are so good, man.
Yeah, they're a blast. But
I did like Vampire Circus.
Us, I give an 8.5.
All right, dude. That okay,
Jeremy.
I didn't expect that on your list. Honestly, I didn't know how you felt about it. I just didn't know how you felt about it.
No, I dug it. I like good movies, JP. I don't just like foreign movies.
All right.
Coming in, number 7.
No,
listeners.
Listeners. Dude, Dave. Listen, Jeremy, you're replaced. Dave's the new host.
I didn't get it that time. I think Moods got it that time.
No, wait. Did we? Wait.
That was Jerry.
Yep.
Oh, where did it go? Hold on.
Oh, who's the retard now?
You still. So what we're on 8 for the listeners?
Yep.
All right. It was It Chapter 2.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There it is. All right, Jeremy.
All right, coming in at number 7 with an 8.0 out of 10. I added the .0 just to know We have Midsummer, the theatrical cut. Now, the director's
Are you putting
cut,
both Midsummers on your list?
No.
I was like, what?
Irate.
While the director's cut has more substance and is technically the better cut, the theatrical cut technically, in my opinion, makes more sense the way that they released it. It is the better version. It flows
but what you're
better.
saying isn't making sense. Which one do you like?
I like the director's cut more, but the theatrical cut was the right
That makes
call.
no sense.
It is the You even said that they made the right call by releasing the
I agree but I like the director's cut more.
Anyway, I just want to hear Moods talk about how much he hates this movie.
I don't.
I'm sure I'm the only one on here that does, but
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's hear Moods. Why do you hate this movie?
oh my god, it doesn't have everything to do with that. It's it's Wicker Man, but I mean it is different than Wicker Man, but it's just I was expecting a little bit of a mystery to this movie. I mean, predictability isn't usually a huge thing for me. I'm like, whatever. Sometimes you predict films, it is what it is. But the thing that bugged me, though, this movie starts out really good. And then there's a scene in the film with the girlfriend and the Swede. And they're talking in the apartment and stuff. And I'm like, and just the dialogue that happens between them, I'm like, okay, is there supposed to be a mystery here? He's obviously just luring them into this shit. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So we get there. It's obviously a huge cult type thing. There's just a lot of things that bug me about this. It's really, really slow paced. I felt like there's just way too much fucking singing and dancing and eating in this film, mixed in with some kind of cool mushroom tea, I guess. I didn't really care for the whole shot in the day thing. That bugged me. There is some shocking moments I did agree with that were kind of cool. The suicide. I like that premise though, of sacrificing yourself to give to life. Blah blah blah. But honestly,
ritual suicide.
The ritual suicide. I like that whole premise. I wish they actually really kind of delved into that just a tad bit. I mean, they do, but they don't. But all the friends missing in this film, everything's off screen. It fucking bugs me, man. If you're gonna have a 2.5 hour movie, try to incorporate some of that shit
3
into
hours
it.
if you watch it directly.
Okay, 3 hours, but pretty much all the friends and stuff. I mean, they show aftermath and stuff, but they don't show any of it. But it's happening. There's no mystery to where this thing is really going and where it ends up and stuff. It's just a matter of seeing what they're gonna do with it. But there's just a lot of missed opportunities.
The mystery is what's going to happen to the lead.
Yeah,
that's the mystery. Where's her story?
It's also like a journey. Where she's gonna, yeah.
You spend so much time learning about relationships.
Yeah, the relation. It's a movie about loss and how you
finding a family.
Yeah.
No, of course. I got those things out of it, but I just felt like, for this type of storyline and shit, if you're going to run it 2.5 to 3 hours in the director's cut, it's like, it's a lot to intake, especially when, me, man, one of the biggest sells to a movie is, setting and atmosphere and things like that. And this movie doesn't have any of that shit to me, man. I got really bored with them just kind of walking around like, dude, I'm like, man. And another thing, can't stand any of the characters.
I love the lead. I love her so much. I wanted to hug
I didn't.
her
That was the thing right away. I just wasn't digging. I'm like, I understand her tragedies. The shit that happens with her parents and her sister is really fucked up. I get that and shit like that. But all of a sudden, she became super unsympathetic to me, man. It was weird. And like the boyfriend was beating around the bush a lot.
Together, man.
I know, but he's beating around the bush too. Like obviously he can't break up with her after some major tragedy happens and shit. It's like real douchey. But like he's still being a little bit phony with it. And it's
a little bit. No, he's
gotta be.
He's
he
very
wants to break up with her.
Very phony.
But he's not phony except for to us. Like we're seeing the phony stuff.
Yeah.
She's not seeing that.
Yeah.
No,
you know what I mean?
She loves him. Love is blind. She's not going to see the phoniness.
It's frustrating.
To the audience, it's obvious.
I mean,
I don't know how you don't see the phoniness about when they're like, "Oh, you could come on the trip with us." Like, come on, man. That's a little bit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of interactions in the film,
because sometimes, Jeremy, even if you do feel that way, you're willing to just be okay with it because you want to go or you want to be.
But does she want to go?
I think I was missing.
She wants to be part. She wants to be distracted.
I think I was kind of missing maybe some tension and stuff. And I think the reason why it's not there is because most of the people, like the friends and stuff, they end up missing off screen and shit. But it's like some of the character decisions are ridiculous too. It's like, why would the fuck wouldn't you question that shit? Like, there's no way that dude's gonna leave without his girlfriend and shit. It's just not going to happen. I don't give a fuck.
They did question it.
I know, but they let it go right away. And I would have been
no, they didn't. They didn't let it go ever. They were still questioning it. What can you do though? Can you be like, oh well, fuck it, you know, I'm gonna find out. Damn it!
Remember that
Why
scene
not?
in Death Proof?
Be like, yo,
because they'll kill him.
What are you gonna do?
Takes the wrong turn.
Well, they don't know that they're gonna kill. That's the thing. If you're questioning, you don't know exactly. If
Yeah,
they're going
well,
to kill
they
you,
do question it, but what can you do but wait to see if what they're saying is true?
But that woman knew without a
missing?
shadow of a doubt that he would never leave her. I'm right there with Moods on this one because I honestly thought that she was going to look at Ulf and just say, no, you're fucking lying to me. Why are you lying to me?
That's what you know that person, man. You're going to question to the point, and you're going to be like, motherfucker, no fucking way, dude. Like, you're going to make a big deal out of it.
Look, if somebody came to me and was like, look, there's only one ride that we have to hurry up. The thing's going to leave. There's only one seat. We're going to go take her there and then, come back for you. I'd be like, okay, let me go first. You know what I mean?
No, JP, you don't have to disagree with everything I said.
You don't know me very well because, like, seriously.
I'm
being serious. Like, that is something that could happen to me. Maybe not if I was...
Of course, but it doesn't seem logical when I say it's like, you don't have to defend everything that I'm saying. I mean, at least Jerry's... He understands where I'm coming from on this.
Absolutely.
Too. It's like,
they just got engaged. They're literally at the height of their love. There was zero chance that he would leave without saying something to her.
What I'm saying, I'm not saying that he wouldn't do it. I'm saying that what can you do about it?
Call them a fucking liar. Call them
and then get killed quicker.
Yeah,
no, she does
call them a liar.
I think at that point they know they're fucked.
A liar.
People know they're fucked.
Yeah, but Dave, that also brings into my point.
She literally says he wouldn't leave without me.
But Dave,
that's not the same thing. She didn't get aggressive with him once.
You're gonna get aggressive against when you're by yourself against a group.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Even if they
if you wouldn't do it, then you're a total bitch.
Yeah,
because I'm sorry.
Or you're not gonna get yourself killed.
At this point, if they know that they're going, then start fighting for it. If they know at that point that they're fucked and they're going to die, then fucking fight for it, man. They stuck around, dude.
Were they high too at that point? I can't remember.
They stuck.
Nobody.
Wait, what?
They were probably high the entire time.
Well, my point is, if you have this thought in your mind, you're gonna fight at this point. Like, get the fuck out of here.
If you're fucked up, you don't think right. To be honest,
fair, man.
Honestly, though, at the same time,
you're in the middle of fucking the woods.
Think about every horror movie you've ever seen when they know there's a monster, or they know something's out there, and they refuse to accept superstition. These people probably already know they're fucked, but deep down they don't want to accept it.
We're not dealing with anything supernatural. But
they know they're fucked. But they know they're fucked, and they don't want to deal with it, so they deny it.
Which is so fucked to me, man, because like even in the most inebriated situation, like I'm still have that frame of mind. I'm like, man, dude, like life is gonna take precedence here, man. Like I'm gonna go find that fucking vehicle that I know they have it hidden somewhere, and I'm like,
yeah, and then they'll kill you.
And I'm fighting for it. Then I'm not going down, sitting in a chair, in a fucking chair,
right. Eating. It probably would have ended a lot quicker. They probably would have got killed.
Yeah, but at least you're gonna go down and fucking fight for it. I'm not gonna sit there and let me get taken out.
That's why I hate
without a fight.
You don't know you're gonna die either. Like they might just fucking take you somewhere.
But that's what I'm saying. But you guys are saying that they knew that they were fucked even at that point, so they didn't try to fight.
They knew they're in trouble, but I don't think they're like, oh, they're gonna murder us. You know what I mean?
I don't think they knew they were in trouble at that point.
But that's my point, though. Like, even if you have this in the back of your mind, I'm getting out of there.
Do you think our main characters? How would you think they would have reacted in that situation?
I just think that like the girl is like, okay, well, I at least need to wait for, maybe they're telling the truth. I'll wait the couple hours that they said, and then we'll go from there.
Nah, it doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense. I'm sorry.
It doesn't.
You just got engaged to that girl. You're so in love with her that you just popped the question.
And you're going to put yourself before her.
In a village in Sweden without saying bye? No, impossible.
They're dumb enough to go to a village in Sweden by themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go into a fucking village in
Sweden.
Okay, so they're naive. And they thought this guy. They thought this guy was their friend and stuff like that. So yeah, they're stupid people for not recognizing that this, that he was really just kind of sucking them into this situation. But you can still be smart enough considering how educated these fucking people are. they can't be that naive and ridiculous about shit. It's like you should be able to recognize things right away. Even Jeremy would have recognized, hey, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Some people don't
he didn't have to pay
$100,000
at Chicago Film School to recognize the fact that he was going to get fucked in this. Like, let's get the fuck out. Find a vehicle. Find another way out of there.
People do that all the time. Why do the people go and document the people in Cannibal Holocaust when they're going to get fucked? You know what I mean? Why did that guy go and try to preach to those fucking tribes people like 2 years ago? He's going to get fucked.
Guy's
people do that.
That guy was stupid. Yeah.
That guy, I'm glad that guy's dead.
Well, no, I'm not saying everyone is thinking the same way, but at this point, I mean, there's some shit going on.
I mean, you have to have a little bit of fucking leadway with horror movies, man. I mean, we could pick apart like any of these movies.
No, I know, but that's just generality, though, man. I mean, that's not even anything you really even have to think about. It's like, you just know for a fact that this dude in a foreign country just popped this question to his girlfriend is not going to fucking leave her. Everyone would recognize that as being a little bit fucking strange, even if they didn't know this guy.
I don't know. Maybe I saw it different because I thought they did think that it was weird. And they did think that it was like, okay, fucking that's not right. That's weird. He wouldn't just
even
leave.
If you don't think it's right, it doesn't matter that he still didn't do it, though.
Well, maybe they're trying to plan that game where you know that when you're kidnapped and you try to be nice to the person who kidnapped you, so you can get that moment where you can escape. Because if you explode there, you might seal your fate immediately. Because he might already be dead. He's already dead or he's fine. You got your two choices right there. If you play along a little bit, maybe you can slip out and get away.
I mean, most of us are pessimistic.
Okay, they'll be back.
Most people are pessimistic at heart, and I think they'd be thinking, okay, there's something wrong here. This dude probably fucking dead, so let's get the fuck out.
I try not to act fucking crazy before I like to think about the situation for a little bit.
I would have never went. I would have never been there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I would be.
I agree. I never would have fucking went to Sweden in the middle of the jungle either. Like, I would never do that.
And then take mushrooms.
There's no jungle in Sweden. They were just in the middle of woods. But
Forest, you get what I'm saying.
Trust me, there's no jungle in Sweden, man.
There's tons of other great shit about this movie, though. Like, right in the cinematography, right when they get to their location, like the camera does like a 180 and flips, and you're like, oh, we're in a different world now. We just entered this.
I mean,
and then like the opening just fucking hits so hard.
The opening's the best scene of the year.
It kills your soul. It kills your soul.
Yeah, and I think that's the greatest thing about the movie. And you know, I'm not just hating on this movie because everyone liked it. Obviously, Hereditary was my favorite movie last year. It was my #1 film of the year. I loved it. I've seen it like 5 times. I loved it.
I'm not.
And I wasn't trying to, you know, compare this movie to Hereditary because it's, you know, completely different. But I just was really let down.
Not as good as Hereditary.
Narrative-wise, honestly, the biggest complaint I have is narrative-wise. I didn't care for the narrative. Right? I don't like this movie. Right, and there is good points. Cinematography is really good, but I can't help but admit that I didn't like the story. Right, so I
thought the whole thing with the retarded guy, they didn't really. I thought they were going to do a lot more with it than what they actually did. Like he was slapped. He was like slapped on the cover of Fangoria and all this other stuff. So I thought that he was going to be a much more important character, but he's really only in a couple scenes, and then it's like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's more about what they do with him.
He was like a Texas Chainsaw character.
It adds to their mythology of their cult.
Yeah,
his whole stuff reminded me of inspired by Texas Chainsaw for sure, for some reason.
Isn't there something like one thing that really grits on me though, man, is like watching people burn willingly. That's some uncomfortable ass shit, man.
Yeah,
that is so hard. That is so hard to watch. So somebody sitting in, like, you know, at the end, and then like it catches on fire, and all of a sudden he's like, and I'm like, Jesus, man, like,
dude,
what
Carly
the fuck?
Couldn't even take it.
I know, it's so disturbing to me to watch.
Dude, you were not happy with that.
I was like, oh god, it's so
I was
wrong.
disturbed by it for days.
Yeah, I tried to talk about it, and you were getting pissed.
I
thought the movie was awesome.
I kept thinking about that after, and I was like, fucking burning, like, Jesus,
and the pubes, man. The
that,
pubes. That shit cracked me up.
The pubes.
So you didn't like him burning in the bear costume, Carly?
Dude, no, I didn't.
Wasn't that upset about eating her pube either, and I was like, oh man, gross.
Midsommar also had probably my favorite soundtrack of the year. It also is the most realistic representation of being on mushrooms that I've ever seen on film.
You know what? Good point, Jerry. And, you know, if you've ever done mushrooms, you know exactly. They did a pretty good job with that, honestly. I was thinking that too.
Job. I mean, Fear and Loathing is the only other movie that I thought portrayed psilocybin correctly, but this one did it even better. I loved it. I don't know how many on this show have done mushrooms, but man, the 90s were almost all mushrooms for me.
I had a huge trips.
Yeah, and it's exactly that. Like the part where he says, "Oh no, new person coming." That's absolutely 100% realistic. When you're on mushrooms, you do not want somebody that you don't know around you.
Oh, dude, yeah,
absolutely.
When I'm on weed, I get like that.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, mushrooms, it's like intensified, man. It's like
everything's super loud when you're on mushrooms too. When you're trying to be quiet, and if somebody says something, you're like, shh.
Yeah, it is true. It is true,
dude. But no, okay. Look, I get what you're saying with the thing. Yeah, is it likely that according to you guys, it's impossible that anybody would do that? I don't think it's impossible. Is it unlikely? Yeah, like that. But I just didn't think they had what could they do? I mean, you know what I mean? That was my thing. But there's so much. Like, that's just such a small little fucking part of the movie. To me, it's about the fucking emotion that movie put me through.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that in theaters, too. That blew my mind when I saw it.
Whose is this, by the way?
Now I'm fucking super glad. Because remember,
right?
I kept getting bugged all year. They're like, oh, when are you going to get to see Midsummer? I'm like, motherfucker, I didn't get that shit in my cinema, kind of thing, right? And then I finally watched it and I was
we got it twice.
Wow, I saved my back and my ass 2.5 hours of that shit. Nice. Dodged a bullet.
Guess what?
There.
We didn't get it once.
I almost watched 6 hours of that shit in the theater.
I did watch 6 hours of that.
Mm-hmm.
God, man.
Oh, it was 6 hours total?
It was like
5.5.
And another 3.
That's why I said almost 6 hours. Whose was that? Jeremy's?
Yeah, Jeremy.
So, Jeremy, what did you like about it? It's your.
I just like the relationships. I feel like in horror movies, we don't get like too many stories about relationships like this film describes, and I thought that it just does a really great job in this. We talk about the cinematography is like amazing. The landscape shots are awesome, and there's some cool shit with the people jumping off the cliff and getting their heads bashed in. Like that head explosion is awesome, dude. And the fact that he does it in as graphic detail as he does is really cool. Mm-hmm. And I just really enjoyed it for what it was. Is it slow? Yeah. And could they probably cut it out some stuff in the movie? Probably, yeah, to be completely honest with you. But I still think it works for what it was. Of course, it's not as good as Hereditary as we talked about, but I still enjoyed it for what it was, and it's still.
I kind of thought the same way that Moods thought after the first time I watched it. That I thought it was a little long, and specifically the dance sequence, because on first watch, it's like she's gonna win. You already know she's gonna win. So why do I have to watch a 15-minute dance sequence?
Yeah.
But on subsequent rewatches, I absolutely love that scene now. I love breaking it down and watching every single frame. And
I was looking forward to it when I saw this movie the second time. I was like actually looking forward to that scene because I thought it was so beautiful.
I was looking forward to them burning.
I'm recording with a bunch of crazy people right now, man. Oh, those dance sequences! I just couldn't handle it.
It just is beautiful. You're gonna hate climax.
Wait, so what did you think of the dancing in Suspiria?
He didn't like Suspiria.
Oh, I hated that. I hated the remake.
I like Suspiria.
Not the movie, just the dance scenes. Like, you hated those.
Well, the choreography, it's okay. Honestly,
the choreography is nowhere near as good as Climax, but
obviously.
Well,
what about Murder Rock?
In Climax, I can dig. I actually really like Climax because let's face it, the music is a lot different though too. And I grew up in that era too. Like, that movie was set in like 96. Like, I was literally DJing at that time. Not that music, but I understand that type of scene. So I don't know. I can dig that shit though too. So it was a different vibe. Totally different.
You ever
vibe.
figure out like something about yourself that you didn't know? Like, turns out I like watching people dance. Like, I did not know that about myself.
I think with Climax though too, it's like you don't realize that scene is going to go on for 45 minutes, and then the credits hit, and you're like, "Holy fuck, this is the weirdest movie ever." Fucking bizarre. I love that though. It's cool.
Like, I enjoyed so much dancing this year. I'm thinking about renting Step Up 2 after.
How did we not mention off the top of the show? That should have been one of the things.
Sorority Rose in that movie, bro.
Yeah, dancing was
Step
something
Up
we should.
2?
Yeah, she's the lead.
I didn't even know that was a real thing.
Oh, there's like 4 or 5 of those movies.
The main lead from Sorority Rose in that movie. Why do I know? Because I was looking at her IMDb page the other day. Because when I was watching Black Christmas, I was like, Sorority Rose is a way better movie. So I was just looking at the IMDb page.
Black Christmas is a way better movie.
Well, I mean, original, yeah.
The original.
No,
yeah.
the other one too.
This 2006. That one's awesome.
Absolutely.
I don't care if it
They did
sucks.
5 endings for a reason, and they all stuck.
Dude, yeah, right. Flesh cookies, incest.
I don't give a shit. I have no connection. Like
Dude,
the first Black Christmas is cool, but I have no I have no fan ownership. I don't. If you're gonna show me a sleazy, gory slasher that's retarded and entertaining, I'm in. I don't care.
Wait, so you like the Black Christmas remake too? Then?
Yeah, and I didn't see it until like 2 years ago because everyone told me it was garbage.
Yeah, no,
and I watched it. And I was like, it's gory and stupid.
Well, it's not
fun.
like absolute garbage. I'm just not a big fan of it, man. Because to be honest, like when you do 5 endings and you got to like pick and choose, it's like fuck. It's frustrating, man.
I don't think I've seen any of them except for the one that was on the movie.
There is good points. I do like the flesh cookie thing is actually kind of funny to me, but there's a lot of shit in that movie I just like, whatever.
I mean, the movie's ridiculous. Like,
if it was a little indie film, everybody'd be like, "Man, that movie was so like cool."
Oh, you always use that damn logic. That's not entirely true, man. I hate a lot of fucking indie films, man.
I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying everybody.
Well,
you're not everybody.
Well, if that was an indie film made for that,
the
because that movie was not like low budget.
That went to theaters.
Yeah, no,
saw it in theaters.
No,
Yeah,
I think
it
it had like
was
a
a big
pretty
movie.
decent budget for a horror film. So, yeah.
I'm not saying it's gold, but I'm just saying it's trashy gold.
I'm not saying it's gold either. I gave it
It's
like
trashy
a
gold.
7.
I think it's funny that they put the incest into that in a fucking theatrical film
That's why I liked it
for
I was
2006.
watching
But this
with,
is like pre-PC
teenage
shit.
girls when it came
Yeah,
out.
that was pre
hardcore.
Me Too.
Yeah, hardcore pre-Me Too, man. So
Hey,
you
Jeremy.
wouldn't see that anymore.
Yeah,
What did you rate that? I didn't hear it.
I gave it an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
Oh god.
But didn't you rate it higher when you saw it?
Please debate this.
Did you go down?
I thought I gave it an 8. Maybe I
could've-
gave it an 8.5.
I could have sworn you had higher. Could be wrong.
Well, all right. Well, Carly, number 7.
Okay. You guys talk for so long, I got to go up and go pee while you were talking and come back in time. All right, so number 7.
I guess you didn't like talking about Midsummer.
It's Midsommar, by the way.
Whatever. Fuck you, Carly.
Fuck you, Jeremy.
Carly's right, actually.
Fuck
Thank
everybody.
you.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's mid.
Yeah, fuck all you. I'm leaving. Okay, anyway. Number 7, not is probably, not one that we're going to talk about as much, but Ready or Not is my number 7.
Yeah, nice.
Hey.
Yeah.
You should go on a date with Watson.
I have to say,
Why?
He fucking loves that movie.
Really? I haven't.
I gotta
Doesn't
say, man,
Watson
I
only
was
like blondes?
pleasantly surprised as fuck with Ready or Not, man. I went into it thinking it was going to be terrible, and I really
amazing.
enjoyed it. It was fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a fun time. It's got a lot of comedic moments that really worked for me. I laughed a few times, and I like the ending scene in particular. I thought that was hilarious, and also it has good use of blood at the end. I'm a big fan of overly bloodiness in my movies. So yeah, I gave it 8.5 out of 10. Pretty fun movie.
Yeah.
Samara Weaving is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it too. I just didn't see like what was so awesome about it for like what I was hearing from other people. We reviewed it. I think, did I do fresh cuts with you guys on that one?
Possibly. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was just me, you, and Mike. But yeah, no, I really liked it, but I felt like I was missing something with like how Watson was talking about it.
Well, that's because I think there was funny parts in it, and you just have no sense of humor. So
No, I
That's
pointed
what I
out
think,
that I
yeah.
loved the fun when the dude was like looking up ancient curses on Google or something. He's like, "Are ancient curses real?" or something.
I didn't find the butler very funny. He was kind of lame. There was some lame acting in it for me, except like Samara Weaving is so good that her husband and the husband brother were so bland to me. I was like, they're hurting this for me. But everyone else I thought was okay, except the big battle axe lady. She should have been way over the top. She
It
sucked.
feels like a bloodier adult version of Knives Out.
She was boring. Yeah, I saw Knives Out before it.
Well, I think
so-
she was also drunk in the movie though too, wasn't she? Isn't that why she was playing it over the top? Because she was like shit faced.
No, I just mean she should have went more over the top. She was just too boring.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay.
She's boring.
Yeah.
I like the mom and dad though; they were really funny, and that guy, the guy looking up the crossbow, and the in-laws were great because they were gung ho about it.
Yeah, I love the crossbow stuff.
Yeah.
I need to watch that again. I think I was a little harder than I should have been on it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
enjoyed it. But
Jeremy said something stupid or whatever, and then we like proved him wrong. Or what was that you said, Jeremy? About the car or something, the OnStar thing.
Oh, that's
I
right.
don't remember. It was so long
The stolen car.
Yeah, they like, I forget what you said, but Jerry like on the Fresh Cuts was like, I was like, yeah, Jeremy said about this, and I was like, I kind of agree or something, but I don't remember what it was. Listen to that show, I guess.
What, that they wouldn't shut it down if it was in your vehicle?
I forget what they said.
Because that is true.
I forget what
they will
Jeremy
shut
said.
your.
I don't remember.
They will shut it off. Yeah.
Or no. I can't. It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Like many things out of my mouth, it's probably retarded.
I think Jeremy's right. You guys can't prove it. You can't prove it.
All right. My number 7. My number 7. Yeah, me too. Apparently. My number 7 is The Nightingale.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Fuck, I haven't seen this one. Nice. It was one I didn't see.
Yeah. Is it horror?
I shouldn't have watched
Gun
It's
to
a
my
Wonderful
head,
Life
I'll
today.
say no.
You said rape revenge counts. Rape revenge counts.
For me. I'm saying objectively, if I'm looking at the broad spectrum of horror, is this horror, is it not? I would say probably no. But for me, I always cheat, and I always have a stretch to my list. And I felt pretty horrified while watching it, and that's a big sell for me when I talk about horror.
Yeah, but you had Deliverance as number 1 on 72, so you're exempt.
Dude,
you just like non-horror films.
It's like so much better than everything that came out in 72.
I agree.
But it was like
that's fucking crazy.
Like there was nothing else that was great.
Maybe objectively a better movie, but like for the way
What other horror
I'll
movies
take
came out in
Rituals.
72?
I'll take
Vampire
Rituals
Circus
every fucking day. I'll take Rituals over Deliverance any day of the week. I find it so much more entertaining.
I like both of them.
You've never even seen Rituals. So shut up.
I'm pretty sure I did see Rituals. It was on my list.
You did not.
So yeah, The Nightingale, man. There's so much going on in this movie. Did anybody? I mean, no, Dave's seen it, but did anybody else see it?
I love this movie.
I was waiting for it to come out on Blu-ray.
Did you see it, Jerry?
No, I missed it. This was one of the period pieces that I missed.
Yeah, also a period piece. My third in a row.
This is a period piece? Crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's set in like what?
1800s Australia. Yeah.
Tasmania is where
fucking rape revenge period piece.
And it's a genocide movie, really.
I wish I had
rape
known
revenge
about
in there.
Yeah, it's not just about.
Does it have something to do with the natives?
Also,
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's the English colony basically
Come on,
killing
I
off
didn't
the
fucking
natives.
know about that. Damn, I didn't know all
We
these.
talked about it in the chat for like
it's Jennifer
2 weeks.
Kent's next
No,
movie,
I didn't.
bro.
I didn't know about the genocide, like all those shit that I like. Set in place in Australia. I knew about the
3
rape
of the best
revenge.
performances of the year, right? 3 of the best.
Oh yeah.
Billy,
Dude,
Claire,
I
and the
love
bad
this
guy are all
Irish
amazing.
chick. There was the chicks in this year are like they just melted my heart, and I felt so horrible for this girl, and like she's just like, man. I mean, when you see the scene. First of all, when you see many scenes in this movie, you're going to be like, holy, like I thought it was letting up and then something else bad would happen.
I almost turned it off for a second.
Yeah. By the time you get to the street, the street scene with, her and the black dude and stuff, I was like, oh, fuck, man. Yeah.
But for the horror argument, there's some like really gothic nightmares with like horrific shit that could be put in any horror movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we have the rape revenge thing. We have the brutality. I mean, it's not horror, but no other person would ever watch this.
Yeah, I can't see where this is like what audience is going to see this except for the horror audience. Jennifer Kent. Jeremy mentions Jennifer Kent's next movie. I think it's much stronger than the Babadook.
I agree. It's way more on my alley too.
Yeah. It's the actual period setting was fantastic. As well as the casting was just so good. The lead female, her husband was amazing. What's the black guy's name?
Billy.
Billy.
I don't know.
Billy
I've heard a black guy's named Billy before.
Well, he's Aboriginal.
I don't think that's his real name.
They call him Billy, I believe, in the movie.
Hey, Billy D. Williams.
They also call him Boy a bunch.
They call all the trackers or whatever boys, the guides boys, because they're racist.
Yeah. Yeah, very racist. A lot of racist people.
It's very disgusting, like messed up.
Well, of course, that time, right? Yeah.
And it's genius because you have Claire and Billy, and like they have a hatred towards each other too. And when they both he finds out she's Irish, and she hates the English. They're like, oh, so basically English people ruined our lives. Yeah, and they start to form a relationship.
That's what I said. Yeah, I was like, man, the fucking English sucked, dude.
They do suck. The bad guy's the worst bad guy ever. He's like Captain Rhodes, but more grounded. I literally wanted to kill this dude so bad. Let me kill him.
Yeah, like, did you, like, I seriously wanted to murder him.
Me too. I was like,
I just want to fucking murder this guy so much right now.
No
I was like,
I would have shot him in the back of the head and sleep like a fucking baby.
I'm like mad that there's other people around him who are also scumbags, and I'm like, you should fucking kill him too. Yeah. But I know you guys are scumbags too, but I mean, like, somebody, like, I hate anybody who's not killing this guy.
Dude, how funny was it with the one guy who was guiding them? What happened with him?
Oh,
the land.
Oh,
here's all the land you want.
Yeah.
I started laughing out loud.
Yeah, and then, like, dude, even like the way he's like talking to that kid like early on and stuff, and you're just like, oh.
And there's like a scene straight out of a
You don't need this guy as a role model, dude.
There's a scene straight out of Ebola syndrome in this. About a native. They just find a native in the woods.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It reminds me of something Anthony. He's so gross. It reminds me, one of the characters is so gross. He's just like Anthony Wong. Like, I'm just gonna do this.
Wow. Speaking of that shit, man, coming out from under his films, man.
Like, when they find that woman and the baby, and even just like that, like, that's never brought back to that. Like, you just know what had happened. You know what I mean? So you're just like, wow. Like, that's even another fucked up thing about this movie.
It's a wonderful movie, and the revenge. It's not cathartic, which it shouldn't be. It's real. Jennifer Kent doesn't want you to feel good about this violence. She wants you to feel like shit.
Yeah, and also, like, by the end of it, what did I say? I was like, I'm completely, like, unsatisfied.
Yeah,
which is intentional. It's super intentional.
No doubt.
But yeah, this is my first 9 out of 10. It's gonna be debated horror. I think a lot of people won't consider it. Rape revenge is a big factor for me. Rape in general in movies usually is obviously always portrayed.
How do you argue that? Because like people would say it doesn't count as a rape revenge because it's a period piece and it's super well made. But like I've seen exploitation movies that were actually very well made and got their points across too. So just because it has rape revenge and it's a period piece doesn't negate.
So that's a requirement for those type of rape revenge. They have to be shitty made and fucking not.
Yeah, that's what I think people are thinking, right?
Yeah, like if it's shitty made and not and gratuitous,
modern
like,
times,
violence, then it's
like people would say, "Get my gun." Well, that counts, but this doesn't.
Yeah. I think that makes it work so much more like a period piece, like you don't expect it, and it's like, holy fuck, a little bit different feel to it.
Her voice when she's singing is just like melts my heart too, man.
Me too. And I love that they speak in their language. You hear the guy speaking the Aboriginal language, the woman speaking in Gaelic.
Yeah, I love the Irish accent and
me too
stuff. So yeah, I loved it, man. I truly did. Like I was just, it's what, like 2 hours,
10 minutes or something like that.
10 minutes, yeah.
It's also shot full screen too.
I didn't know that.
It is. It's it's not even 4:3. It might be 4:3, but they did it on purpose. I heard on another podcast. So all the stuff.
Jennifer Kent is proving to be one of the best directors out there, especially her being female and not getting as much opportunities. Maybe it's pretty impressive what she's doing.
We did not have a sophomore slump this year at all. We have Nightingale, we have Us, we have Midsummer, we have fucking what's the other one? The Lighthouse.
I beg to differ on that one, but
well, we got Lighthouse moods.
The sophomore efforts.
We did get Lighthouse, that's true.
So we got at least 4 or 3 or 4. 3 out of 4 ain't bad, right, for moods?
Yeah.
Sorry, JP.
No, I was done.
Okay. So my number, what are we up to? Number 7. My number 7 is going to be the only Japanese film on my list, which is actually odd because I usually have at least a couple. I'm a big fan of Asian horror. But this one is a horror comedy, which a lot of people are arguing whether this is even a horror movie based on the reveal that you get about a half hour into the film.
Oh, I know you.
but I'm not going to talk about it too much because it's a little bit of a spoiler. And I think that everyone needs to experience this as blind as possible at least once. But of course, that makes my number 7, One Cut of the Dead, directed by Shinichiro Ueda.
Wow, that was really good pronunciation.
Actually nailed it.
Like,
I'm
actually
the type
nailed
of
it.
guy that like gets excited to be able to pronounce stuff in front of people.
Not really.
He's just smarter than me. He's smarter
really
than
good
us.
at it.
The politest way of saying he likes to show up people.
Don't forget, I'm on a kaiju podcast, so I'm saying Japanese names all the time.
Oh,
so
100%. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, this movie, I love this movie. Despite the reveal and people, making the claim that it's not really a horror movie because of that reveal, I don't really accept it. I feel like the first half hour, especially because you don't really know what's going on yet, that first half hour is solidly grounded in horror for me. I mean, it's a zombie kind of comedy, really, more than anything. So it worked for me. And then the last hour or so of the film, which I'm not going to get into too much about what they cover in that last hour, but I absolutely loved how it played out, how it tied into the first half hour of the film, how it showed some of the sequence of events and how they fixed it, during that first half hour. I mean, there was just so many great things to love about this movie. I loved all the characterizations. I thought everybody was really likable. Even the boy band actor who was supposed to come off as a little bit of a douche still kind of came off, once the shit hit the fan, still came off as a fairly likable character. But yeah, I love this movie. It is easily my favorite horror comedy of the year, and it is also my favorite Japanese film of the year. So once again, that is One Cut of the Dead. Once again, a 9 out of 10.
Super endearing at the end, for sure.
Yes,
it's very endearing. Very, very touching.
I actually was having a hard time getting myself to watch it at first because one thing I became so disconnected with is zomcoms and shit like that. Like I don't know what
bodies.
Yeah, fuck.
Zombieland 2, baby. Zombieland 2.
See, that's my point, right? Like Zombieland is so bad. It's just like horrible. And man, and then Derek said, he's like, no, you got to check it out. It's actually really good. And I was like, okay. And no, it's. I thought it was like amazing. Really, really good premise to it. So
yeah, it was fun. I like the idea behind it.
It's fresh. It's fresh, right? That's what really it separates.
It's so
like you
original.
said, you can't give anything away.
No, and that's
it
the thing.
The entire thing away.
It's like the most impossible film to talk about, but it really is. I'll just say it's fresh. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll give credit where credit is due. Duncan from the podcast Under the Stairs turned me onto this. He actually saw it last year because it was available in Europe last year. Mm-hmm. And then he was the one who pointed out that the UK Blu-ray release from earlier this year was actually region free. So a bunch of us jumped on that. So I was able to pick up the Blu-ray, the UK version, which is, like I said, region free, for really cheap. I think it was like $15, and it's probably one of my favorite purchases of the year. So yeah, great movie. Can't say enough good things about it.
Awesome. All right, so what are we on, number 6? No, number 7. Coming in number 7 is one that has been mentioned already, Bliss.
Nice.
We've talked about this one a couple times. Another film that was shot on 60mm, and I think Joe B. Ghost made a perfect and brilliant choice to shoot the movie like that. It just fits the theme of the film. It's an art house type film, and if you're going to shoot it on film, it just adds that kind of element. But I love the narrative to this movie. I like a lot of things having to do with art. It's funny because art in real life confuses the shit out of me. I don't understand sometimes when people see a painting and they're like, they're just blown away. I just don't get it sometimes. Like, I just don't have the eye for art. But
don't you think people are blown away when you're like, oh, I like Slaughter Vomit Dolls? Don't you think people are like the same way?
Does anybody like that anymore?
I don't know.
Not particularly. It's really fucking hard. No, it's really hard to watch, man. It's really hard to watch.
Ever again.
Actually, the Solskjaer sisters are in the second one.
In the second one. Don't bring that up, though.
Yeah.
You was in it. Own it.
Yeah. It's vile. It's fucking vile. But Bliss, man, like, we just did a feature review on this one, so I won't spend a whole lot of time with it, but Absolutely love the way this thing's shot. The acting, the casting's great, and just the narrative, man. I love, one of my favorite things about the movie is how when the narrative progresses and you see this painting become more to life. You know, it adds this kind of, it makes everything kind of full to it. You know what I'm saying? And it's phenomenal. You know, lighting's amazing, music's amazing in this, but I can't say anything bad about this, really. It's fantastic, man. It's really, really fantastic. It's got some great titties. Can't complain about that. Pacing's phenomenal, but I kind of understand why people don't dig it, I guess. You know, it's because I think people love to hate on art and art house type films.
Well, some people just don't like movies that are good.
I think it's a second anything has to do with art and art house, they're just like, no, not for me. And I'm like, you know, like, what the fuck is it, man? Like, people are saying this is this year's Mandy and shit like that. And I was like, okay, well, it does have some red hues, and it actually does give you warnings before the film starts about if you have epilepsy, do not watch this movie because you will probably fucking have an epileptic, you know, seizure or some shit like that. I'm like, okay, it's not really that bad. I mean, there's moments to this, but
it's not like Enter the Void.
No, it's definitely not like Enter the Void, and it's justified too. There's scenes like, and actually one of the scenes where it really kind of showcases that strobe light action and shit like that is very important to the film too.
You know what?
It's an orgy scene and it's fantastic. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out. Like I thought you were done because it cut out. But people are compared this to Mandy and like art house films. Man, this is one of the most refreshing fucking movies of the year because it's at a fucking brisk hour and 20 minutes. It doesn't bullshit. It gets straight to the point. It's crazy. It's bloody. The music is fucking awesome. The coloring's awesome. The acting's awesome. The cast is perfect. This movie's fucking fantastic. It's the perfect punk rock movie. It's an hour and 20 minutes. I would compare this closer to something like Return of the Living Dead over fucking Mandy.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's because of the pink cover.
It probably has something.
Like, it's got colors and shit. It's like Mandy. Mandy's it's the first half an hour a love story, and then the second hour is revenge. I love that movie, but still, at the point, like, I don't think Bliss and Mandy are anything alike just because it has blood in it and colors.
I know, and I'm like, I swear, people have never, these type of people that are judging these films like that, they've never seen, you know, Italian films really colored. Like, this is where these things come from. Right, this
they
is
haven't
a style
been watching crazy ass movies for 20 years like the rest of us.
It's a culture.
Did I miss why her head exploded?
Son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But the other cool thing about this movie, got Jeremy Gardner in it, man. Like, Jeremy Gardner's in the movie and stuff.
Grant Skipper, and then it's got the dude from George of the Jungle, one of the bad guys. He's hilarious in it. George Wendt's hilarious in it. The fucking friend from Billy Madison, the not Norm Macdonald, but the other guy.
Yeah, that's the other guy. Yeah, it's got fucking
When he runs in and she's painting with the loud music, and he's like, starts putting his arm. I cried laughing so hard.
Dude, I didn't even notice that until you pointed that out. Who that was? I was like, that's fucking crazy.
I looked it up and I was like, that ain't him. I was like, that motherfucker, I haven't seen him for 20 years. He looks like shit.
I had to look it up.
I just laughed when she went fucking mental and she killed the 3 trailer trash guys. That scene's awesome.
Graham Skipper.
It's amazing, man. But it's got great gore, man. Like, great gore in it, too, man.
Yeah,
the best gore of the year.
Yeah, man, it's fucking, like, violent as shit, man. It's got a great ending. Like,
it's beautiful, too.
There's nothing about this movie that really is off-putting to me, man. I mean, it's got all the elements of a great film. You know, kudos to Joe Bigos, man. Bigos. He's 3 for 3 in my opinion, man. He's made 3 completely different type of films, but they've all kind of worked on different levels.
And his next one looks very different too.
It looks even better than
this is the good sign. I mean, we just have so many modern directors that are doing such good things and doing different things and shit like that, and it's exciting. It's exciting to, you know, to wait for their next films and shit. And I'm kind of disappointed in some people that don't like shit like this because they're just missing out, man. It's fucking
This is
crazy.
going to be the movie we rewatch a bunch of times 10 years from now. It's going to be Bliss.
This is one of the movies I've watched multiple times this year. But yeah, good shit, man. So Bliss, I'm at a 9 out of 10. Really fantastic stuff.
All right.
This is going to be very quick. I'm only going to make a couple changes here. Talking with JP about it, hearing a podcast about it, re-listening to the trailer and shit. It's number 7, The Nightingale. I'm bumping it up to a 9. It's just a movie that I probably would revisit. Me and JP matched twice already.
We should cross our streams.
This is interesting. Yeah. This is really interesting.
This is weird. I thought I'd be more matched up with Moods.
Well, I'm thinking
I haven't matched it all yet.
I'm thinking top 5 might be a little bit different. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, listeners. Don't forget listeners.
Yep, listeners.
Oh, okay. Listeners is number, what are we at?
7.
Hagazusa with 49.
Wow, that actually made the listeners list. That's crazy.
It did make the listeners list.
Wow. Cool.
Agazusa. The H is silent.
It's Agazusa?
It's Agazusa.
Agazusa.
All right, thank you.
Is it?
Did not know that.
I'm just gonna call it the witch.
Dick. This movie wishes it was the witch.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, Gwen wishes it was the wish. I think every movie from Period Piece wishes it was the witch.
Yeah,
Say that 10 times fast.
Who's up? Jeremy.
Me. All right. Coming in at a number 6. One of the few actually rare R-rated Blumhouse movies, and we have Ma. So when you think about Blumhouse,
I had a feeling this was going to be on your list. I don't know why.
Oh, dude, I fucking love this movie, dude.
You did like it a lot.
Oh, I loved it a lot. I was a huge fan of this movie when it first came out because it's just so good. Octavia Spencer does such an amazing job in this movie, especially with her. This is such a different kind of movie that she's never really been in before. And even the director, he directed movies like The Fucking Help, which is like the ultimate chick flick movie. So to see like two people who've never really, what's so funny, it's true, who've never really like delved into the genre before, make a movie like this that's actually like really good and kind of different was actually pretty refreshing to see.
Everybody kept saying it. Oh, this movie is, or Sam kept saying it's predictable. It's predictable, and I'm like, no, it's like it actually does like stuff that you wouldn't expect.
I love this movie, to be honest. It's one of my favorite performances of the year.
Yeah, and she's like so good, and how she fucking holds her daughter hostage because of her past, because she's so fucking traumatized. It's like how she doesn't want her daughter to experience the same pain and suffering that she experienced. It's like, man, that shit's fucking deep.
She just wants to be accepted so bad. She's reliving, what she was wishing her
high school were.
And I like the revenge was more than you expected, though. Like, I didn't really, honestly, I thought it was more just about, her past and shit. I mean, it was, but I mean, there's more to it than that. And I thought that.
Did you like it, Moods?
I did like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people are saying that it's just a revenge, like her getting back. It's so much more than that because that's not her intentions. Her intentions are to be part of the group. That's what she wants to do. You know what I mean? She's not just getting revenge.
But what's perfect about the movie is she was living her everyday life until she saw that kid and she recognized the van and it triggered her all those memories back. Because she was like, no, I don't want to buy you no alcohol. And then she saw that van and it was like, boom, it was like a trigger. Like she probably would have been fine if she never saw that van. And that triggered her and it backed down that memory lane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe, but I'm not sure how she's taking care of her daughter with that. I'm not sure if it got worse after she saw that van because we do see the daughter in school before. I don't know. I love it. It felt realistic too. Like some of the kids, the dialogue they say is funny. I laughed. All the side characters are quirky and hilarious. Like her boss, like I don't give a fuck. Take a horse tranquilizer and get back to fucking work. I started laughing, and I felt bad for Mom, even though she was a villain. I love Mom. I love when she's recording herself and she's like, "Hey guys, it's me, Ma." And she's trying to be cool. I love it. It was,
and like I said, it's like you would never expect her to play that kind of character. I think that's what makes it so interesting and something that probably wouldn't have been made if it wasn't for Blumhouse and giving these small budget movies a chance to shine. And like I said, they don't really release R-rated films, but a couple that they've released so far have been really, really solid. And I hope they take more chances with some more adult oriented movies and not, PG-13 shit like Truth or Dare and Black Christmas and stuff like that. So I gave this one an 8.5 out of 10. Blumhouse released some more stuff like this, even though all the other movies make money and this one didn't. I mean,
didn't make money?
Not really. This is the kind of stuff.
Well, their budget's
because it's rated
like
R.
$1 million.
Yeah, that is why, because it's rated R and PG-13 movies make money. Besides Black Christmas.
This movie had to cost more than $1 million.
No, it's probably 4.5.
Yeah,
is like
it seems
usually their average.
Is his name Luke Evans or Luke? What's that guy's name in here? I can't think. He's from Nobody Lives.
Yeah, I know, the dad, right?
He was really good too. He reminds me of like a slightly classier Stone Cold Steve Austin. I really liked him.
Well, he was believable. Like,
he was in
man.
too.
No One Lives. Luke Evans, fuck, he kills that shit, man.
He's great. He's a great actor.
Yeah,
he's very good.
But yeah, if you haven't seen Ma because you're like, oh, it's probably generic shit, give it a shot.
Look,
really
I actually expected it to be that.
I actually saw the trailer for this in the theater, and I don't watch trailers, and I was like, oh, that movie looks like fucking garbage. And then of course I watched it, and I was like, whoa, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
This movie actually was a moderate success. I mean, on a $5 million budget, it grossed $45 million domestic.
Jeez, that's good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's
$60 million worldwide.
I thought it did good.
I want Ma too. Bring her burn ass back.
Let's call it Mama.
Yeah. Freddy Krueger her up. I don't care. She'd be like, hey, it's me, Ma. She'll have a fucking Freddy claw.
Buy you kids some more booze and pizza pockets.
All right.
You know, I wish Juliette Lewis would do more shit, man. I like her, man.
Oh yeah. I love her.
Yeah.
She was
after watching Christmas Vacation. You know, last week I was like, man, she was in some shit.
Now, do you think she'll marry me?
Her, yes.
Dude, she doesn't have the time. She doesn't have the time to marry you, man.
She's like 60.
She's too busy.
Yeah, she probably likes younger than 40, dude.
Ah, shit.
She's too busy recording with her band. Yeah.
Who's up?
All right. Well, short.
What'd you rate that, Jeremy?
8.5.
Well, short and sweet. We have Ma at number 6 on my list as well.
There you go.
Yeah. This one's honestly kind of probably the most loose in my memory because I only saw it that one time. That was whenever the movie came out, and I just don't remember it as much. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one as well, and I too thought it looked like it was going to be generic by the trailer and didn't really think much of it, but I thought it was a solid movie, and it actually has some dark moments to it, you know, with the woman's daughter and just certain things that she does at the end I think are pretty fucked up, but it's also got very slight beats of dark comedy that I enjoyed as well. So yeah, Ma, I liked it. 8.5 out of 10.
It just reminded me of my teenage years. I've told the story of Gary.
Oh yeah, Gary.
Yeah,
I had Vigo. I had a guy named Vigo who did that.
Yeah, but yeah, it totally reminded me of that. So
that was lame.
You're probably better for it now.
Yeah,
you know me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so coming in at number 6 for me, probably, it's funny you mentioned that Ma was probably the loosest in your mind. This is actually probably the loosest in my mind, but I do remember loving it, rating it high, and we actually did a full review of it. So if you want to hear my thoughts on that, go back. This is my 4th period piece in a row. It is Hagazusa, or Agazusa, as Gary would say. What?
No.
What'd you say?
Jesus Christ. So many period pieces.
Listen, I've always said I like period pieces. I could actually, I almost put another one on my list. It's my number 11. But yeah, so Agazusa, damn it, Jerry. Why you gotta be here?
Call it whatever the hell you want, whatever.
Smarter than
Why you gotta be smarter than us?
Yeah, damn it. But yeah, this movie was awesome, dude. I definitely got some strong witch vibes. I mean, it's about that too. I read online that Agazusa, the heathen's curse in Germany, like translates to the witch, the something's curse or whatever. So
yeah.
But yeah, this is dude, like where this movie goes, you know, in the final, 15-20 minutes or whatever, I was like, holy crap, you know. The set pieces are really good for that time period. I just was really into the whole, even at the opening with the stuff with the mother and like the boils and like the weird masturbation going on in this movie. Mm-hmm. I was like, dude, somebody's been reading Jeremy's diary. But yeah.
Zing.
Yeah, like
nice Big Brother reference there, bro.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I don't remember a whole lot about it, honestly. I do own the Blu-ray from Doppelganger. I would definitely watch it again. It's right up my alley. I love that American, or not American, but the witch folklore, 1600s or whatever time period it is. I love that sort of folklore. It's really cool. So I gave it a 9.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I would have got to rewatch that one.
After I talked about it, I do too. Because I don't remember a whole lot, but we did a whole episode review on it. So
That was a student film, right?
Yeah, I watched it.
It was a student film.
4 or 5
How
times.
crazy is that?
Student film, that's got to be the best made student film of all time. Like, it's crazy. The fucking cinematography is amazing.
Yeah, for being a student film, it's probably the best looking student film I've ever seen.
It makes me feel like a failure.
Yeah, I'm a loser.
Yeah, 40-year-old loser.
Yeah, it was the one 4 or 5 times this year.
Bieber haircut over here.
Yeah, I bought it as soon as I saw it the first time. I mean, literally the same day I ordered the Blu-ray. I absolutely love this movie. Just the aesthetic, the cinematography, spectacular score and sound design.
Oh, amazing.
Oh my god. And like JP was saying, that final act, there's multiple holy shit moments in that final act. So yeah, it's crazy. Loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's another really kind of psychological film though too, because there's different ways to interpret what you're seeing.
Yeah,
and
I love.
me and Venom, we talked about this and stuff, and a lot of people look at this film as being a straight up witch film, but then we also look at it as them not being witches at all. She's not a witch at all.
Yeah,
so,
you could interpret it different ways for sure.
You become what they tell you are after you're told that you are that for so long, right?
When you were told something, for your whole life, and you live in isolation with that too, and that's all it can change your mentality big time.
Yeah, just
and sometimes you go a little bit fucking nuts too and shit like that. But the stuff with the baby is really interesting to interpret that.
Good one.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people don't seem to realize that the scene in the water with the baby and stuff. I mean, you got to remember a lot of this stuff isn't linear, and that could have been a reflection of birth. And the baby was dead the entire time. But there's a lot of different ways of looking at this, and it's just a fucking really, really good movie. It's really good. So depending on how you interpret what's happening in the middle is how you interpret the end though too, right?
I love her. I love just the cottage and the way it looks. It's just, I don't know. I know that stuff like bores Carly and Jeremy, but to me, it gets me sucked into the world like so easy.
Mm-hmm. Those low tone, like those type of soundtracks and that type of tone gives me the shivers. I live for it.
Yep.
If you ever look at my list and shit, they're all like all the movies that are on my list are very similar, and there's a reason for that. Because I like what I like.
Shit makes you grateful to be alive now, right?
It does, man.
Yeah.
Living in this fucking PC
Yeah, we get the
Me Too world.
Another theme this year: mental illness. Big mental illness theme 100%. This year too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost in all these movies, you can look at it.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
yeah. Right. Yeah.
I feel like I really want to rewatch that one now.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
Would be me, and we are on number 6, right?
Yeah.
All right, my number 6 is the second of my 5 wide-release movies. This is a sequel to a movie that came out 39 years previously, which obviously it's a daunting task to make a sequel almost 40 years later, especially when we're talking about one of the greatest horror films ever made. And, of course, that is Dr. Sleep, directed by one of my favorite modern horror directors, Mike Flanagan. The man is almost untouchable. I love
and
just
Flanagan we trust.
Absolutely.
Oh, dude, it hurt my butthole. This movie didn't make any money.
Dude, I
it hurt
was
my
so
butthole.
mad.
Yep.
I was like, all you horror fans, fucking give me your badge.
I saw it the last day it was in
I'm
theaters.
still convinced that if they had to market it more as being a sequel to The Shining, it maybe would have helped.
I feel like
but
they did though.
Yeah,
Did you watch the trailer?
Yeah, the trailer was.
I mean, people don't keep up on film anymore, man. They don't give a
I
shit.
just feel like
they don't even
nobody
buy movies.
Saw The Shining.
did it? Yeah, it was true.
It's like
I mean, they say The Shining.
It's just because the
trailer.
people I talked. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I talked to some people. Maybe there was different trailers. I don't know, but they're like, "That's a sequel to The Shining." I'm like, "Yeah,
They should have
it
sold
is.
that
Let's
with
just think
Stephen
about
Yeah,
King.
because they never seen the fucking Shining.
They
Probably.
should have been like
No,
from the creators.
well,
of
I
It
mean,
or
I don't
some
know for a
shit.
fact, but
Yeah, if they
Let's just
said
think-
from the creators of It,
They should like creators of It and every fucking Stephen King movie that came out the last 3 years. People be like, I guess I'll go see it.
this movie made only a couple $1 million more than Black Christmas. Oh,
I was
my
so
God.
worried.
That's fucking sad.
I was so worried that
But
Black
that says
Christmas
what's-
was going to blow it out. I'm so
that's
glad it
exactly what's
didn't.
wrong with the society right there, man.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! It hurt my butthole.
We're judging society completely on what they see in movie theaters. Not anything else.
100%.
That's how we
we
look
have
at
the right to do that
Important,
on
damn
here.
it.
And now
We
Mike
have the
It is
right
to
to
Flanagan's
me.
do
gonna
that.
get
It is to me,
punished.
damn it.
Flanagan's
if everybody
gonna get
watched horror movies,
shit.
this country would be a better place.
It'd be smarter, I'll tell you that.
It would be.
Because horror fans are often the coolest people.
They're the coolest people ever, or the worst people ever, is what I've realized. There's
No, those
media.
are MMA fans.
No, Star Wars fans.
Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars
By
fans.
far the worst.
Yeah,
Fucking fan ownership bullshit here.
No, the worst people in the world are the Home Improvement fans. Fuck them.
Home Improvement.
They're all dead now.
I don't know. I just wanted to throw some random.
Dug this movie a lot as well. Some of the best bad guys this year, and Rose the Hat, one of the best performances, one of the best bad guys.
Dude,
Also, one of the most grueling scenes I've seen in the whole fucking movie with the baseball kid. And the opening is awesome. You don't eat flowers. Yes, you do. Oh my god, fucking gold.
Dude, when I saw that opening shot from The Shining, I saw the shit on IMAX. When I saw that shit on a fucking 75-foot screen, I lost my shit, man.
Did we see it in IMAX, Scarlett?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I did.
This was very good. This was better than I expected.
It was better than I thought it was going to be, too, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be good, and it was better than I expected.
I think back on it. I thought back on it often, and I was like, oh man. There was one other one I kept thinking back on.
Yeah, it's one I thought about afterwards and liked more and more the more I thought about it.
I just love how Flanagan, he did an impossible task almost. He made a true sequel to Kubrick's The Shining, as well as staying true to Stephen King's, Dr. Sleep and The Shining. So it was just a perfect blend, man.
Yeah.
It really was. It was so I was so impressed. Give Flanagan anything. Let this man direct anything.
But it's not going to happen because it made no fucking money.
I mean, he'll still get another film for
He'll
sure.
He'll get like a Shudder or something, or like a Netflix next, and then he'll make a good movie there, and then he'll pop him in another one.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so, man. Hopefully he doesn't get like King Kong versus Godzilla like all the other guys.
Somebody said they think they're putting those directors like that, those lower kind of like new directors in those big franchises, so like producers can control them more. They're thinking they can control them. I don't know if that's the case.
It's
you know what I mean?
True, but
that's why they throw in those guys in a Marvel movie or some shit. So they're capable, but they can control them. No, if you threw in Martin Scorsese in a Marvel movie or some shit, he'd be like, "No, we're not doing that."
He wouldn't. He would
never do it. But you know what I'm saying? You throw somebody in there like that, like a Ridley Scott, and it's not gonna be what you want.
But I fucking love Dr. Sleep, man. That's good shit.
Oh yeah, 9 out of 10 once again. My last 9 out of 10, finally.
Wow, crazy. Okay, number 6, man. It's been mentioned. Talked about this one a couple times this year. Also, big theatrical release from Jordan Peele, and that's Us.
Good shit.
I didn't think that would make your list either.
Oh, because it was mainstream and it was American.
No,
because your
Hereditary made your fucking list number 1 last year.
Did someone just say because I'm racist?
Yeah, Jeremy did it.
I didn't say it.
Could you imagine?
I
have literally black people tattooed on me.
You know what? I was sorry.
I'm sure there's some people that just like the movie because of it.
Yeah, it's funny.
I forgot you really liked this one. I was thinking of the Get Out that you didn't like as much as I did.
Yeah, no, I like this way more than Get Out. I mean, I got social commentary and Get Out. I just enjoyed this one a lot more, and I got to go back to what Dave said about the whole doppelganger thing. I'm a big fan of that too, man. When people are playing sets of characters in films, so it's such a blast to watch. But when you have a whole film like that, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. I mean, and it's another thinker, It's another film where you can really dissect and dive into this shit, and just it almost makes your head explode, because you think of one thing and then you're like, okay, this and that, and then all of a sudden, but I mean, what's going on here? I mean, Jordan Peele is doing some really, really special things. It's not like I didn't care for Get Out, but I enjoyed it. I just think this is a better movie. And especially with the social commentary aspect too, I think this is really, really relevant. I mean, obviously, Get Out is too, but classicism and there's so many different ways to look at this shit and stuff. But I mean, that's just a huge fucking thing right now, and I think it's just really, really well done. There's a lot of fun scenes. And that's another thing I liked about this movie is that there's a lot of fun scenes. It's not just like, it's not a big slow burn and shit like that. There's a lot of really fun scenes and stuff. And it plays itself out well for being a 2-hour film. It's got pretty decent pacing for it. And it does what it needs to do. And it's fucking creepy, man. It's got creepy moments. And I don't know, man. It's a fun movie, even though it's got a really, strong message into it and stuff. And a lot of times you can look at films like that and you're like, fuck, man, whatever. I get what he's trying to say. It usually doesn't come out that fun. Maybe that's what happened with Get Out with me. This one, I interpreted different and I saw it differently, but I think it was more of the setup too and stuff. So,
yeah, the thing about what you said, the thing about what you said about it being better than Get Out, I didn't think it was when I first walked out. Yeah. And I was like, I liked it, but Get Out was so much better. But now I think this is the better movie, 100%.
Yeah.
And the reason why is, although Get Out had this too, it's a deeper you dig type movie. Like the deeper you dig, the more you like notice, like, oh wow, that means this and this. Oh, this is a metaphor for this and all this stuff. And this is like the prime example of how you make like socially conscious horror movies and statements in your horror movies and even political statements in your horror movies. This is like exactly the polar opposite of Black Christmas, which was the worst film I saw this year. Spoiler alert. This is like the complete opposite of
it's because this one it's also smart though too. I don't have to see Black Christmas to know that it wasn't done smart. Right, like it was done ridiculous. It was spoon-fed. It was in your face. This is how you make films. If you want to make something with a really, really strong social commentary, you do it in a really clever way. And if you have smart people out there that can actually watch a film and not take it for just face value, because a lot of people walked out of this film and they didn't see what. Some of the message that we're supposed to be.
I saw some of it, but I saw way more after hearing people talk about it.
Oh, for sure. 100%. I mean, Venom, even in our review, like, he opened up my eyes. Like, he saw it 4 times. I saw it 1 time. Of course, he's going to have a little bit of a different perspective and also notice shit
Plus,
like that.
Plus, he's just smarter than us.
Well, 100%.
He can say Hagazusa right.
Exactly, right? But, man, honestly, this is one that stuck with me all year, and I'm kind of ashamed I didn't rewatch it again, but... thought it was really great performances, man.
Too, dude, and it's one that I definitely wanted to rewatch. I wish I had got a chance to. And come on, man, that I Got 5 on it remix, dude.
I saw it twice.
I need to.
They used the original Looney's track in there. I Got 5 on it, which I thought was just like the most bizarre thing ever in this movie. And like, man, I tell you, man, Yuckmouth and Numbskull must be loving life right now because even though that album sold well back in '95. I mean, obviously, this shit is probably been sounding like fucking crazy on digital platforms now for him, too. This shit probably went gold all these years later, fucking 25 years later, but...
yeah, dude.
It's crazy.
I love just turning that song into a fucking horror score.
It's really bizarre. I still have a hard time believing that it's in like a mainstream movie for one thing. I could see it in like a more indie film, but like this is a mainstream film, and it's...
But that, come on, dude. Everybody, when that song comes on, they're like, "Oh, that's a classic." You know what I mean? Like everybody knows that song.
It's funny. Nobody knows who it's by.
Besides me.
Nobody has a clue who the Loonies are. I mean, the Loonies are originally from Oakland. Yuckmouth is pretty much more down south now and stuff. But
Carly, did I not used to play that song when we met?
No.
No?
No, I never heard it.
I love how Carly's just blatantly obvious. Honest. You are fucking lying. You did not play that shit.
No, I was asking. I wasn't saying like.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the chill hip hop playlist. Yeah, now
I was asking if it was on the mixed CDs that I gave her.
You know what else I really dug about this movie? Sorry, Carly. It was like structurally how the bad guys were like throughout the movie. So like they had like these run-ins. It reminded me of kind of like almost Monster Squad because they keep you know what I mean? Like all the action doesn't happen at one time. It's throughout the movie. So many times do I watch a movie where there's 35 fucking minutes of jack shit and then and like 20 minutes of action and that's it. Like that's Us was paced very well compared to a lot of movies. There's so many movies where I watch 50 minutes of bullshit and then the hour, you know what I mean? Us was paced very well.
Yeah, it did a good job engaging. It did a good job engaging for myself, viewing the film. I was like, oof.
Now,
it's doing it for me, man.
Now I see why Rambo Raph makes all his videos being mad because Dave's really funny when he's mad at stuff.
He's like, people love to just piss me off. All my friends make me mad on purpose and then laugh at me. Like, and I used to be a spaz. Like, I get very, very angry. But now I'm just like, all right, let's keep it going.
That's what Dave was doing earlier when I was talking about Close Calls, and he was like, "Man, fucking acting in the movies sucks." Yeah, dude, trying to get me going.
Like, I felt like such a piece of shit for disliking Close Calls. Like, it's an indie. Like, I feel bad. Like, when I dislike a movie like that, I'm like, man, I'm a fucking asshole. Why am I such a piece
hard on the acting, dude? Like, everything.
No, but it's only like two people, and the other people are doing so well. It's like, I'm like, you guys are stinking this joint up, man.
Dude, all you need to start just titling all your videos rants.
No, because it's fucking it's not good. It's just pointless.
But it's funny.
Actually, Dave is pretty different in his videos. He's different in his videos. Like, you don't rant a lot. Like, I can't remember. I was just watching your video the other day, and you were talking about a movie. You're like, yeah, I don't really care for this much. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it. It's like the complete opposite of Rambo Raph, right? And he was going to spend like 2 hours on a film
I'm all ranting about business, it, baby. All about business.
Yeah, you kind of went into it. You're like, yep, this and that. You know, kind of gave your points you liked and more that you disliked. And that was it. It's done.
Well, you interact with people. It's so much easier to dive in and hopefully be convinced that you're wrong and it's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, again, it comes down to taste, though, too. Some people, like, I mean, it's just, that's what
it's not objectively bad. It's just my subjective opinion. That basically means nothing.
Yeah, none of this means anything.
100%. But anyways, Us, 9 out of 10, loved it. I think it's a great film. I wish more people would kind of try to understand it a little bit more. But hey, man, it is what it is.
Did anybody lose any picks yet?
No.
Me neither.
I don't think so. Actually, I haven't been checking. Shit.
Lazy boy.
Not.
No, I haven't.
All right.
Crazy. This is going to be interesting.
Crazy.
My number 6, it's going to be easy. It's Dr. Sleep. And the rating's fucked up now because I bumped Nightingale up. It's an 8.5. The only reason it's lower, I probably rewatch it and it'll go higher, is I felt like they were driving cross country a lot. Like, and driving like across country. He's like, I just drove across the whole fucking state and I'm not even tired, bro. I'm like, come on, man, you'd be dead tired. You wouldn't even be able to walk. And then I think that when they actually come to the bad guys, I know it's probably in the book, but I would have liked that to be, I would have liked the pacing more like Us, where we had the different encounters. I thought it would have been much more fun to flesh out the bad guys. But the movie does not pull its fucking punches on the characters either.
Maybe it
people
does
die and it's real. Yeah,
there's a director's cut coming.
It wouldn't be with those characters. That whole scene takes place in that one confined area. So, but I mean, like, it doesn't pull punches and it kills people and it's brutal as well the same way. It's a very good movie and I was very happy with it and just well shot, well made. 8.5.
Yeah.
Audience
group.
Good shit, Jeremy.
Group. I actually did remember that time. It is. This stupid page.
What a retard.
The number 6, we're on 6, right? Is Child's Play.
Oh shit.
Child's Play with 49 points.
Better than Lighthouse.
Cool.
All right. At number 5. So when this movie came out, I said that this film would have not have got released like it did if it wasn't for A24. Because of the fact that if it wasn't for A24 showing other studios that low-budget horror movies can make money, this movie would have not have got as big as a release as it did, nor would have gotten picked up by the studio that it did. I just think that we would never have seen a movie like this come out 5 years ago or 10 years ago by a big studio. It would never have happened. You know, we would just see it on DVD or something like that. That is Ready or Not. Now, Fox released this movie, and
Searchlight?
It's still Fox, though. Fox.
Is it? No, I'm saying, is it the Fox Searchlight thing?
Yeah, it's Fox Searchlight.
They have another film coming out.
Yeah, they have Antlers coming out.
Yeah.
You would have never seen Antlers fucking come out in a mainstream theater with, as many theaters as they're pumping it into without A24, coming into the game.
That's weird. I don't get that vibe from this one. This one looks like a regular fucking horror movie that would come out.
I don't think so.
Looks a little cheaper to me. Like if you compare it to like I keep comparing this to Knives Out because I saw them so close together that like Knives Out was huge in money wise. So I'm like, but it looks like a low budget horror film to me.
Yeah, and I think that A24 just showed all these studios like, hey, fuck you guys, we're gonna release these movies and make a shit ton of money for no budget, and we're gonna do it too. And Blumhouse, same thing. But I had a blast with this movie. I thought it was so fun, and it's super entertaining. And I feel like everybody does a good enough job in this movie that it's definitely an above average film. And as Carly said at the beginning, the fucking ending is hilarious.
That's the best part.
Yes, it did.
I really did not expect that to go down like the way that it does, and had a really, really fun time with this movie. Probably my most entertaining mainstream film of the year, and it just makes me happy that we're at a time in cinema history that we're able to see these kind of movies being shown to broad audiences. I feel like that. Even something like Gems that just came out, it's just a great time to be a cinema fan with all these different weird films that we're able to go see with an audience on a big screen. So I gave Ready or Not an 8.5 out of 10. Pick up the Blu-ray if you get a chance now that Disney owns it, and have fun with it.
Disney owns this podcast. Be good.
Yeah.
They have to. They own everything.
They own Fox, so they technically own the movie. So, 8.5.
All right. We're on number 5, right? Yes. Okay. Number 5, I have It Chapter 2. Yeah. I like this movie. I probably like the first part a little bit better, but I thought this was a solid Chapter 2. I definitely like it better, the adult part better than in the original miniseries, although that has grown on me. I think the adult casting was just like amazingly well, not only the looks of them, but just the way they interact with each other. I think it's very spot on to how the kids interacted with each other, and I thought it was a very fun movie. Once again, this is, I guess, apparently the year of the horror comedies, because this had a lot of comedic moments in it as well that I really, really enjoyed. And like it was mentioned before, the bleacher scene I think is fantastic, probably the best as far as horror goes, the best horrifying moment in the film. So overall I liked it. It's something I would definitely revisit, and I give it 8.5 out of 10.
Nice. All right, my number 5, I can't imagine showing up on anyone else's list. I feel like a lot of people didn't like it as much as me, but this is the funnest experience I've had in the theater, and that is Brightburn. I absolutely loved Brightburn.
Yeah, Brightburn's great.
I thought it was really good.
I liked it.
Yeah, it's good.
I loved it. I just loved the concept of it. There's a couple scenes in there. It went to a place where I didn't expect with the gore, and I was just like, this is what I've always wanted out of superhero movies and supervillain movies. Why have they always been so tame? Like, you're dealing with people that have these incredible powers, and it's so tame all the time, and it's because for kids, I guess, or that's who it was for originally. But dude, I thought that it's basically Superman evil or whatever, right? But the way that it progresses, I just thought was so neat. The way that the family is, and how they are sort of not wanting to. They know that something's up with the kid a little bit because he never, why has he never got cut or have a scrape or anything like that? But, kind of the lack of wanting to believe that something's wrong a little bit. And then what he does to the uncle, and just the performance is so good with this kid. And, the woman in the diner, and even like there's some like really funny comedy moments in this too. And my favorite, like once it, the very end, the like final shot and scene is just like so chilling to me. I was just like, wow. And there's deepness there too about like, we always hear it, right? With people whose father or mother of like a murderer, like, you still always love your kid type thing, and testing that concept is a lot to do with this film too. But overall, I truly just had a blast watching it. It was the biggest surprise for me, other than one other film. But I didn't expect much out of this, and it was very small scale, which I know a lot of people were complaining about, that it could have been so much cooler if they had more money and stuff, and probably. But I kind of like that it's not.
Didn't matter on it. It didn't make any money anyway.
I agree. We're so tired of seeing giant scale superhero movies, so why not make it small? That's personal.
I like that it was small scale. It was
just
like,
give us
it
what we want,
more
man.
on
Gore.
the suspense and
what was that movie?
Brightburn.
Just give us what we want, man. Gore.
Yeah.
The gore was great.
Yeah.
Like
the eyes.
Yeah.
The glass in the eyes was like, oh man.
I was like, somebody's been watching Fulci.
No shit. Dude, I love the scene when they under the mattress, like when he finds it, and they're like, oh, they're looking at the pit, and it's like the guts. It's like Jeffrey Dahmer, and they're just like, what? They're so confused when they find it at first. That's a bad sign right there.
Yeah.
I gave it an 8.5 at the theater. I bumped it to a 9 for this list.
Damn.
Yeah, my number 5. This is my none.
This was the movie where we had that fun theater experience too.
Yeah, I've told that story twice.
You told it.
Yeah.
Tell about how
that's all I really remember. But
he knew a guy, and then like somebody that he saw the movie with was yelling at a guy, and then they actually knew each other at the end.
Yeah, they were like, "I thought that was you, bro." It was great.
They were both yelling at this guy. Shut the fuck up, fam. Trying to enjoy this shit. And I was like, yeah. I tried to keep in my voice.
You're like, yeah.
I was like, yeah, man. Shut up.
But at the end of the day, they knew each other.
Yeah, but they didn't know me, but they was like, oh, that's my dude. It was also on our side. But yeah, Brightburn, man. Good shit. Loved it.
Yeah, I don't know why people didn't like that one. I was happy with it.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Jerry.
All right. My number 5 is one that's already been discussed a couple of times. Probably don't have to get into it too much more, but that is Jordan Peele's Us. This movie was my number 1 movie for probably the first few months of the year.
I picked Us for Jerry.
Oh, wow. Yeah, like I said, for almost half the year, this was my number 1 movie of the year.
I had a good hunch.
I actually had Jerry as Us, but I changed it though, so I'm good.
Bullshit. I want to see your paper you printed out.
Fuck. Whatever.
But yeah, I mean,
I swear to God.
Us has
wait a minute. Go. You don't believe in God.
Jeez.
Oh, you caught me there.
Anyway, yeah, Us has my favorite female performance of the year, Lupita Nyong'o. I thought was absolutely stellar as both characters in the movie. Honestly, there was not a bad performance in the movie for me. After the first watch, I thought the guy from Tim and Eric was maybe a little over the top, but with the subsequent rewatches, I ended up really enjoying his role. Both his normal, appearance and then his doppelganger were both endlessly entertaining to me once I got through that first watch. But yeah, great performances, an amazing score. Aside from the soundtrack having some really cool songs on it, Beach Boys, NWA, stuff like that, I thought this score was very jarring. I mean, right from the start, the score really grabs you. That first opening shot of the movie with the rabbits in the cages, and that music just really, really set the tone. So I once again, a near flawless movie for me. Absolutely loved it. I gave Us a 9.5 out of 10.
I love the score as well, dude. Like every time I think of this movie, it plays in my head.
Yep, exactly.
It's just so I love it.
Yeah, the two biggest pieces of music for me are the one I already mentioned at the beginning with the rabbits, but then when the family gets away on their boat, on Dad's shitty little boat, the music that's playing right there as the doppelgangers are walking on the pier, I thought was just amazing. But yeah, I mean, there's no bad pieces of music in this, whether it's original score or licensed songs. I just love everything about this movie.
All right.
Cool, man. Cool. Well, number 5. I'm going to go to France and become super gay with this one.
Nice. For gay?
For gay, yeah.
I was wondering when this film was going to pop up.
With Knife Plus Heart. Oh, man, this movie
you're
fantastic.
talking about Knife Plus Heart?
What the fuck did you think I was talking about?
I don't know. You said it was pretty gay, so I thought it was like something else. Why is this? Did you think this movie was like gay or something?
Well, I mean, there's not really any gay action in it and stuff, no.
Oh,
but you know. Yeah. It's cool. I mean, does this does this count as a period piece?
Yeah,
70s.
It takes place in 79.
So.
So yeah, it takes place in 1979 in the gay industry, really. So it's about this lesbian gay porn director that just breaks up with her girlfriend and stuff, and she wants to really kind of make something to get her back. You know, she feels like she kind of maybe have left her because she sucks now. She's not doing so well.
She needed to make a comeback.
A comeback film, pretty much. Yeah, she needed to make something, worth fucking creaming over. So, yeah, so she, doing that type of shit, and then of course people start getting picked off. It's essentially a Neo Giallo film. I really enjoyed the shit out of this, man. Like, I thought it was just shot brilliantly. It was acted great. I like this whole idea of making a film within a film. I know Dave is a big fan of that too. I've always been a big fan of that shit, man. I really enjoy that type of filmmaking and shit, but this one's just a lot of fun, man. It's got fun characters. It's just like, kills are cool, man, and it kind of goes into a place where I wasn't really expecting it to go. Also, at first, I was like, okay, is this going to be really predictable? Which sometimes, it's not a big deal.
I was worried about that too. Yeah, and it kind of
it does get predictable once that scene happens in the cemetery.
Well, it has to. It's at that point, it's not going to be a
exactly
anymore.
Exactly,
it's just got to play it out.
Yeah,
but I think it was really well done. It was a really tasteful film. I mean, there's a lot of social commentary that's going on too. I mean, this is a type of film, even though they set it in 1979. This is like, kind of pre-AIDS, pre-AIDS epidemic and stuff. So it felt like it was a lot more free and it felt fun and stuff, but it was really implying today, and it was about, gay freedom and gay rights and things like that. And I really enjoyed this movie, man. Like, I've always been very, very open to that stuff. I enjoyed it of gay family members and stuff. And this is the type of thing I'd show them and be like, hey guys, this is, they can still.
Yeah, I can't say too many gay horror films. There's not too many. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. They're usually not glamorized. They're almost glamorizing this a little bit too. It's like, but you just never see that type of shit, right? So, it's the type of film that I would show, my cousin and stuff and be like, hey guys, check this out kind of thing. But really great soundtrack.
Watch a guy get a knife in his ass.
Yeah. The soundtrack's amazing in this, man. I think some of the scenes, the way it's shot, I mean, it's obviously Italian influence, which really sells it for me. But I mean, just the way it just kind of flows on, I loved it. It was
only the French would make this kind
35 and 16 shot on both.
Yes, that's right. And this is like the third film that's shot on 16mm / 35 for this.
35. It's great. It's great that it's shot on film. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on in this movie.
Yeah. There really is. There's a lot of social commentary. There's a lot of things you can kind of break down in this movie for sure. This would be a fun film to actually do a full length review with a bunch of just.
Very funny,
it's like spoiler shit out of it. Just talking. Yeah, it is funny,
and
it would be really good. Really good. The soundtrack I thought was amazing. But I mean, shooting on film made sense. Shot night or going back to 1979. I mean, they only had
you
film.
You gotta shoot it on film, right? If you're gonna make a movie about 1970, 79, you shoot it on film. And there's just something about film. Let's be honest. I know as much as the old new filmmakers are like digital, and the old filmmakers are like film. We all fucking know film's better. Okay, we know it.
For the most part, yeah.
I mean, like, for not to make, it's way harder to use it.
Obviously,
more
expensive to use it.
The visual look, I think, for me is better.
I also feel like Knife Plus Heart had one of the coolest killer weapons of the year.
A knife
I
dildo.
loved his knife. I thought it was hysterical.
You think you can buy those anywhere?
Which has actually kind of been done before. I won't mention the movie, but I have seen this in another film before.
Nice.
Well, let's hear the movie, Moods.
No, I don't want to spoil it. Just I think I've but no,
is it a gay porno?
No, it's not a gay porn. It's actually a really vile film too, man. It's crazy, but yeah, man. This is definitely one that I highly recommend, man. I mean, I just saw so many people this year, unfortunately, say they couldn't finish because
they're homophobes.
Because it was so gay, and I was like, oh my god, dude, this movie. Honestly,
I got in a long conversation with Marco about this on the page. Like,
I was expecting this thing to be more gay, and
there's no dong in it.
No, really, but you got to realize some people are a little bit more sensitive to certain things. I mean, like on the horror cast, we have a co-host who won't watch a movie if an animal dies in it, which knocks out about a quarter of the horror movies that come out every year. It's the same thing. Some people can handle certain things better, and in this case, some people just, they have such a problem with homosexuality that they don't want to look at it. So, I'm not going to say they're homophobes. I'm just going to say they're uncomfortable watching.
What a bunch of facts.
Somebody in the night scale, they would watch the opening.
Yeah, see, like,
I'm sorry.
It's definitely something that isn't exploited enough. Like, I think that there should be a little bit more films like this.
I felt like it was a little under gay for what the movie was about.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. I did too. I was expecting dong. I was expecting a little bit more explicitness in it. It's a giallo, man. I mean, you get a lot of sleaziness in giallos, right? And they have no problem showing that in, the films back in the day and stuff. But it seemed a little bit more reserved. They tried to be a little bit more classy with it.
I almost think it hurts the film because it didn't seem realistic in a way.
But it is a movie.
I'm just saying.
The thing is, they're not actually showing you a porno. They're not actually showing you a movie inside a movie. Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like,
I mean, they showed a guy come on his face.
That was done for laughs, though. The way they did that.
Yeah, that was more comedic effect, right? So,
I mean, they show you guys coming in their face, and like, there's something about Mary coming in his hair. So, and don't they show fucking I know it's fake, but in Boogie Nights, don't they show Marky Mark's dick?
The shining star.
Yeah.
I saw Mark Wahlberg on I think it was on Letterman one time, and he asked him, he's like, yo, man, no, it was on Jay Leno, and he goes, didn't you, have you ever kept any prop from a movie before? He's like, had to keep the Boogie Nights prop.
He says he's ashamed of that movie now.
Oh, dude, that movie.
Well, back in the day, it wasn't
your best fucking movie.
Yeah, right?
I actually really liked this movie too, and I didn't expect to. Like, I kept hearing everybody talk about it. Oh, this throwback giallo like thing, and I'm not the hugest fan of giallos, honestly. Like, some of them I like, some of them I don't like, but I just don't like every one of them.
It's giallo, actually.
That's still
okay.
People
Sam.
argue that sometimes.
I know. Yeah, the only reason I said it.
But yeah, no, I really dug this one. I was like, I like the aesthetic. I thought that, the story was actually very good, because you often with a lot of gialli get the half-ass stories, but I thought this one was really good and made sense.
They don't make any fucking sense.
I thought maybe going into this shit, man, it was going to be a little bit more pretentious, and they were going to shove this, this gayness down your throat and just be like ridiculous, right? Like what they're doing with, like, Black Christmas and shit like that, and it goes for everything. I hate when things are just shoved down your. It doesn't matter if it's gay or not. It doesn't matter. Any type of social commentary that's just like ridiculous in your face.
Done, it's garbage.
Yeah, you're just like, fuck off. It has nothing to do. But I was like, I've been thinking, this could be one of those situations. No, totally not. Really, really enjoyed the shit out of this one. 9 out of 10. Check it out.
It's just normal to them, so it's like they don't really bring it up or anything. That's just their normal life.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean,
I just can't imagine. Like, it drives me nuts. Like, how many people I read on Facebook and other, social platforms and stuff about this movie, how they couldn't watch it, they turned it off because it was so gay.
I had a harder time watching Bohemian Rhapsody, honestly.
I'm like, can you imagine
a lot of close-up, gross Freddie Mercury kisses?
Jeremy would disagree.
To me, it's so ridiculous. Like, you got these straight people saying I couldn't watch Knife Plus Heart because it was so
because they're immature.
And I'm like, can you imagine, like, gay people saying...
Yes, it's funny, I know, but it's true.
Can you imagine gay people saying, I turned off this movie because it was too hetero?
It's just.
I mean,
see how ridiculous that sounds? It sounds so ridiculous.
I did see gay people complaining that there wasn't enough gay in this movie. Like they're like, we wanted to see like, why not just go full fucking with it?
We just heard JP, a straight person, said it wasn't gay enough.
There's a great website called the Pornhub.
I was expecting it to be a little bit more explicit too, because it was a French film. You know, Europeans are definitely a little bit more free than we are over here in North America. So I was expecting a little bit more dong and more sleaziness, but you know, they just did it differently.
That's the one thing about horror fans is like a lot of them. There's some of them like we're all film fans. I imagine in this podcast. Like I'm not sure. I love all film. I'll watch anything.
Yeah. Me too.
And that's the one problem is I don't want to be a dick about horror fans or ridicule horror fans because I'm a huge horror fan, but they will not watch certain things. And even independent horror filmmakers,
ones. Those are lame.
Even independent filmmakers won't watch any other movies but horror movies. They don't even watch other independent movies, so they make the same shitty independent movie a million times because they have no other influences. You know what I mean? So it's like it's cannibalizing itself. If you just watch the same shit over and over again and you keep your mind so closed, it's like, are you even a film fan?
It's a bunch of insecure fags.
Dude, do you know what I watched this morning? Before I went out this morning, I watched It's a Wonderful World. Or It's a Wonderful Life. I mean, not in a Wonderful World. It's a Wonderful Life. Before I went out and did my shit today, it's like...
Did you just say you don't know what It's a Wonderful
When he
Life
said it was a wonderful world, I didn't know what it was.
That's actually
Louis Armstrong? What's going on?
That's actually a different movie. There's actually a movie called... And I think it has Gene Stewart in it too, which is weird, but yeah, It's a Wonderful Life, which I love that movie, 4K. Man. Honestly, that movie makes me think every single time I watch it. It's so incredible because just the possibility, right? If you wish yourself that you're never born, and then an angel shows you what life would be like if you were never born, it's like it's really fucking. It gets me every time, dude. I was literally crying this morning again. It gets me every time. I hadn't watched it in years. I haven't watched it in years, and it gets me every fucking time. And I was so bummed out before I went out today. I was like, I gotta record this podcast. I'm all emotional now and shit. Like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, you don't like Midsummer for some reason.
Yeah, right. Like I don't know. I guess it's the dozen Christmas films I watched recently, but I did mix up. I was watching.
I didn't get to watch
regular
as
and
many
horror
as I wanted to.
Yeah, like I watched Miracle on 34th Street, which I hadn't seen in a while from the black and white one, and just good stuff, man.
I didn't watch no 2019 movies because of you guys. I didn't watch no Christmas movies.
See,
it ruins my life every year because I always want to watch Christmas movies, and I always have to do this at the time.
I'm sitting here watching this poor lady get raped in Nightingale, trying not to cry over there. And fucking Gwen, when the lady can't sell her vegetables, you guys are watching all this cheery Christmas shit.
Yeah. I did sneak in A Christmas Story like I do every year.
Oh, you gotta. Yeah.
It's hard not to sneak in.
Yeah,
that's on TBS 24/7.
Yeah, it was playing.
And I leave it on.
Oh, to answer the question, I watched it with the kid actually on.
I've been doing it since '97.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 9th plus Heart, 9 out of 10.
You were born in '97.
Yeah, I was born in '97.
Oh, gotcha.
Jerry was like, what were you
40?
7? Jerry.
Whatever.
I think Jerry's the same age as my parents, actually.
Thank you for that, Carly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hashtag Jerry.
I was older than you, though, Jerry. It's cool.
I guarantee I got more tattoos than your father.
Ooh.
Oh, I bet you have a lot more good going for you than my father.
Hashtag Kurt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus.
Carly's dad helped us move furniture one time, and then he disappeared, and we were still moving furniture. He started off strong, and I was like, wait a minute. Where'd he go?
Hashtag Kurt.
Yeah, hashtag freaking Kurt.
He went to go get cigarettes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dave, you're up.
Oh, this is going to be quick, short, and sweet. My number 5 is Midsommar at a 9.
That's a problem with doing.
Damn it, I lost.
But you actually mispronounced that. It's Midlamar.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
Good one.
Hang a snoozer.
I've been using it nonstop, man.
Snoozer.
I literally have it written down as Midlamar everywhere on my notes. I'm the only one I can see that. I think
that's all right.
Go, Dave. I'm glad you had it.
Yeah. You're out, Jeremy?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to see it on the list, but yeah.
I enjoyed it. I mean, I saw it in theaters. That opening blew my mind. I was like, while I was watching that opening, I literally was like, is this motherfucker trying to kill me 2 years in a row? What is he doing?
Dude, same, bro. Like, I literally, my eyes were so wide. And I was just like, it was just the way that the camera moves and the way that her performance is, the way she cries is like one of the most realistic things I've ever seen.
Dude, I gave
that is disrespectful. That is disrespectful.
I was watching it with someone at theaters, and I gave him the Cannibal Holocaust. You know what that is? Do you remember at the very end of Cannibal Holocaust when they bring all that footage in and make the executive watch it,
yeah.
and the two are embarrassed for making him watch it, and they look over at each other like, "What the fuck are we doing?" Like, they give that, like,
my friend walked out of this movie 3 times.
Really?
Dude, I swear to God, Carly, you know Martin.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, you told
Yeah,
me.
What made him go in there 3
That
times?
scene, he was like, "I can't do it, dude," and I was like, I went and got him. I was like, "Just come back in. It's all right.
It's bad.
It's gonna be all right. It's sunny now."
It's all right. You're just gonna watch
out
somebody
again.
jump off a cliff and
It
break
never
their
gets.
legs.
It never gets worse than that beginning. That beginning is so much worse.
Yeah, but he's very.
You should have been like Carly walked out too when somebody was on fire burning in a giant fucking cross.
Carly didn't break out.
He didn't make it to that part. He left before that.
Oh
wow!
Yeah,
what a pussy!
He didn't come back the 3rd time.
I never stop a movie, even unless
He
it
would
just
probably
falls.
absolutely kill you, Jeremy.
Not probably. Most
my
people
God,
would kill me.
How do you live through life?
Hey, Jeremy, when you're getting
You
beat
just
up,
like hoping the world lets you live.
hey,
I'm
when
just saying he sounds a bit like a pussy.
Jeremy, when you're getting beat on, be like, "At least I watched the movie. I could watch a movie." Just play it on the background so he'll start crying, and then you can take cheap shots. One to the gut.
There you go.
Hit him right in his dome.
Yeah, he'll be like, that didn't feel like anything.
And then you get in your car and drive away. Touch me in Sue.
All right.
Bye, baby.
Group number 5.
What was your rating on that, Dave?
9.
9.
9.
Group number 5 is Doctor Sleep.
Good shit.
To sleep. Cool.
All right.
Jeremy.
Number 4 with a 9.0 out of 10.
There's no O.
Shut up. It's a film that we already talked about from Japan, and it's A Record of Sweet Murder.
I almost guessed that one for you, but I changed my mind.
Oh, this movie is fantastic, bro. I don't know what you're messing, JP, by not checking this movie out. This is one I had nothing about. I just saw it on Mood's Letterboxd. I was like, I was going to check this one out. And this is a very simplistic film, as we talked about, but it's done so well. It's found footage, and it's done all in one shot. And the performances are just so well done. The main, crazy guy, you feel for him because he really does believe in what he's saying, Even though we think he's crazy, you could tell that he truly believes this crazy thing that if he kills 27 people, they're all going to get reincarnated and all this other crazy shit. And the interactions he has with the other 2 Japanese couples, or the one Japanese couple that comes later on in the film, their interactions are fucking batshit crazy too. And the fact that it's all done with no cuts, it just makes it no cuts in parentheses. It makes it flow so much better. And such a great film. I highly recommend it. And the ending is batshit fucking crazy too. And I'm trying to think of what it kind of feels like. What's that Bruno Mattei movie we watched where they travel back in time in that giant?
Shocking Dark.
Yeah, it kind of has like a Shocking Dark kind of ending, but way, way better than that movie. I give it a 9 out of 10. Pick up the Blu-ray from Unearthed Films. Don't watch the shitty rental version on Vudu because the subtitles are fucked up. And I paid $4 for that shit, so I give it a 9 out of 10. Good stuff.
Cool.
And for once, a Japanese movie that isn't 4 hours long.
That's weird. That's weird movie. Too. It's it's spoken in Japanese and Chinese, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I think some of the characters are Chinese, some are Japanese. That's one I
no
really
isn't
I would have got to rewatch.
Is
right?
it China? Or I thought the guy was Korean or something.
Yeah. It's Korean. He's Korean.
Yeah.
No, he's Japanese because she's like, I want you to get a camera.
But the other one's Korean.
Japanese.
No, the other guy's Korean.
He's Korean. The two punk
are
people
Japanese.
they're Japanese.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There's two languages
Korean
because there was a language barrier between the characters, I believe, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
And those characters are excellent too.
Oh, they're crazy.
The movie's fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
It is, man.
When he's like, I want you to fuck my girlfriend. It's like, man, that guy's hardcore.
Man.
It's great shit.
Wish I. Yeah.
All right. I regret not watching that movie, by the way. That's like
that was
I
the
really
one
regret.
that was on my short list. Probably the next one I would have watched.
Yeah, I might check that one out afterwards. But anyway, yeah, my number 4 is Harpoon.
Good Canadian stuff. Nice.
Yeah.
Canadian.
Yeah, JP claims he was raving about this movie, but Jeremy's the one who actually told me to check it out, so I give the credit to him on that. But
that's bullshit. I said it before him.
You never told me about you put it on the list, yeah, but you didn't tell me, oh, this is great, you need to watch this. But yeah, I really enjoyed this movie. There's a lot of great aspects going on in it. It is a horror comedy, and this is kind of one of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude.
You think?
It's definitely horror.
Yeah.
Really?
What do you think? Are you serious right now?
But the comedy's done so
The whole
well in
mo-
it, though.
like,
it's
'cause
actually
what-
funny.
I laughed really hard.
Is the
during
horror
this.
the
It's very
fact
funny.
that they're stranded?
The horror is
it's on a
just,
boat. It's on a boat. Enough said.
Dude, the way they're acting with each other, not just them being
Dude,
stranded, but
listen, I'm just. Other people have said that it wasn't horror. That's I'm just saying.
For a
When
guy
was the
who
last time you
says,
listened
for
to
a guy who
everybody else?
claims that you have a loose interpretation of what's
No,
horror,
I'm not saying that it's
point
not.
for the
You're
next-
missing- you're- this is
Jerry's tearing JP a new one.
no.
he's flipping out.
I'm just angry inside.
No,
he's
that's
fucking
bullshit.
even
I'm just
it's
saying,
not horror.
no, I've had these conversations. Watson was one of the people who was like, "Is it really horror though?" Because the ending makes it horror, but the rest of the movie? What's horror?
The
about?
over the top violence possibly fits into that horror genre because
So
the violence
over-the-top
ain't horror.
violence
Survival
equals
horror. It's not
Okay.
only survival horror, but it's the characters, the fact that they have all this tension between each other makes it horror as well. And then what the two characters do to the one character at the beginning. I don't want to give away the whole movie, but yeah, it's definitely horror. That's a
Thriller
dumb
plot
question.
executed.
You know how
as a horror
hard it
movie,
is
right?
to have 3 characters that make a fucking narrative that interesting, that funny, that many good twists. They did a great job with that movie, man. That is
set
fucking
all that
horror.
shit up
There was
perfect.
suspense. It's great.
They set
It's a
everything
great
up
film.
perfect too, and it pays
Yeah,
off. Everything pays off, and it blew my mind at the end. I was like, "Oh my god!"
dude.
no.
I know, right?
It's the
I was
perfect ending because these people are such pieces of shit.
I love them.
What
though. I
happens
love
to
all of them.
It is, man.
Yeah.
It's so
I didn't-
great, man.
I didn't realize, but that the actor, the
Turbo
friend,
Kid.
he is from fucking Degrassi.
Oh, that guy.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
other one's Turbo Kid.
And the other one's
Yeah, I
Turbo
like
Kid,
Turbo
yeah.
Kid too.
Oh, fuck.
I said I like Turbo Kid too. What fuck are you saying?
Oh, I thought you said I don't like Turbo Kid either.
No, I like Turbo Kid too.
I don't love Turbo Kid. I like it.
I love Turbo
Love
Kid.
it, man. The opening scene in Turbo Kid with the fucking total Rad homage is amazing. Because Rad is it was my Bible because I used to actually race.
Only on Laserdisc, very expensive.
Yeah, I know.
That's just about $150 to $200.
Wait, I have
It's
it
a
on
release.
Blu-ray.
Rad?
Oh, Rad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got
Yeah, Rad. Oof.
Rad. I have a bootleg DVD of it.
I saw that in theaters.
I think
have
it
a
has.
bootleg
I think it has
DVD.
music rights. It has.
I've
music
never
rights
watched it.
issues. So
What were you saying about Harpoon, Carly?
Oh yes, thank you.
I feel like I
No, it's okay. One thing I was gonna say was I do think the comedy works well in it, but I almost feel like for this movie, I almost wish there wasn't comedy. I feel like that could have made it go even higher up for me a little bit because it just seems like it could have done well without the comedy. But I do like the comedy; it's not a major complaint. There's also some pretty gross moments in this movie that just kind of got under my skin. So yeah, overall I enjoyed it. It's definitely horror. It's I know there's plots like this that have been done before.
What?
He's so broad on his horror definition, though, man. You have to remember that, guys.
It's definitely horror to me is just like to where nobody even questions it a little bit. I find that kind of surprising.
But everyone on here is in agreement, and you're the only one. Does that not?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm surprised. I'm not even saying it's not horror. That's what I'm saying. It's just that, like, I expected this to be more of one of the debated titles.
I don't know. I didn't think twice about it, really.
Huh. I put it in my horror section because the way it's executed. But plot is like a thriller, but the way it's executed, it plays like a horror comedy.
Huh.
Yeah.
It focuses on the gags and the gross shit. Huh? Oh yeah.
Did you get a physical?
Yeah,
I know.
By the way, this is my number 13 of the year. Like, I love this movie. And I'm not even saying it's not horror.
Why are you spoiling it, bro?
Yeah,
bro. Because you guys were hating on me for some reason.
Because you came at me a little twisted. Like,
I didn't, though. I was genuinely curious if
I do see his point. Because there's but I would just, for some reason, it just feels like a horror movie to me. I'm like trying to justify it, but it just feels right.
About what's happening in the movie? There's nothing horror. There's no horror in it to me.
It's executed like a horror movie.
Except for once you find the reveal, then it's like, oh, okay, that kind of makes it. Other than that, it's just a survival film that's a comedy too. What?
Did you like it?
It's my number 13. I loved it.
It's my number 12. I'm saying it too. Then I fought so hard with myself.
It was one of the.
It's my number 14.
We all fought I fought so hard to put this on my list. I was mad. There's like 5 titles. I was like, I want this on. I can't have.
I know this is the one that I wanted on more than any of them.
I had to click back to it. I was like, wait a minute. I think I'm in the same range as them. Yeah, it's number 14.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You wanted it? Did you not put it on because you didn't think it was horror, or you just it?
No, I wanted it. The Bliss overpowered it, but I'm saying out of the 4 that were competing for the number 10 spot, the 4 or 5, the other ones, it's the one that I probably was the next, closest, but then there was 8 as well. So but yeah, I did I didn't think about it not being horror until Watson was talking to me about it the other couple weeks ago, and he was just well, what horror happens in it? And I was like, I don't know. It's just like I guess it's a survival comedy.
Him and Taijin Kyle could get together and talk about it. Jesus.
So Watson is the definition of horror now? He's the definition of horror?
What's
so
that?
Whatever Watson says, it fucking goes now, or what?
No, but I don't have
He's questioning it, so I was like, fuck, you're right, it's not horror.
Dude,
I don't give a good goddamn if it's not horror or not. It's on the list.
What is the horror?
Well, the horror, I don't want to give away the whole movie.
It's the situation, man. That's the horror. They're on a boat. They're not going anywhere. There's tension. There's fucking...
Okay, but you could say that about, Deliverance. They're in the woods. It's tension.
In Deliverance, they don't drink the guy's blood to survive.
But that's my point. There's also horror elements in it, though, too.
Like I said, it's executed like a horror comedy, almost like over-the-top splatter, like something like a Peter Jackson or Sam Raimi at times. So, I mean, it fits more into that genre than just a typical thriller, which would be something like... it's definitely horror-adjacent, and I think it belongs more with horror than thriller.
I think it does, too, but I'm just saying, I just was surprised that it was, nobody... that when I said, is it horror? Everybody was like, what? Is it horror? Jeez, what's wrong with you?
I do understand the thriller. It does have thriller aspects to it, definitely.
I'm actually surprised.
Carly, stop concaving.
Stop what?
Stop reforming. Stop reforming.
What the
Those are pretty big words.
About?
What's going on?
Christ, Jeremy.
Concaving.
Start being
Jeremy,
bad.
do you have a dictionary out and you're just reading out words right now?
He's got a dictionary, like the guy in Murder Party.
He's sitting there reading it. Hold on, wait.
You write down words to say them to us later? Yeah.
I love Murder Party.
That's one of my favorites.
That's so funny, man. That's so funny.
I give the movie 8.5 though.
So did I.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
Cool, buddy. Very cool.
Yeah, it's a good movie, man. Good movie.
We're not having it on the list now.
My number 4 is a film that was brought up twice, I think now. It is Dr. Sleep. I might like this more than The Shining. I know that's crazy.
Okay, seriously,
I'm
dude.
not saying that it's better.
Jerry, can you chime in and
like
rip him more?
Wait, this
just
is
been
a
getting
great
pounded.
movie,
He's been getting pounded all. He needs to get pounded for that one.
This is a
more
great
than the
movie.
original.
I'm gonna come chat on you.
I know, subjectively, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. But really,
what, you don't think this is a great movie?
Yes.
No, I thought Doctor Sleep was a good movie.
I mean,
it's not better than The Shining.
I never said it was better. I never said it was better. I said
You
I
said
like
you
it.
like it better.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, no, I think The Shining is better, but I like this one more.
I still have a hard time with that. I don't understand how anybody could like this movie more than The Shining.
It's just The Shining like bores me sometimes, man. It's just like long and fucking.
You need to stop watching that movie at 4:30 in the morning in a bad mood.
No, it's just I don't know, that movie. It
And
just like gives me a
eating
headache.
combo crumbs.
It's like fucking.
It's driving you crazy, JP. That's what it's supposed
Combo
to do.
crumbs and flat Mountain Dew. That's how you watch that movie every single time. You have to get a fresh bag of combos.
And you need Code
full
Red.
bottle of.
Bitch, I've seen
Mountain
this
Dew.
in the theater. I've
Did
seen
you say
this,
bitch.
I've seen this fucking thing in the theater, man. But no, like, yeah, Dr. Sleep, dude. I love the sequel aspect of it. It is so cool to and not only that it's a sequel, that it's so long. I was getting like Psycho vibes, you know what I mean? Psycho 2, just like revisiting this familiar stuff after so much time had passed. You know, seeing the tunnel that they're going through and the way the shot is, and you know the walls and the you know the hotel. It's just something amazing about seeing that all so long after, and the way that the character is the emotions that come back through like Danny Torrance when he remembers the place, or he's like thinking about the place, or when he eventually gets to the place, like the amount of emotion that you would have to be back in that place after the most horrific thing of existence happened to you there. You know, it's so powerful. And I actually loved the fucking space vampire fucking, or whatever the fuck shining vampire things they are, force vampires. I actually really dug that.
See, that was the one aspect of the movie I wasn't like the hugely fond of, was the actual, you know, narrative with it to me it felt like this really kind of bizarre scanners type thing. It was weird. I just wish they had
feels like kind of like, you know, superpower-ish, like almost like
it did. It felt like a really big spectrum, and I don't know. I was hoping a little bit more. I mean, the third act is like, but definitely my favorite, man. When they get to the Overlook Hotel and stuff.
Oh my god, when they like when they're first going to the hotel and it does that zoom in of.
I already said that earlier.
Oh, it's so good. The cinematography in this movie it's so good.
Who cares if you already said it? We already always.
Yeah, let me have
shit.
my moment.
Exactly. I agree, Carly. It's really, really good.
Because I've been doing this for 12 hours.
Yeah, and I didn't remember when you said it because nobody knows anything you said. Because
I said I saw it on the IMAX screen and I got chills. You dipshit.
I didn't think you were talking about that part though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the part where they zoom in on the mountains.
Yeah.
And
They basically emulate the exact same shot.
It is
yeah,
the
and
same
it's playing the
shot.
music.
It's literally
I'm
the
like-
same shot.
I was
I
like,
looked at my
whoa.
friend and just smiled at him when they did that. I was like,
I know. I actually got goosebumps when I saw that too, and it's the music too. And I was like, oh man, so cool. I'm like, yeah, that worked. That's working.
I had wished this would have been successful so much, because people always say, studios, people, you know, interviews you hear, like, we were afraid to make a sequel after so much time had passed because people wouldn't care or remember. And I hate when that's proven right, because I would much rather have a sequel and not a remake.
I felt like they should have just exploited the
Stephen
promotion
King
a little bit more.
moniker.
I just think that they did. I just don't think that anybody knew.
I don't know why. Maybe
I don't think people. I don't think
you
that,
caught
like,
it, but I felt like so many people around here didn't. They just didn't even realize it.
The title too. It doesn't really scream out. You know what I mean?
And I mean, I know a lot of.
But there's so much shots of The Shining. It like half the trailer is every shot from The Shining in this movie.
Well, I was gonna
You
say,
know
like,
what I
a lot
mean?
of people my age, like, I know, have not seen The Shining.
That's what
I can totally.
that was my argument.
Yeah, like, my friends I know don't know about it. I've shown a few of my friends the movie, but like, besides me showing them it, they would not have known about that.
Do you think it would have been a better thing to call it like Doctor Sleep, The Shining 2?
No.
The Shining.
No, that'd be worse.
No.
I know it's a bad title, but just to get people into the theater, though.
Kids don't go to video stores. They don't go down the aisles and see shit, just rent random movies anymore. If it doesn't pop up on their streaming service, they don't fucking pay attention. So The Shining's probably not.
But there's also people that, click on, what's playing at the cinema tonight? Doctor Sleep. Well, that sounds stupid. Next, fucking,
no.
Happy
the
Death Day
kids-
2. That sounds more reasonable.
The kids, the kids of today, dude.
Either, so
People in the under 30 demographic, let's just say like 15 to 30 or something like that, like Carly's generation, like a little bit of mine. Like even people my age don't know what The Shining is. You know what I mean?
Bad
like,
brains.
Unless they're a film fan, they don't know what The Shining is.
See, it's crazy to me. I always thought The Shining was one of those kind of staple films, in no matter what genre of film you watch.
I saw that.
I just felt like everybody knew what The Shining was.
Film fans know it.
It's old, man. It's pretty old now. That one came out like 80, right? Like
that was the year I was born. You're making me feel like I'm fucking ancient.
People know about it, but they don't watch
You
it,
ain't
and then
40
I feel
yet,
like
Boots.
it's boring to people.
I'm not 40 yet, no.
I got you beat there.
Yeah, but
and I definitely can't compete with the Justin Bieber hair, man, because I'm bald. So.
I just think that the people, the Doctor Sleep does not look like a film for teens either, and I just think that
it's not supposed to be for teens either, though.
No, and you're right, but I think that what we're seeing is like that is a large market for why films make money is teenagers. And
the thing I found interesting when we were talking about the promoting this film and stuff, and Jerry had mentioned that when he saw it, he's sitting in the cinema and all he saw was gray hairs and shit. He saw people that knew what it was, and I was like, did it get promoted differently there or something? Because how the fuck is everybody in that cinema the right people for that? For this movie, for the sequel? And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm watching it with 7 other people and not one person knows this is a fucking sequel and blah blah blah. I'm like, this is fucked.
My entire theater was probably 30 plus.
Nice.
Yeah, so not many.
I mean, there was probably 30 to 50 people in mine. It was actually busier than we thought it was going to be. Considering
they should have released it in October, where nothing was coming out.
It's true.
Isn't that bizarre? How many theatrical films we had last year?
Because they were expecting more stuff to come out for October.
Yeah, but these studios know what's coming out so far ahead. October is the most underutilized tool to horror that is available. There shouldn't be a film every week in fucking January. There should be one in October. Why is there only one horror film, or maybe 2 sometimes, that come out in October these days? It's not fucking run by Solemn Paranormal Activity anymore. Like, why? It boggles my mind, man. It truly does. It's like one of the most annoying things. I would love to go see a new horror film every weekend in October.
Mm-hmm. I think I did. But I'm in LA, so that's different.
Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I gave Dr. Sleep 8/9 out of 10.
Nice. All right, let's see. My number 4 is one that's already been discussed a couple of times, so we can go by really quick. That is Agazuza. Absolutely fell in love with this movie. Bought it, as I mentioned earlier, I bought it right away. I've watched it multiple times since then. The performances in this blow me away more and more every time I watch it. Even the subtleties of the rape scene are so brilliantly done that it makes the scene watchable. Like I can't stand rape. I abhor rape on cinema, in film. But this one, for whatever reason, just how it was shot, just absolutely loved it. The fact that there was no score playing, it's very bleak yet very beautiful, and not the rape, of course, just the visuals of the scene. But yeah, absolutely love the movie. We've already discussed it. The third act really makes the movie, and yeah, you can make an argument that these are not witches, that this is just another mental health issue, but whatever interpretation you go with, I think most people are still going to enjoy the artistic elements of this film. So yeah, awesome movie, 9.5 out of 10.
Cool, man. Cool.
Shit.
Okay, so coming in at number 4 for myself, coming from India.
Good shit.
Tim Bad.
I knew that shit was on your list when you were talking to me about it when I was talking about it, and you were being kind of not super talking about it, but I could tell you like I knew that motherfucker was on your list.
Yeah, I can tell too.
I love these mythological stories, man, and I think this one is executed so awesomely. I mean, it has these perfect stages. It has like this, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. It's just amazing. I think the effects are fantastic in this. I think it's just there's so much more going on in this film again that you can dissect. It's fantastic, man. This is one of the best Indian films I've seen in a long time. I don't even remember the last time I seen one this great, but
I don't remember the last time I seen one.
Just a blast. And again, this is another movie that's just running under 2 hours, but I felt the pacing was fantastic because again, it's broken up into different times, right? And I think that's really good. But the acting is on point, man. The wardrobes are fantastic. Cinematography, like it's just really fucking well put together. This one surprised the shit out of me. I had this one on a list to watch for a little bit because I knew things about it, and then I finally checked it out and pleasantly surprised, man. Pleasantly surprised with this one. I don't really want to say a whole lot more about it. I mean, it might get brought up again. I don't know, but 9 out of 10. Tumbad. How do you say it properly?
Tumbad.
Tumbad. I don't know. But definitely worth your time, man. If you're into fantasy mythological type stuff, and I think this one just really has a really great narrative. It has a really great core story. It's got such great chemistry with the son and the father and stuff, and it's just all around phenomenal. I really think this is one that is this one coming on physical, or do we know anything about that?
Prime.
Oh, me too. I wish it was physical. I'd buy a Blu-ray happily.
Yeah, I would love to see this on Blu-ray and a really great transfer of it. But
and maybe
I think I watched it on Prime, but I always feel like the movies on Prime look like shit sometimes. I don't know what the fuck.
Mine look great when I got the Amazon Firebox thing that hooks into the TV. Before that, they look like dog shit. After I got that, they look fucking phenomenal.
Weird. Yeah. Okay. Weird. Because some of them look good, like great to me, and others don't. It's like the
they
weirdest
all
thing,
look good for me usually. But one thing that also I'll add to that movie is whenever you have a high concept like mythological like idea and you put it to screen, I feel like it's gonna look shoddy. Like the way they did basically the womb, it looks so good, and you don't feel like this movie had like fucking millions of dollars. At least I assume. Like the whole thing that they did with like the actual monster and the cave thing that they're in, it looks amazing.
It does. Well, yeah, it's the huge womb and stuff. But I love the whole curse aspect of it. Like with the granny and shit. Like you come back all these years later, still fucking sitting there alive. Is like kill me.
A tree grew out of her
because it's an eternity curse, and it's like fuck, man. Like she's grown into this whole thing, and it's like
they're
could you
worried
imagine
about
living like
feeding
that?
Grandma. They didn't need to feed her for a couple decades.
No,
she wakes up hungry and she's gonna eat you.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was creepy, man.
It was a fucking awesome movie.
The mythology is amazing, and it really is well explained. And I can see people missing maybe kind of plot points and stuff because it is subtitled and shit like that. But I felt like it wasn't really that hard to follow, to be honest. But
is that a diss on me?
Of course it is. Yeah, you're a Mexican. So
because I had to read the fucking wiki.
I actually forgot about that.
That mood's right.
It takes place over a super long time, so rechecking up on a wiki is probably good after watching it, not seeing it for like fucking 6 months.
Yeah, and that's what I respect about the film, because it does take place in different time zone. I was gonna say time zones, but different times and stuff, and everything kind of changes, and. Fuck, man. I thought the wardrobe they did such a great job with this, man.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to see it, man. If you like fantasy horror, man, like, fuck, check out this one. Definitely worth your time.
Also, just throw this out there. Agazusa actually made our Hall of Fame with a 9.5 from Jerry. Derek actually rated it on episode 160 at 9.5, and I gave it a 9.
Nice.
So, first induction of the night. Hopefully there would be more, but I haven't been keeping a ton of track.
Really? There hasn't been 3 people that had us?
But I don't think they made it.
Because it was 3 9s, right?
I got an 8.5.
9.5 for me.
Oh shit, man. So that's not even wow. Cool.
So we would need a 9.5 to get it in.
So there's been one inductee right now. Wow, I'm blown away by this. Okay.
And I rate low on my first time watch. I fucking feel like I should have bumped some of these up, but that's just the way I am. On revisit, they might go up to 10. But you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Absolutely.
So I'm up then?
Yep.
All right, number 4. This was my second. Is this a horror movie on my list? But fuck y'all. I didn't get a chance to rewatch this one in full. I did want to rewatch it, but I didn't. I already talked about that one.
Yeah, you dumb fuck.
Jesus Christ, dude.
But it is Gaspar Noé's climax. I love the cinematography in this movie.
But that's another one where I was questioning if it was
exactly. Horror. I mean, it has like these elements where everybody goes nuts. There's dread, there's horror, there's insanity. There's killings. It's violent, but I love the opening of this movie. They set everybody up when they're introduced, and then they're interviewed, so you know them a little bit, and then you learn who they are through their dance movements and where they are on the fucking where they're dancing at and how they're interacting with other people. And then basically all of it's set up. It's the best fucking shot scene this whole year, probably. It's a winner. The cinematography is excellent. And I was trying to explain to Jeremy while I was watching it. He's like, "You said this was like 25 minutes long." It's like, what? I'm like, dude, you know how fucking hard that is when you're on the set on a cheap low budget movie. You fucked up like 8 times walking. No, not. I'm talking about
you did this Jeremy's voice though.
Yeah, sorry. Now, other Jeremy's like
the same voices.
But anyways, I mean, like you could fuck up.
He's
so
like,
much.
I never said that.
I fucking love that movie.
Yeah. But it just blew my fucking mind, and I don't know shit about dancing. I don't know anything about this time frame of this music is not my style. But I caught myself doing the stupid fucking hand movements of the people by myself. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I doing this?
I feel that, man.
I tried to do.
So you had a revelation about yourself, like in dance
I'm not even
too,
into
this year.
What is it? Is it drum and bass or is it? It's not like
I don't
drum and
fucking
bass.
know, but it was excellent, and I was hooked in there.
And the last girl who goes in is the one that did it all.
To add to that, I'm fucking out because I picked Climaxes as number 1.
Really?
Oh yeah, JP, fuck you. I'm out because I picked Dr. Sleep for you, number 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you already mention Nightingale? You said.
Me?
Yeah.
He did.
I was already on. I'm complete. Yeah, I'm out.
I'm only out for Jury so far.
Suck it.
I'm just out for Dave.
I haven't. I'm not out
too,
for anybody. Believe it or not.
I'm usually actually
you, Jerry.
I'm pretty bad at this.
No, man, it's fucking fantastic. Best cinematography of the year, best lighting, and just like wonders. It's a nightmare. I love his other movies too, like Enter the Void. Just fantastic.
That's
his best film in my opinion.
Yeah, Enter the Void is like goddamn fucking. So it touches you the way he edits that stuff. But Climax has really cool moments, and I love that like the videotapes on the side. You see like Zombie and fucking Sallow and shit like that. You're like, you just know that
all of those tapes influenced or influences in this.
He wears his influences on his sleeve.
I like how he doesn't even try to hide that. He's just like, here, this is exactly what influenced me to make this movie, and I'm going to show you that in the first shot of the movie.
Yeah, and I bet a lot.
I think that's ballsy, man. I think that's really cool.
Again,
why not? Why hide it?
A24, man.
So everybody can call your ass out.
Well, that's what I like about
complain.
Gaspar Noé. He doesn't
Dude, a
fuck
lot
around
of people
films.
didn't like this movie. A lot of people.
Dude, I heard people say this is the worst shit they've seen all year.
Dude, I was hypnotized. I was fucking hypnitized by this, man.
So was I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it too. Yeah.
Pick up the Arrow. It's awesome.
Hey, there's one film that me and Dylan disagreed on. He hated it. And he loved Midsommar, so there you go. There you go.
9 out of 10.
That's 2 then.
Yeah.
All right, the listeners. So I was ahead of you. Their number 4
Yep.
was actually a little surprising to me, but Bliss.
Nice.
It surprised me because I didn't think enough people would see it to make it to number 4.
Usually those are the films that don't make the list.
Yeah, especially when you see what was below it. Dr. Sleep, Child's Play, It Too, you know what I mean?
Yeah, crazy.
Good Americans. Every one of them. God bless 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, because previously I was talking shit about horror fans, so God bless them.
Yeah.
Besides the homophobic ones. Anyway.
Jeez. As long as they're not hateful.
Exactly.
All right. Top 3, boys and Carly. All right. We have with a 9 out of 10, we have the Canadian film Harpoon.
Shit.
I had a blast with this movie.
Oh, is this movie horror or isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is it horror?
How come everybody, all the other films are allowed to ask, but this one, if I ask, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Of
Yeah,
course
what
it's
the
horror.
fuck is wrong with you, JP? Come on, man.
Jeez.
I mean,
asking.
I'm just playing, bro.
When it comes to the most worst, horrible people of the year, it comes to these three motherfuckers, man. These people are just all into it for themselves. They don't care about each other. And they're just douchebag people.
Well,
and
Nightingale, man. Nightingale's the worst person I've ever seen in a film.
Yeah,
yeah, I still have to see it. These people, as Dave said earlier, you love to hate them. Like, they're so likable, but they're just such douchebags at the same time.
They're just really fun.
They're funny, that's why.
Yeah. And I just had a blast with this movie. As we talked about before, I think the ending is just so entertaining and exactly what these kind of characters deserve. And it made me laugh when that fucking boat pulled away, man. I was just laughing so goddamn hard. If you want a really good indie, pretty low budget film, you gotta check this one out. Oh yeah, and the narrator kicks ass. I don't think we talked about the narrator before.
Yeah,
the narrator is hilarious, and highly recommend you pick up Harpoon. Dread put it out on Blu-ray a little while ago.
That actually.
Well, I thought it only had a DVD. Fuck
it has a Blu-ray from Dread. I recommend.
Yeah, Dread Central, Epic Pictures releasing, put it out.
Yep.
They put it like.
Do you guys collect that whole line?
I got the whole line.
Dread? Yeah.
I haven't seen them all though. I've seen a big chunk.
No, I collect every other line except for that one apparently. So
I only have Terrifier. But the one thing I didn't really like about Harpoon was I felt like this
that it wasn't horror.
The survival thing, the survival aspect was a little bit poorly designed. Like the fact that they're like worrying about water like days after you need water like right away. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I felt like they kind of fucked that up a little bit. Maybe they should did a little bit more research. But other than that, I really loved it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right,
Garly.
All right, number 3. It's been mentioned many a times, but it is Midsommar, otherwise known as Midsummer by the Americans.
Oh my god, everyone's so bad at pronouncing it. It's Midlamer.
Carly. That's what happened.
Oh man.
I finally am out for one. Carly fucked it up.
Sorry, I'm
real
sorry,
piece of
Carly.
shit, Carly. I hope you know that.
for the lead.
Real piece of shit.
Yeah, but JP I think got the impression that I hated this movie. But it really just disturbed me, and it was one of those movies that I kind of just thought about for multiple days, and I just kept getting in a bad mood over it, but not in a bad way. It was just one of those films that really left a big impact on me to where I was like, holy shit. It just really depressed me, especially with the ending portion of it. And I thought it was fantastic. I was really into it. I did not get to see the other cuts. JP obviously went with a different person for that. But what I did see, I really dug.
The pussy guy?
Yeah, the pussy guy who couldn't handle it. I could handle it, but it's... not one I would run back to.
You can't even fucking handle the gargantuan.
Dude, I handled the fuck out of the gargant. Shut up. Don't tell people.
What's the gargantuan? What's going on?
None of your business.
That's your wiener.
That's
his
name for his wiener.
Yeah, my wiener is named the gargantuan. Yeah, right.
I'll debate that in a second. It's Mr. Burrito.
But yeah, I think it's a great film. I mean, I would say I probably like Hereditary a bit more, and as far as rewatch value, I would rewatch Hereditary a bit more, but I thought this movie was really good. I usually don't like long movies, but I was really enthralled with this one, and like I said, left a big impact on me, so I give it a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, my turn. Number 3. This was one of the best theatrical experiences I had this year. Another film that I liked a lot when I seen it, and the more I thought about it, the more I just liked it, and the more that I thought about it, the more I liked it. The more I defended it, the more I liked it, because I've defended this film a lot this year. And I've even like begged other people to watch it who are like, no, I'm not going to watch it because, you know, I trust these other people who say that it's not so good. And I'm like,
Christmas.
No.
Return to Nukem High Volume 2?
But you think you lost, Jeremy. What do you think it is then?
Well, it's not Midsummer because people have been defending that movie forever. So, and it's not Brightburn because you already talked about that movie. Is it Ma?
No, it's Climax.
Good shit.
Ew.
Yeah, this is an amazing movie, dude. Like I like when I found out what was happening in this movie. This is a perfect movie to go in blind, by the way. I was like, what the fuck am I watching for like the longest time, you know, just dance sequence. Like, I'm just like conversations, dialogue. I'm like, is anything going to happen in this movie? You know what I mean? And it just goes like, it's just crazy after that. It's a fucking ride, man. I'm like, holy shit. Like everything I'm seeing is nuts. And the cinematography is amazing. And the way that the pacing and storytelling through camera work and through time is top notch. Like this is masterfully crafted. And just like when you start realizing like earlier conversations you heard are like subconsciously like coming out of people, that was really cool too. And yeah, just some very fucked up stuff in this movie as well. Loved it from beginning to end. Period piece as well.
The fucking bullying, man, on that one chicken. Ugh.
Oh yeah, I wanted to kill people.
That one
it's
black
like brutal, man. It's like fucking brutal.
I felt so bad for some of the characters, especially
Me
the
too,
like,
man.
I don't drink. I was like, man, he got fucked. He was the nicest guy in the whole fucking place too.
Yeah.
Just a super cool dance sequences. I was like, even though I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was still captivated by watching them dance. I was like, wow, this is just really cool, man. It's just like the cinematography and just like the time that the choreography with like how long that would have took and just like everybody nailed it. And yeah, I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. I bumped it up a half point for this show.
Shit. Who else had that? Did anyone else have that one besides me and JP so far?
Maybe.
Me and you were actually lining up very well with our picks.
Yeah,
but I think like
so
4.
far we got Thumbad, Us. Did you call Us yet?
No, I didn't have Us. Dr. Sleep, Climax.
I don't know if you called Midsummer yet. Climax and Bliss, right?
Nightingale and Bliss, yeah. Did you call the Lighthouse?
Which one?
The Lighthouse?
No, he hasn't.
Okay.
All right, Jerry.
All right. Well, it's funny that JP mentions The Lighthouse because that is my number 3 film of the year.
Yep.
We've already discussed it. I feel like this movie is pretty much perfect. Every frame of this movie is a work of art, in my opinion. I mean, even just random shots of them sitting at the dining room table there that they have, just absolutely love it. Every frame looks like a Norman Rockwell, seafaring type picture. Love the setup. Love the performances. I agree Willem Dafoe deserves an Oscar, at the very least a nomination for this one. But, I mean, from what I've seen this year, if it's not Joaquin Phoenix, then it has to be Willem Dafoe. But
Willem Dafoe's not leading. He's supporting.
Oh, they're both leading.
They're both kind of
they're leading.
Yeah.
There's only 2 people in the whole damn thing.
I don't know how you could even say either one was not the lead. They're both
movie.
fucking leading.
There could be 2 leading actors in a movie.
Absolutely, yeah.
But William Dafoe's character
smoking,
is technically the lead in the narrative, right? Because he's the guy that's introducing him.
right.
Pattinson might be a little bit more screen time.
Yeah.
Pattinson.
I guess it's from his perspective too. Pattinson's.
True.
I mean, because who's the lead in a Harold and Kumar movie? They're both leads.
Kumar is the lead.
Kumar.
The marijuana.
Bill
Maybe they're always
Harold wishes
Yeah,
he
the
would
fucking
lead.
weed,
now that I
man.
think about it.
I'm just saying that if the
Who's the
Academy,
lead in Cheech and Chong, damn it?
I bet you the
marijuana.
Academy, I guarantee he would get nominated for supporting actor.
Are they not
bet
I do not guarantee that.
Well, I guess we'll
not co-leading
see.
stars though? Like you have 2 people in a narrative? Like how do
You can have more than one lead in a movie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But there's two people that have to be co-leads. Like,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. Like,
I mean, you both have the same amount of screen time, blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah.
even though the story more evolved, like what it turns into is not Defoe's character.
Sure,
It's definitely
Yeah, I
from
can see
Pattinson's
that.
perspective.
Yeah, we're definitely watching the movie through Pattinson's POV. So, yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, perfect, nearly a perfect movie. I find nothing wrong with it. I actually am a fan of Greek mythology, and I pretty much caught the Prometheus references a lot earlier. Yeah. Because obviously Prometheus wanting to steal fire from the gods and give it to humans, that jumped out at me right away.
Guy.
Yeah, absolutely. He was definitely thinking about people more than the gods. But then the Proteus angle, I didn't quite catch until the very end of the movie when Willem Dafoe, for a brief second, actually looks exactly like Proteus. He's got the crown, he's got the tentacles, so yeah. But like I said, being a fan of Greek mythology, I just elevated this movie even more for me. Like I said, I can't nitpick a single thing about this movie. 10 out of 10.
Good.
Whoa.
Dang.
Well, how many lighthouses did we have?
Only 2 so far, I think.
Me and you?
Me and you, that's it.
No shit. Okay.
Okay, so coming in number 3. It's a film that has been mentioned once, and I was actually shocked it was even mentioned. From Brazil.
Good shit, Moods.
A Mata Negra, a.k.a. The Black Forest. I fucking loved this movie. This is some good-ass shit, man. I'm watching this movie, and, you don't really see a whole lot of films from Brazil. And every time I think of Brazil, or what do you guys think about when you think about Brazil?
Anderson Silva.
This guy's movies.
Anderson Silva's leg.
I've seen all of them.
Giant ass.
A guy that I wear a shirt all the time.
The rainforest.
Getting
Coffin
robbed.
Joe.
The rainforest.
Shaved pussy.
Rainforest.
I was going to say that.
Big butts.
Oh my god, Brazilian farts? Someone said that?
Favelas.
Big butts.
No, Coffin Joe, man. Coffin Joe is the pioneer.
That was my 16th guess.
Brazilian films, man. Coffin Joe is.
Unrest.
But it's funny because almost everything that comes after Coffin Joe, they really try to mimic the same type of social commentaries and all that type of stuff. And you see it right away in this film that, they're exploiting the hypocrisies of religion and stuff. And guys, we did a whole show on Coffin Joe.
It's culty, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. And it's crazy, man. Because, this one definitely incorporates, his ideologies and, exploitations of religion hypocrisies and things like that, and it takes Italian, but then it goes like you said, and I was fascinated that you even brought up the whole fucking shit, dude. Army of Darkness.
Yeah,
at the end,
a little goofy.
Dude, that is so
crazy
fucking weird. I literally just turned Army of Darkness on my TV just now. Right when you said it, I literally just clicked it. That's
so
doing a
weird.
podcast right now.
Wow.
I have to have bad background stuff on.
Dude, you are so
Wasting electricity.
But
I have 17 lights on right now, Carly.
I hate it.
It's a story. It's one of those type of. It's like a, in a sense, like a good versus evil type story. It's about a girl that discovers this book, and it can give her wealth. But at the same time, there's consequences because she essentially summons a demon and then, kind of starts changing everything. And it takes place in this forest and stuff. And it's really well executed. So many great effects, so many great characters and performances. Our lead actress is fantastic in this. I think the Dave the Chicken Farmer in this, man, I think this guy knocks it out the park, man. All those scenes are just phenomenal, man. I love this whole good versus evil type shit. We've seen these type of stories, but it's the execution that really sells this a lot, and it's so entertaining. Again, it's about an hour and 40 minutes. Again, the year of the long movie, because every movie on my list is literally an hour 40.
Should be like an hour 20 usually.
Yeah. But this one just, it flies by, and there's so much shit that's going on, so much craziness and awesome effects and stuff. And then by the end of the movie, I was smiling from King to Come, man, because this shit was where did this just go? And then when it ends, don't you just want to watch the second part of the movie?
Yeah, it becomes like it does become like this giant like epic battle about to happen. Also, I was like, it has I saw this so early in the year, I'm having trouble recalling it. I just remember that this one blew my fucking socks off early in the year, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. But like in the beginning, like you feel so bad for her too, like her family, because it's like, again, she's poor, she's trying to sell fucking fruit and shit, and somebody like steals a bunch of stuff from her. Again, that's another thing.
She gets robbed.
Poor people again getting fucked, and this might be a period piece too, is it? I feel like it is.
You know what? I actually don't know when this takes place.
Maybe Brazil's that bad.
Well, that's what I'm starting to think. I think it may be a period piece actually, because they actually never specified, but it's because they live like in the isolated fucking forest kind of thing, right? And
all this dude's movies are like that. They're all isolated forest. Have you seen any of his other stuff?
Yeah.
Do you see Blood Zombies or Night of the Chupacabras or Black Sea?
Chupacabra.
That one's really good. It's like a Hatfields and McCoys with the Chupacabra in it, and it's
I know.
Awesome monster.
Really good stuff. And
dude, that sounds awesome. Hatfields and McCoys with the Chupacabra.
It is that. It literally is like two families fighting to the death, and there's a Chupacabra in the middle.
I'm a sucker for Hatfields and McCoys. I like Pumpkinhead Blood Wings, damn it, or Blood Feud.
I don't hate that movie. I don't hate it. Blood Wings.
No, Blood Feud. It's the fourth one. It's the fourth one.
It's the less shitty of the shitty ones.
I don't finish franchises when they're that bad.
Hey,
I think the what is it? The fourth one? I don't know, man. One of them is actually I think I like a little bit.
It's
more
Hatfields and McCoy. It's Blood Feud. You like that one?
I'm so glad you had this on your
Blood
list.
Feud, exactly. Yeah.
I knew if somebody had this is totally up your alley, and I knew I'd like, oh man, this is awesome. So I'm glad you had it on your list.
Honestly, that was
I've been talking about this one.
That was one.
I haven't heard anybody talk about it all year, and then I checked it out, and I was like, okay, I need to check out maybe a Brazilian film. Like, no, I came across it, and I was like, oh, it's Brazilian, okay, whatever. And first thing I thought of is like, I love Coffin Joe's like, love them.
Yeah.
Didn't realizing that they were gonna be having same elements of the shit in the film. I'm like, that's fucking crazy, man. So. But yeah, it was really, really damn good. I just like everything that was going on in this, man. It's saying a lot of stuff. I mean, it's really like a cultural type film, because, Brazil doesn't put a lot of films that we get to see.
No.
And when they do, like, they turn out like this and shit,
man. They all feel European to me, and I love it. Like, they all feel like Italian horse, and I'm like, yes.
They do. It's an Italian film with Brazilian ideologies in it and stuff, and with great practical effects, and just so much fun stuff that's going on, man. Like, I love the shit with burying the fucking boyfriend, and like just all that shit that goes on.
The little kids and shit, throwing the rocks at him.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's so many good scenes in this film. It's such a shame that probably nobody saw this movie but me and you through the whole year.
I think that Brandon actually recommended this one to me, I think.
Did he? Okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
They're completely, like, I feel like this director or this, like, all the Brazilian movies I see are completely free from, people like us's ridicule. So they never know, like, to change it. Like, they, like, are making these movies completely earnestly like they were made in the 70s and 80s in Italy. Yeah. I feel like it's like nowadays when somebody makes it, it's like so self-aware that it somehow hurts it a little bit. But these just feel completely earnest. His movies do.
It does. It feels like where they film this is actually where it's coming from the heart too. Is they have no ideas, right? But it's working for us that know these type of films and these ideologies and stuff. And it's like it really is just everything that we're looking for in movies, right? Yeah. So please
this one sounds the coolest out of the ones that I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's fun,
it's low budget, and I love my shit cheap. Everybody knows that.
But the thing is, like you say, it is low budget, but it's not like it's not shot on video cheap.
Yeah,
no,
it's not good junk. It's well made.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
9.5 out of 10. Loved it.
Dang.
I fucked up and slipped on my next one, and I accidentally told JP I had it at my list, but it's Bliss, number 3.
Oh,
I love this fucking movie, man. Like I said, I just rewatched this one today again. Her dancing in front of the fucking painting is just amazing. The flashes and everything like that. How, like, at the end, like, the drug and the blood is like her skin tone. Like, it looks fucking fantastic. She's probably my favorite performance of the year when she's like zoned out and she's like, fuck that dude, man, she's a piece of... I'm like, dude, yeah, junkies I've heard talk like that, but she's like it's not even like junkies, she's just like, like I've heard heroin addicts kind of like go off like that. But
I absolutely love this scene, man. I love the fucking scene where the fan comes up to her and is like, you so and so, and she's like,
oh, fuck you.
She just disses the fucking shit out of
fuck you. Yeah.
When she's flipping out about like, oh, just tell me what I need to fucking, get off it or whatever.
So
I love that part.
And it's got a great sex scene too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, man. Really, really good, man.
I like
she's sexy, man. Fucking sexy.
No, I mean, like, it's just like there's one negative on this movie for me. At the very end, the bad girl, the blonde one, like her acting's good until the very end when she tries to like come in at the apartment at the end. I'm like, what's she doing? Why she just doesn't seem menacing very well. But besides that, no complaints. Loved how it looked. It's short, brisk. One of my favorites of the year, and like I already talked a lot about it, so I'll just keep it going. 9.5 out of 10.
Cool, man. Cool. All right, group one.
Group on.
Group one. We have number 3 is Climax. Me matching up with the listeners. I'm actually surprised. Shocked.
Climax was at my 3 until I rewatched Bliss.
Nice.
I can't believe it's on there. I can't believe it made the listeners list.
Yeah.
Yeah. At number 4.
3.
Number 3, you dumbass.
Bliss?
No, Bliss.
No,
He was talking about Bliss.
Oh, I bet Bliss and Climax, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's for exactly where Bliss and Climax are for me, man.
I'm a little bit surprised by Climax. Bliss, there, but
The 22 Shots listeners are good, man.
Yeah, I know they are. We have the best listeners.
oh, that Exploding Heads list would be fucking. Oh,
Well, because Peter would be on there.
I'm pretty sure Black Christmas
It would be
Reboot
like
would be somewhere on that list.
Hellraiser 6.
No.
I shouldn't diss them like that.
It's going to be on there. I bet that list is somewhat similar, but I bet they don't have.
They do
Climax
have
on
different
the list.
fans, though. They definitely have different fans.
They have a
for
lot
sure.
of the same fans, though. Like,
I feel
Dozens.
like more slashers would be on their list. Because I feel when they did that big slasher episode, it probably brought every slasher fan from like a 20 million mile radius to their show.
Yeah, that was a pretty big show for them. But okay.
Yep.
All right. Number 2, we have Climax.
Good
Fuck.
shit, Jeremy. Jeremy, I love
I
it.
picked that as your number 1. I knew you weren't
Me
going to do it
too.
just to fucking spite me, honestly.
Yeah, dick face.
Not really.
Yeah, it'll probably be fucking assassination fucking fake.
I know what his number 1 is.
Still
I guessed
on
it right.
Jeremy.
I guessed
Still
his
on
number
Jeremy.
1 right.
I must be right on Jeremy's too.
Jeremy
so.
likes art films. I got his number 1.
This
I
is
think
an
I
art
do
film,
too.
damn it.
Yeah, but I think I'm right on this one.
I still don't know what it could be.
So, Mr. No is probably one of my favorite directors. I mean, I love every single one of his films, even I Stand Alone, which understandably is one of his weakest films because it's his first film. I've only seen Love once.
That one actually grew on me tremendously when
I don't
covered
mind it.
on
It's okay.
Duncan's show.
That's the
I've
only one I
only-
haven't seen is I Stand Alone.
Yeah, I've only seen Love once, so I really don't remember it too much. I have to revisit that because Alchemy, unfortunately, had to fucking go bankrupt before they were able to release it here, so you have to import it. But, I mean, what could be said about this movie? It definitely has the best cinematography and camera work of the year. I mean, the way that they move this camera upside down, sideways, in all different directions, bird-eye views above the dancers and shit like that is amazing. And all these people are real dancers; they're not actors. So I think
That's
that
right.
just shows you how strong
Even the
this
DJ's a
movie
real
are,
DJ,
you
too.
know?
Yeah.
They're not actors; they're just fucking dancers. So, and the way that they're believable because that's what they are, and it's just an amazing film. And as JP says, it just starts off with so much dialogue, and then it just turns into a dirty, nasty, evil kind of movie. It's just amazing. And when they fucking locked that kid in the closet, I was like, God damn, that motherfucker's gonna die.
A lot of violence towards children and babies in this year.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I just loved it because in the opening,
That's a really good thing.
in
Yes,
the
it
opening
is.
dance number,
Better
you
than Animals.
you see him fucking dancing in the background and shit. I was like, that kid's badass. But yeah, that opening dance number is definitely the greatest thing put on film this year, hands down. Definitely. I mean, it's just amazing. You can go on YouTube and watch it. It's breathtaking stuff. I really like this movie a lot.
I feel like
Yeah.
this film benefits so much from seeing it in the theater too. Like normally I'm not huge with that. Like, oh, I could see it anywhere and it'd be good. This one just was amazing.
But again,
to see.
A24, man, never would have seen this anywhere, anytime, besides art house cinemas.
It got pretty wide too because we got it.
Yeah, so thank you A24 releasing this fucking weird ass goddamn movie, but I love it. So I gave it a 9 out of 10. Another hit from No. Even though he only makes one movie every 4 or 5 years, you know you're going to get quality whenever it comes out. So
he's the Tarantino of
French
indie film.
Hey, Jerry.
Yes.
It's Gaspar Noé, right? Back me up on this.
I believe so, yes.
What? It's Noé? It's Noé?
I think it's Noé.
No.
I don't know.
It was No.
That's why I asked Jerry. He's the.
I don't know.
I'm not as.
You don't know E? You don't know E?
You don't know me. You don't know E.
Man, I don't know anything.
No, but I've heard it pronounced both ways, and I've always said Noe. So.
Yeah.
I like No better.
I like
I've heard
Noe.
more no's than no ways.
No,
it's good shit. Pick up the Arrow release. It's awesome. Has a nice thick ass booklet. It's way better than.
Does any of you guys actually fucking read or care about the booklets ever? I never.
I read it once.
You know what? I actually did.
them.
I actually read the entire booklet after I watched the movie.
I read them.
I'm not even going to joke. Not even going to lie.
I have so many
and you know what,
booklets,
JP? Well, fucking read them then, man.
I know.
There's always a lot of good
I
info in
like
those things.
I don't know.
That's where I learned a lot of the shit that I knew about Climax. So
Yeah, read,
fucking
bro.
cool, man.
Yeah.
But hey, that's why they got special features.
Speaking
on
of
there.
reading, man, fuck, I
them.
got a lot of books for Christmas, man.
I listen to
Fuck, it's amazing.
audiobooks, bitch.
That's
I ain't
just
got
fun.
time to read. I'm like Jesse the Body, but
I got
time
myself
to
some
read.
Nightmare
I
USA.
ain't got time to read.
So Deadly So Perverse 2 and 3. Human Beast, the fucking Paul Nashy book. Fuck yeah, man. Got lots of reading.
Who's next?
Me.
Harley.
All right, my number 2. I actually had 2 different things for number 2 that I was debating on going with because both, I was like, I don't know if they're gonna fit into this, but I'm just gonna go with this because I really freaking love this movie, and I think it's it's definitely not horror, it's more psychological thriller. I'm just gonna put that out there, and I think Dave's the only other person who even watched it, but it is Knives and Skin.
What?
Yeah.
It's a cool movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought I like when you were talking about it, it sounded like you didn't give off the impression that you loved it.
Are you? Literally said in the group, "Fuck, I like that movie a lot."
Yeah.
Hey, do you have a film on here? I don't
That's
even
not
know.
like-
What is this called? Knives and Foreskin? Oh, I think it's Foreskin.
I heard it brought up a few times by different people, so I watched it, and I don't know, I really enjoyed it. It's more of a teen contemporary film. It's basically about a girl who goes missing, and you see what happens to her at the beginning. Pretty much, it's not a big, huge secret or anything like that, and you even see the person who's kind of, in a way, sort of indirectly involved with it. So it's not like it's a big mystery, but the whole movie's pretty much about the high school after that and the psychological effects on different teenage girls in particular dealing with this, and not necessarily dealing with it, but just it's a girl from our school went missing, and then they start kind of acting out in different ways. And I really enjoyed the movie. I mean, it had it reminded me of kind of of this color scheme you see in Bliss and films like that. It had those beautiful purple and pink color schemes going on throughout that I really dug. The dialogue in the film is extremely strange. You would have to see it to see what I'm talking about, but just everything they say is just really bizarre. It's not really how people talk, but that's what really kept me interested in the film. Like I said, it's definitely more psychological thriller than horror. I was even debating on if it was psychological thriller to begin with, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, I just went with it. I think it's a movie people need to check out. The soundtrack in the film is amazing as well. There's a choir in the movie, and they keep singing these songs, and it's not just basic songs you would hear in a choir. It's really good music that I enjoy. So
songs and shit.
What's that?
It's pop songs. They'll sing Blue Monday, how does it feel? They'll sing it a choir, and it's actually they do it with
the New Order track. Nice.
Yeah, they find a mixtape which is one of the people had, and all the songs on there are the ones they sing throughout the movie, and it's all pop songs, and they sing them like that, and it's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I just thought this movie was awesome. Like I said, it's definitely the least horror movie on my list, and I would totally understand people debating on whether it should be on the list, but I just felt like it needed talked about, so I gave it a 9 out of 10.
It's cool. It's a lot like. Did you ever see Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me by David Lynch? It reminds me of that, and also more like Greg Anarchy, like Nowhere, or something batshit crazy, or even like Todd Solondz. It's just weird. It's like a weird mixture of all these kind of things, and it's like,
hell did I miss this?
It's not. I wouldn't call it a horror movie, but it's a movie that's not going to fit anywhere else. It feels like a real quirky, weird movie, and like.
But if you're going to compare it to Twin Peaks and shit, man,
it's not as dark as Twin Peaks.
I'm a massive Lynch fan. Like,
it's not as dark and as like it doesn't do any of the real weird shit, but it has like a lot of the character moments and the idea of basically all these people kind of looking into this one person, you know.
Yeah. I would compare, if I can compare it to something like stuff more recently, I would compare it to kind of in a way Super Dark Times, just like with the teenage ass. Shut up, dude.
Love that movie.
And also,
what are you why is everybody being mean to me?
Because you were mean. You were like, what? Like
I'm like, what? Because I love Super Dark Times, and I didn't see this.
It's not in the same it's not.
I know, but I'm so, like,
I'm like, that was a serious
I literally said, "Fuck, I love the movie."
You're coming at me twisted. Get the fuck out of here,
dude! I literally came in the chat and was like, "Wow, I fucking love that movie." I just don't know if it's horror enough,
motherfucker. I talked to you on the phone, and you're like, I started watching this movie. It's like really weird, so I fell asleep. They gave me a great impression of it. You know what you do? This is bullshit. Whenever I see something really good, I'm like, hey, buddy, you got to check this out before the end of the year. When you see something really good, you hold it close to your chest, and then you reveal it on the end of the year show and make me look dumb.
I say in the group chat, and everyone just reads the message and doesn't reply to me. Like, story of my fucking life. Like, dude, I definitely, I fell asleep, but then I finished it the next day. I am sorry. You didn't tell me about Harpoon, though. So, like,
anything. I did, motherfucker.
You did not want to tell me about that until after the fact.
I did. I'm like, buddy, I really like Thumb Dad. You should check it out, even though I know you won't. You watched something good. Notice how you didn't message me and say, hey, you might want to check. I'm sitting there watching Hole in the Ground and shit like that. It's like my last movie. And you're not telling me about Knives that you're number 2. That's some bullshit.
Bro, the thing is, it's not like I said, it's not all that much horror, so I just felt like
just wanted to be cool and have something nobody else had. Fuck off.
I'm not sure if you would have it on your list, though, JP, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. And Brandon mentioned it in the Fresh Cuts chat as well, and you even said, what's that? And he said, a movie I want to check out, and you were just
Brandon mentions 800 movies a day, dude. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay, but you acknowledged
it. There's 3 movies with fucking knives in the title. Knives Out,
Knives
and Skin, and Knives plus Heart. It's like...
Whatever. I stand by my part number 2. Okay, everybody move on.
Next beer.
How you quit?
I'm done drinking.
Remember in Harpoon,
dude,
where they
it's holidays,
keep calling
man.
it a harpoon, but it's a spear gun? That was funny.
No, I really haven't drank any beer all holidays. So I just thought maybe. For the
year-end
top 10 show, whatever, man.
Now, a harpoon's the one you actually throw, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
A harpoon is something else.
No, you shoot that.
That's a spear gun.
Shoot a harpoon with a spear gun, right? Or do you throw a harpoon? Because if you shoot a harpoon with a spear gun.
Oh yeah, maybe that is what it is.
Hey Jerry.
Yeah.
You can harpoons can both be thrown or shot from a stationary cannon on the edge of the boat.
You're right.
That's
not a spear gun.
I was thinking then.
Yeah.
Like Jaws.
So you're right, JP. It's stupid.
No, they say it in the movie that he's like, the fucking you shot me with a harpoon or something. He's like, it's a spear gun or something.
Okay.
You know, it's like the joke.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. That's I guess the joke in that.
I just thought it was funny.
I wonder what harpoon. It's definitely got to have a double meaning. Harpoon. It's got to mean.
I'm looking up harpoon. Yeah, harpoon's more of like a stick.
Oh, Jeremy's just thinking harpoon tang.
No, but harpoon's gotta have a double meaning there. It can't just mean the weapon, or they wouldn't have chose the weapon because it doesn't really match exactly. They wouldn't choose.
Well, maybe
the
they wanted to do it for the joke.
Yeah, but the joke. But there's got to be something else with it. I think. Poon. I don't know.
Poon tang.
Poon tang.
Poon tang.
Now we
don't diss the woo like that by saying poontang.
I knew you were the only one that noticed that.
I never actually heard that. It's kind of funny.
Dude, that's fun. Whose turn is it?
Yours, dumbass.
Why? Oh, fuck everybody. Dave's the only one being nice to me tonight. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
I'm not being mean to nobody.
Besides the actors in that one movie.
I disagrey, actually. You just shat on my fucking...
Yeah, you did.
I didn't shit on you. It was a good movie.
You shitted on his
He gave a full-length review of it.
He's like, I
negative
really
review.
You basically told me why I shouldn't have that movie on my list.
Fucking acting sucks so bad.
You said something. You asked if anybody else seen it.
But you basically told me why I shouldn't have it on my list.
About it, it's a piece of shit.
I didn't do that. It wasn't me. That was Jeremy.
That's kind of what I remember.
Jeremy, bro.
Throwing me under the bus again, Dave.
That was the hardest
Jerry
JP I think has
wasn't
ever
me.
laughed on this podcast, because you obviously were dissing the shit at me because JP doesn't laugh that hard ever.
No, I wasn't. It wasn't you, man. It was the movie. It was that guy.
But he was laughing at the fact that you were making fun of something I liked. That was the funny part.
It's funny that I'll love something like Deadly Spawn with pretty much dog shit acting, but then I'll get mad at Cold
Spawn kicks ass.
It's one of my favorite movies ever, but I mean the acting's not great.
I saw it at the drive-in last year, 2 years ago.
Dude, I actually remember when you did the DVD comparison to that first Blu-ray that came out on your channel way back in the day.
Well, it just looks like they brightened up the Blu-ray. That's all they did was took it up and turned it.
It was the worst transfer ever, dude.
They just
I knew
brightened it
people
up.
got rid of that Blu-ray.
I heard it looks worse than the fucking Synapse DVD.
No, it's gonna look worse just because they brightened it up.
The DVD is way better. Yeah.
All right.
What's your number two, Jim?
My number two is Mid Slumber.
God damn it.
I'm out.
Is that what you were calling it? Mid Slumber?
Mid Lamer.
Mid Lamer.
Oh, I thought Mid Slumber would be
Mid Lamor.
Lamor. Mid Slumber, because it makes you go to sleep. Get
Carly, did you say us?
No.
Okay.
Oh shit.
What did somebody pick Midsommar for me?
I did.
No, I was me.
That's why I picked for is your number one. And
I almost picked Midsummer.
I'm
out on Dave and you now.
Oh, fuck you,
I got
JP.
three. I got three still in the go here.
I still got moods.
I can't believe I have Jerry. I can't believe I have Jerry.
Moods.
Jerry said something weird in the beginning, like he's got some oddball fucking movie nobody's seen.
Oh, it's not that odd.
I just remember him talking about one specific film earlier.
It's going to be like horror noir or something.
Maybe it's not even in the top. I don't know. If I'm wrong, it's not even in the top 10, obviously. But.
It's Return to Nukem High.
Part 2.
Part 2.
All right, so Midsommar. Yeah, to me, this movie is all about the emotion that I went through while watching it. Felt like a little bitch. Just super emotional. I was like, damn, man. Yeah, this is fucked up, man. And then also like the nod to Chainsaw, which nobody's mentioned. Nice little good nod to Chainsaw there. It's like the exact same thing. I like this Chainsaw thing that nobody mentioned. Like I said,
I did it. Good point, JP.
Is that why you like it? Because it's got that lame chainsaw or mention in there.
You didn't like the chainsaw thing?
Fuck, whatever, man. Put it into a good film, and I would have loved it. It would have been great. But
I think that the performance of our lead is like fucking so good in this movie, dude. Like her emotions with grief is just fucking great. It's so well done. Like if you've ever lost someone, or I guess not necessarily me, but I've seen other people lose someone and look like her. So it's more of like it actually works for me looking at her like that, and me looking at other people in real life that I've seen have that happen to. And the trust and love of companions, and possibly that being false and not wanting to believe it and stuff. It just all worked for me. And when I seen the director's cut, it was even more clear because there's the entire extra half hour is relationship stuff pretty much, or 20 minutes, whatever it was. It's like all did you guys all see the director's cut?
No.
I did.
Yeah.
I thought that the director's cut was just all added character development that made.
Am I still alive right now?
What?
Because that means I didn't fucking see that shit, man. killed myself.
The director's
cut.
Jesus.
I didn't see the director's cut.
That was actually a pretty good joke there. So yeah, I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. Did anybody? Who else had it, and what'd they rate?
I don't think I've ever been so opposite in a film ever
I had an 8.
on a list. How am I the only person, man? That actually doesn't surprise me.
Who else had it?
Me. I had it as an 8.
What'd you have to ask, Carly?
Carly, it's number 3.
Jerry, what'd you have?
She's too busy drinking Red Apple's ale.
I haven't said it.
Oh, you didn't have Midsommar?
I haven't said it.
Still got 2 more, right?
Yeah, we're still on number 2.
Jerry's next, though, right?
Yep.
Probably a good idea to figure out, Hall of Famers before, or maybe after we finish.
Yeah,
that's stupid.
So you don't.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Well, no, I didn't mean like. I'm like, did you like? I'm not saying like, did it make your list? I'm just saying like, did you have it on your list yet?
I know, but it's alluding to spoilers and.
It's not really though.
It doesn't matter because we're on my number 2, which is the same as JP, Midsommar.
Ah, God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say enough.
Still alive on Jerry
about this movie. Everything worked for me. I absolutely love Florence Pugh's performance here. I bought every single emotion that she displayed on screen. People were talking so much shit about. And to quote one podcaster,
they must be assholes.
What an annoying bitch that she was. And it's like, I bring up the point of how the fuck would you feel if your entire fucking family died in one fell swoop? We're not talking about just mom or just dad. We're talking about literally her entire fucking family. Now you tell
tragically too, like unnecessary.
That's what I mean.
So not like of old age.
Exactly.
Yeah. So and it was unexpected too.
That's right. By one fell swoop. I mean, literally.
And she was paranoid about that, like her sister to begin with, and like that makes it even worse when you start questioning, like, could I have stopped this?
Yep,
if I would, that's bad, dude.
It's a great opening scene. I agree, man.
If you would have just said one different thing, you could have stopped.
The next 17 hours were.
We're actually well constructed and great.
Oh, and Moose, I actually wanted to say
Moose is biggest swerve ever. Midsommar #1.
He does that on purpose.
Last week, a week ago tonight, Moods and I were on a Skype call, and we were actually talking about a lot of the problems that he had with Midsommar. Well, Moods, I actually wrote all that shit down. I wrote down everything, every character issue that you had, the lack of mystery, like, and then I rewatched the movie yesterday with your notes in front of me, just because I wanted to be as objective as possible. I wanted to watch it, or at least try to watch it through your eyes.
Jeremy, you are officially fired. This guy's a way better co-host. This is some real dedication to this shit, man.
But yeah, like I said, I watched it last night along with my #1. And I love you, Moods, but I just can't agree with almost any of your criticism. I mean, the lack of mystery, who cares?
Well, you definitely agree with one thing.
What's that?
They should have got the fuck out of it.
But that's for me though. Yeah. That's what it made the movie better for myself. I just feel like it's so hollow to me, man. It's overly predictable. It's just I'm a fucking atmospheric guy, man. The cinematography, everything is kind of good in the film, but like, it just feels so empty in that aspect, man. I mean, a little bit of mystery and shit would have worked. I don't know, man. I was really fucking. It's the biggest disappointment I've had in a long time. I don't even remember last time I was this disappointed in a movie, man.
Blair Witch.
Well, I had no expectations.
Didn't have high hopes for that.
I didn't have expectations for that because going from Hereditary to this, and I'm like, okay, I have pretty big expectations for this type of movie. I expected him to do some pretty big things.
31. I bet you that was your biggest disappointment.
That was definitely up there.
Part of the way that I watch horror movies is I don't do expectations. That's part of the reason why I don't watch trailers.
Well, the thing is, I usually don't either. But I'm just going off of the film that was my favorite film from last year. I wasn't comparing it to that film either. I'm just thinking.
Oh, yeah. You got to think that your fucking favorite film director is going to do.
Yeah, he's going to do something good. If I don't have any expectations, I mean, I feel like
It's impossible. You can't not have expectations.
it is absolutely not impossible. I go into every single fucking movie that I watch with zero expectations.
You didn't think that Midsommar was going to be good?
I didn't think about it. I don't sit down and go, oh, I think Midsommar is going to be good. Oh, I think The Lighthouse is going to be good. Oh, I think Ma's going to suck. I don't watch trailers. I don't read reviews. I don't even read synopses before I go watch the movie. All I know is Ari Aster has a new movie coming out. That's all I need. I'm going to see it. Now, I don't, like I said, when I go to see a movie, I expect it to be garbage. Every single movie that I watch starts from a 0 out of 10. That's the way I
start from 10 and go down.
Yeah, see, I go up. I start at 0, and the movie earns points for me. And this movie, once again, I feel like this is an almost perfect film for me. It worked for me. I understand it's not going to work for everybody. I'm actually surprised as many people like this movie as they do, because it's so over-the-top artistic and, you know, a lot of subtle subtext throughout. Maybe not as much as something like Us, but still a lot. So I'm sorry, you know, like I said, Moods, I wanted to give you every benefit of the doubt. I rewatched the movie yesterday with your notes in front of me, and I literally have X's next to each point because I just couldn't.
No, that's fine, and it's, you know, to me it's shocking also, because considering what my next 2 films are, combined with the other 8, it's kind of shocking to myself. But the thing is, though, man, I am 100% motherfucking true to myself. And that shit, I hated the narrative. It was the most boring movie I've watched of all year. Like, I got nothing out of it. It was horrible to me.
And that's fine. Like, I'm not trying to change your mind ultimately. I mean, if somebody doesn't like something I like, hey, God bless you. That's fine. In fact, I'm a lot like Dave in the sense that when somebody likes something that I didn't, I get jealous. I'm like, God, I wish I liked this more. Yeah. So that I can talk more positively about it. Because ultimately, even though I'm a podcaster and even though I'm on 47 different fucking shows, I hate shitting on people's art. I don't enjoy it. Like,
it hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It makes me feel like a piece of shit.
I mean,
I mean, to be honest,
a review that we just did, I didn't enjoy doing that. It was very cathartic and definitely cleansing, but
some people deserve it though.
Doing it. So,
like Beelzebub.
I mean, I don't take pleasure in shitting on people's movies either, but, you know, I mean, this is one thing that people really respected from me when I got a lot of screeners from companies and shit. When I got a lot of screeners from companies, I would do an honest review, and the majority of the time I would absolutely shit on movies, and it got me kicked off Screener Group. And people and I would talk about that. I'm like, you know, this is who I am. If I don't like your film, I'm going to tell you. I've literally had directors even contact me and say, thank you for the honest words. I wouldn't say kind words, but, you know, thank you for being honest about shit, because you just don't fucking get it. And that's all I have. That's all I have in this world is just my word.
Sound like
Tony Montana right there.
No, that's
really, it's honest to God. Like that, I praise everything. When I say something about a movie, whether it's positive or negative, you know I'm being honest.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
so I mean, and that's the thing, and that's all I have, and I don't give a fuck if people like the same movies as me, and if they, you know, if they dislike the ones. It doesn't matter to me. At the end of the day, it's selfish, but it's about what, you know, what I think of things, and it is what it is. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think we all feel that way.
Yeah, and I mean that's what makes, I think, our podcast generally very, you know, authentic, because I mean we have minds on here that's the way we think. You know, I mean, and that's the way we always put things. You know, we have different views on shit.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we're still being super, super honest with what we're doing. And, you know, I mean, I don't think the show would have worked as long as it has if we weren't being honest. And I think people, like I said, I've seen it. I've listened to podcasts, and this is actually one of the reasons why I stopped listening to podcasts. Because the transparency is so pathetic. And I'm not going to mention names, but we know some of these people, and they're pathetic. It's absolutely mind-fucking blowing how transparent some of these podcasters are with their fucking bullshit. They get screeners, they get reviews, and they bullshit through it. And it's not even that. Sometimes they just watch films because they know their friends like this shit. I'm like, fuck off, man. Like, I can tell you're bullshitting. And sometimes I do say some shit, and sometimes I'm just like, I don't feel like it anymore. I'm so tired of fucking fighting with people. But
I think that for me, like, I don't listen to any of the people that, if I'm listening to your show and you start coming off as like fake or like phony with your opinions, then I just stop listening. I don't listen to those shows
honestly
anymore.
I feel like in the beginning when I started reviewing, I was like less likely to be like, you know, more opinionated because you're starting out and you're not really sure where you're finding your footing. But later on, I always review honestly, but I always do it from as kindly as I can. I never come in and say, fuck this guy, he's a piece of shit, he made a piece of garbage. I'll say, I don't like this isn't for me, I don't think this works.
I don't know, dude, you were pretty hard on those actors earlier.
Yeah.
But, you know what, Dave? I'm the same way too, man. I don't just go into a film and do a 9-minute negative review. I always point out the odd thing or whatever.
We've never really...
I never do things like that.
Yeah, you guys aren't rude. I mean...
Positive
No,
shit.
I never make a point to say, you're a piece of shit for making this, blah, blah, blah. Always make,
besides Mutantis.
Objective. Well, I like Mutantis.
Mutantis.
He's talking about me.
I even have a framed poster in my room.
I actually like Mutantis too. I don't know if it's great, but it's fun.
But that's the thing, and I don't know, man. I mean, there's just certain... I mean, it's shocking to some people. It's like, you know, you get the odd person where, you know, you really respect him, and they're like, man, you know, like, I really like the Dawn of the Dead remake more than the original. I'm like, okay.
Watson said that, I think, right?
And so, and I'm like,
I don't get that at
you
all.
gotta watch it. If you watch it a couple of times, that movie gets worse every time.
It's good, but it doesn't hold up and it's dated. It's not.
But it doesn't offend me.
We're talking
like,
we're talking like fucking Rio Bravo versus the Western that came out last fucking year. It's not it's like Dawn of the Dead is a classic. There's so much in there. It's just held up for the last fucking 40 years, and the Dawn of the Dead remake will be fucking a paperweight in 5. Still entertaining, still good.
And it turned into that too, man, because that was one of those movies that got worse with every viewing, and I'm like, man, but
I
like,
that
are you
it
offended by
now
that?
I like
and I'm
it.
like, because Dawn of the Dead is my favorite movie, and I'm like,
second favorite.
I don't care when people diss the movie. It doesn't bother me one bit, but it, you know, that's the point. So
you got to look at it this way: you've seen Dawn of the Dead 8,000 times, so have I. We see things that other people don't see, and that's the same thing with maybe they saw that movie 8,000 times and see things we don't see. So that's what's fun about films.
8,000 times.
The Dawn of the Dead remake.
Yeah.
Or the original.
The remake.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. I've seen the remake probably a dozen times.
Probably like 4 or 5 for me.
I'm not gonna lie, this is actually really funny because I actually upgraded to the Screen Factory, you know, Dawn of the Dead remake special edition.
Yeah.
I never even opened it. It's still sealed.
I haven't opened mine either, but I watched it.
I couldn't bring myself to watch it again. It was the weirdest thing. So, yeah.
What was Jerry? That was Jerry?
It's Moods.
Jerry, what did you think about Midsommar?
Rate it?
Yeah. Oh, 10 out of 10.
So that makes
Hall
it,
of Fame. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what 10.
This was my biggest fucking fear, and it happened, man. I think that's the second or third film in our Hall of Fame that I'm not part of, and it drives me nuts.
No, there's more than that.
Who else put Midsommar at 9?
I don't think so.
I gave it 9.
I gave it 9 too, and so did.
Well, what are the other ones?
I gave it a 9.5, so I'm definitely included.
Because one of them is, fuck! It's not The Craft, is it, or some bullshit? No.
The Craft? The Craft is definitely not in our Hall of Fame.
No, I know. I'm just trying to like. I can't remember the fucking. It's something that I'm just like not too fond of, but, anyways, I digress. As someone nicely pointed out that I say that a lot. Number 2.
For you.
Yeah, this is one of those movies that... Where the fuck do I have it here? That, man, I fell in love with. Absolutely fell in love with this movie. I think it's phenomenal. It's from 2019. The Lighthouse.
Good shit.
Nice.
Well,
I
got Moods for sure.
Yep.
Oh,
so do I.
I got Jeremy too, I'm sure.
Second this movie started, I knew I was... It had me. It had me fucking hooked right away, man. I absolutely love this. So I was like, wow, this is going to be the most symbolic type movie, you know, and it just... on every level just did it for me, man. The performances are amazing. Obviously, it's just that horror feel, you know, that shot in black and white, full screen. Everything just added to the feel, man. Best performance I've seen all year in this movie by both leads. But I love this type of mysterious mythological type, you know, basis and shit. And I think there is multiple ways to interpret this. You know, I've heard people actually talk about how, you know, maybe that, it's kind of like a cycle. It's kind of like a cycle of, the characters are the same person. Same fucking person. It's like this kind of weird kind of cycle and shit. I'm like, well, that's an interesting way of looking at it, actually. But depending on how you look at it, but the thing is, I saw an interview with Eggers, and he even talked about the mythological purpose of this and stuff. So, it kind of, you have to kind of lean that way. So, but what a phenomenal fucking movie, man. Like, the performance, it's so intense all around, and like the way this shit ends is just, I live for these type of movies, man. I really like these movies to make you kind of think, and it's so beyond dark. It's a little bit unique, and anytime you can pull off a movie with two characters and keep it that interesting, this is what you get, man. You get a 10 out of 10 movie in The Lighthouse.
Yep.
This is one of the most phenomenal movies I've seen in the last 10 years, maybe the last since the millennium.
You had a 9 on Letterboxd.
I know. I'm up on this one. I think it's perfect because I've been thinking. So, absolutely fucking perfect movie to me. But Jeremy, I do that all the time.
I know.
Yeah,
I do that all the time too.
Yeah, and I'll think about films and I'm like, okay, so, but phenomenal shit, man. Just people not liking this movie is like, it's blowing my fucking mind right now. It's crazy.
People
to me,
got
but
brain
then
damage, bro.
I've seen a lot more people like it than not, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
I think a lot of people. I saw one person say that the movie was pointless. It was completely pointless. There's no substance to this at all. It's about two guys that are fucking drinking. And I was like, okay, if you're watching the film at face value like that, I mean, that's what you're seeing. You're not lying about what you're seeing, though.
Yeah, well, it's not everybody's fault also that they don't know fucking mythology and stuff too.
Well,
so
there's more
to it than that though too. Just as a psychological aspect, it's highly interesting to watch these two crack and see their past kind of come through, and the idea that maybe they're both mad and maybe they both have this kind of dark history, or maybe there's nothing. Yeah. That's all. There's so much shit going on.
But I see differently. Like, I see the mythological aspect of this, and I also see the whole psychological of them, and their psyche breaking down and shit like that, or even the cycle of one person. It's one person, and I'm just like, it's crazy. Like, if you look at it from so many different angles, but that's the thing. In the beauty I love about these movies is that you can watch them, and then watch them over again, and interpret it a different way, and it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. If you enjoy it or not, I mean, it's phenomenal, man. I think it's beautiful.
Who all had that one so far?
Me and you.
Oh, so that was already in the Hall of Fame, wasn't it?
I don't know. No, it wasn't. What did you have it at, Jerry?
10.
I had a 10.
Oh, then yeah, with a 28.5 with my 8.5.
Don't get too worried about it because that's my number 2 at a 9.5. So, Lighthouse.
Okay, so the only person I have left is Carly.
I mean,
also, Dave, we had a few of the same, man. We had the Black Forest, we had the Lighthouse, we had
Tom Bad.
So we're gonna
Bliss. Tom Bad.
So we're gonna guess before we go.
Climax is actually my number 11.
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, but Lighthouse, man, it's perfect too because the mythology starts to leak into their psychology when they're losing their shit. So like the mermaid on the beach and stuff. It's cool. It's cool stuff.
That's why I think it's so brilliantly done, man. Because that is so true. That is so true, man. I like this whole forbidden thing. I mean, I think one of the most brutal scenes of the year I've seen is that seagull beating, man.
That was.
I said it was the kill of the year.
It's not like he doesn't hit it once or twice. They show it like 30 times.
Man. He's mad at that seagull.
But
I think
I felt sorry for the
not
seagull.
Only mad about the seagull annoying him, he's mad that he can't kill it because of this stupid fucking thing he doesn't believe in.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
But no, it's just super smart because, like in the very beginning, he pulls out the mermaid.
A trickster. He never believed in that shit, anyways. Which is
the mermaid
funny,
statue, right in the beginning. Mm-hmm. So after that, he starts seeing that shit. It's not before he sees it. After he pulls that out, he sees it. Then after he breaks it, I'm sure something else happens too.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fucking awesome.
So
number ones.
Yeah, I guess
listener's choice.
Listener's choice.
A few moments later.
All right, so the listeners' number 2 is Us with 98 points. So quite a big difference from Climax, which had 65 points.
Wow.
We're gonna guess our number ones before we start.
Yeah, I had guessed Dave the Lighthouse, Moods the Lighthouse, Jeremy Climax, and Venom Us. And then I had Carly with Climax.
I had Carly, Jerry, both with Midsommar. I had Jeremy with The Lighthouse. I had JP with Dr. Sleep, and I had Moods with Agazuga. I can't say it without the H now. Fuck me up. Agazuza.
The only two I've gotten wrong so far is Carly and JP. I had Midsummer for both of them. Moods, I got Agazuza. Jeremy, Daniel Isn't Real. David, Tigers Are Not Afraid.
Daniel Isn't Real sucks.
Moods had Agazuza.
Wow.
Already, right?
Bunch of haters in here, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I had JP and Dave wrong. I don't remember what I had for him, but I had Jeremy for Dr. Sleep, Carly for Us, and Jerry for Tigers Are Not Afraid. Yeah, I don't know. But JP, I did have Midsummer, and Dave, I think Dave, I had Climax. I had Climax for Dave. I deleted them as I was.
Did Carly go?
No, I did not. I had Jeremy as Climax. I had Moods as The Lighthouse. I had Jerry as Midsommar. I had Dave as Nightingale, and I also had JP as Midsommar.
You don't even know me.
Whatever. You don't know me either.
Hey, you don't.
Why? The Lighthouse was pretty damn close.
Yet.
All right, JP and Dave, Midsommar, Carly, Climax, Moods, Hagusawa, or Deadly Reunion, but I guess I'll go with Hagusawa, and Jerry, Us.
Hagusawa, you put that on a hot dog?
Yep.
Or Deadly Reunion. I threw everybody off at that Deadly Reunion on my fucking
I can't even say Hagazusa right
I knew that was a troll fucking, just like this was really fun, I'm giving it a 5 thing.
Yeah.
Dude, that
you
shit
sold
was
out, Moods. James Cullen Bressick gave you money or some shit.
Oh man, that shit was fun. It was fun as hell.
James Cullen Bressick makes a lot.
I'd even watch that shit again if I get a physical of it. I'd watch
a lot of films.
Yeah, he made a lot.
Yeah.
All right, my number one is Dr. Sleep.
Fuck,
damn it!
I was right.
I didn't really consider that one, but I do remember you saying like it's the best film of the year, so I should have fucking thought of that a little deeper. But you also said that with Climax earlier in the year, so I kind of just fixated on that one.
That's a weird way to say Lighthouse, Jeremy. Dr. Sleep.
I mean, this movie is just so goddamn well made. I mean, everything about it is so well done. The acting is amazing. Ian McGregor does an amazing job as Danny Torrance. I mean, even the actors who replaced Wendy and Little Jack does a great job. And I thought the third act with the Overlook, it's definitely so well done. And the way that he blends as JP said earlier, the novel and Kubrick's film is just amazing. And because in the book, the Overlook burns down like it does in this movie. So it's super, super well done the way he's able to combine. And I dug the vampire suckers of souls, kids' souls people. They were really, really, really interesting group of people. You could just have a whole fucking movie with them. But as Dave said earlier, you don't really spend too much time with them. But I just really, really, really like this movie. It's just so, so goddamn good. So I gave it a 9.5 out of 10.
Not even a 10, right? Wow.
Did it make it?
So what's the half point off?
I got 8.5 on Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, I don't know.
I said 9.
You know who has a great performance in the movie,
it.
man, is actually Danny Lloyd.
Yeah, as the baseball, in the baseball
spectator. I love that, man. I got that. I was like,
wait,
that's amazing.
How, you said it made it?
I thought it would. Never mind. We'll see.
I only gave one movie a 10 out of 10 this year. It's not even a horror movie, so it doesn't matter.
I was about to say, wait a minute. You haven't mentioned it, and it wasn't your number one.
It's number 12, bro.
It would be my number one if it was a horror movie.
You're talking Joker, right?
I'm talking about Parasite.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Oh, fucking Joker's bona fide 10 out of 10, man. Ridiculous.
I agree, but I also agree with Jeremy. Parasite was the best movie I saw this year.
Damn, it's that good, huh?
Yeah,
I saw that on
I
horror
didn't see
lists.
person.
I saw it on horror lists.
It's not a horror film.
It's got elements, but I wouldn't call it horror now. Especially after the reveal, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, this is.
I gotta say, man, for the 700 movies I watched this year, I didn't really watch a lot of non-horror films. It's kind of John Wick 3, Dragged Across Concrete.
Awesome. I could actually probably make a top 10 non-horror with.
I definitely could.
Oh, I could absolutely.
I never see that many. But anyway, cool, man. I dig Dr. Sleep. Carly.
All right, my number one is Climax.
Yes. Fuck, I got it.
Shit.
Right.
Seriously?
See, you don't know me, and I know you. This is a fucking one-way street relationship. It's bullshit.
I had her as us. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I'm just saying. I do know you.
So us wasn't
JP.
even in your top 10?
No, it wasn't.
Nope.
Yeah, that's one. Us is one of those.
Yeah,
I'll get into it later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Climax. Yeah, I thought this movie was fantastic. I think JP said like seeing in the theater definitely benefits the movie.
The two that walked out.
Yeah,
They
walked
my
out when they
shitter
started
is
talking about, like,
blowing
butt sex
out right
in
now.
the film.
I'm so blown away right now by this climax.
I'm
number one.
so happy that's your number one.
Good. Yes.
It's crazy. That's cool, man. I'm like actually like that's crazy.
Yeah,
blowing my shitter out is a good thing. That's a good thing.
Good. Yeah, Climax.
That's why I keep her around, man.
Dude, don't. Whatever.
He's so fucking rude.
I keep you around, barely.
Yeah, exactly.
Barely?
Exactly.
Yeah, man. I've
All
been
right,
debating,
remember
like,
that next time you want to have
Hey,
a
someone's got to finish moving the furniture, right?
There you go.
It was just too good to pass up.
It was so good.
But anyway, yes. It's already been said. I mean, the movie has fantastic dance sequences, and just if you pay attention to the dialogue at the beginning, you do learn a lot about the characters. I can see how some people would be taken out of the film, especially the general audience. I could see them
and fucking Watson.
And Schroyer, who gave Black
Schroyer.
Christmas a raving review, and he gave this movie a shit review.
Wow. Yeah, but yeah, I just think it's brilliant. I watched the dance scene about 1 million times on YouTube afterwards, and it's just one of those movies that I thought about not for days after, but for weeks after seeing it.
Think about it.
Yeah, like it was just amazing to me. Like a nightmare is the best way to describe it. Cinematography is fantastic. Even the music that plays during the dance scene is mesmerizing, and throughout the entire film, the music is really, really good. So, yeah, I give it a 9 out of 10. You know, I wouldn't give it a 10 just because it is a little bit slow, and it's one of those movies I'm kind of afraid to rewatch because I'm afraid I will not feel the same way as I did that first time. But as a one-time watch, I thought it was great. So 9 out of 10.
Sometimes with those like films, like It Comes at Night is another one. I never want to see them again. Like I love the experience so much that I know that it's not going to be anywhere near as good. So I just don't want to see it again.
I actually liked it better on the rewatch. And I loved it after the first watch.
Nice.
Well, It Comes at Night or
Yes,
Climax?
sir. No, It Comes at Night.
I thought
Really?
It Comes at Night was awesome.
That was my number one last year.
And
last
deservedly so.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. That wasn't last year.
That was the
on that movie.
It Comes
That was
at Night
ridiculous.
was the only 10 I've ever given in these modern years. I've never given a 10 before or after.
Yeah, those are all funny ratings.
All right, my number one
We're
is,
so authentic, but
I
this
don't
guy's
think-
funny as shit.
I don't think anybody did anybody guess this for me? I don't think so.
Nope.
My number one is Us.
Nice.
What in the
Good shit.
hell?
Yeah, definitely my favorite film of the year, man. Like when I first seen it, like I said, I was like, oh, I liked Get Out better, but Get Out was my number 2. So you know what I mean. But depending on how strong this year is versus that, it still could have made my number 1. But after listening to the fresh cuts, as well as doing my own digging deep and just like looking up, I watched videos on YouTube of people like breaking it down and stuff like that, and it's just like I am a sucker for movies that have shit in them that I don't understand or get, and then after research learn more and get more, and it just makes me like stuff so much better. It's like when you hear like a hip hop song or something with like clever lyrics, and then like you heard that song a bunch of times, but you never knew there was like some kind of cool play on words like double entendre until like the 18th time of hearing it, and then you're like, holy shit, I never realized that before. And that's the feeling I get with like these type of films. And I'm anytime there's a movie that has like that much depth to it, I love it. I eat that stuff up. I love the idea of a writer sitting there and thinking about how much stuff they can squeeze into their films that people aren't going to get right away. Like even with Get Out, with the the fact that everybody was wearing red and he was wearing blue and stuff like that, and then the like the fucking Fruit Loops, like with the separating the colored from the white milk and stuff. I dig that shit up, man. It's so cool, and there's so much of that in Us, and especially even like with references to like stuff in the 80s and shit like that. I just thought it was perfect. It's a very good movie, very perfect. And for the second time ever, I'm giving a 10 for a modern movie. So that is Us. 10 out of 10.
What the hell?
Yeah, does that make the Hall of Fame?
I got an 8.5 on it.
I got a 9.5.
So yes, makes
good
the
shit.
Hall of Fame. So that's three Hall of Famers.
Nice.
What, the Lighthouse, Us, and
Hagazusa.
What about Dr. Sleep?
Definitely not a Hall of Famer.
I gave it a 9.
I gave it an 8.5.
Yeah, 9 for me.
What was Climax at?
It does make it then.
Why?
I gave it a 9.5. Venom gave it. What did you give it, Jerry?
A 9.
A 9. And what did you give it, JP?
A 9. It doesn't.
That makes
I gave it a 9 too.
Dr.
That
Sleep?
makes it.
No, it needs a 9 and it needs 2 9.5s and a 9 to make it.
What about Climax?
Climax, I gave it 9.5.
I got a 9
I gave
on
it 9.
No, it doesn't make it.
Fuck, you fuckers.
All right, Jerry.
All right. Well, my number 1 is not a surprise to at least one of the co-hosts here today. Moods picked it correctly. It is written and directed by Issa Lopez, who, by the way, if you're interested, her next film that she's writing and directing is going to be a werewolf western, and Guillermo del Toro is attached to produce.
Damn, I'm
in. So amazing.
Yeah, so I'm sold on that. And this movie that I'm about to talk about reminds me very much of Guillermo's style, his kind of fantasy horror take on, real world atrocities, much like Pan's Labyrinth. And so, yeah, my number 1, not a big surprise to Moods, is Tigers Are Not Afraid.
I just remember hearing you talk about like this movie in like such an elevated way earlier, and I don't know why I thought of it, but
this is the only movie that made me shed a tear.
I almost cried during it too.
Oh, I absolutely. I
bunch
mean,
of pussies.
Hey,
JP just—it's not a horror movie. It's not good.
I like when movies make me feel like shit. It's my thing.
Me too. Just didn't do it.
Yeah,
well, go ahead. Have your moment. Have your praise.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, absolute shock to me. I was not expecting to. When someone kind of spoiled the synopsis for me, I didn't think that it was really. It sounded more like Sicaria than a horror movie, but I'm so glad that I went into it anyway. I was lucky enough to see it in theaters out here in LA. Absolutely fell in love with it, and I mean, this is now the third 10 out of 10 that I've given, which, by the way, I've never given 3 10 out of 10s in a single year before. So again, that kind of speaks to the upper echelon of horror in 2019. Definitely improved on quality, but yeah. I mean, what can I say about this movie? It's emotional, it's brutal, it's gorgeous, it's disgusting. I mean, any adjective that you could think of in a positive light can describe this movie. The performances are spectacular. the end of the movie is absolutely crushing. Especially the way that they develop the characters, specifically the kids in this movie. You grow attached to them instantly, but then you end up spending an hour and 20 minutes with them, just to have, a certain one, obviously not make it to the end. And it was just an absolute crushing moment for me. The
cutest one too.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. You're thinking of... I also agree with that one. I was talking about the one at the end.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, even
when that happened, I was like, why you gotta do that to me?
Exactly. And as soon as the main character agreed to grant Shine his wish, I absolutely knew something was going to happen. Something bad is about to happen, and I called it, and it sucked. And even though I saw it coming, it still didn't buffer the effect for me. I was a blithering idiot at the end of that movie. And I've watched it 3 times since, and I've shed a tear every single time. I love movies that bring out different emotions. It's great to be scared. Obviously, it's probably one of our favorite things as horror movie viewers. But when something makes you laugh, makes you cry, makes you cringe, makes you curl up in a ball, and it just... This movie ran the gambit of emotions for me, and it is by a mile my number 1 movie of the year, even though, like I said, I handed out 3 10 out of 10s this year, because ultimately all 3 of those movies, I can't find anything wrong with them.
What were your 3 10s again?
Lighthouse, Midsommar, and Tigers. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I could blow this movie for an hour, but I kind of already did on Fresh Cuts, as Moods remembers. So yeah, Tigers Are Not Afraid, easily my favorite horror film of 2019.
Wow. Cool, man. Cool.
And I can't believe I'm the first one to actually...
Yeah, I'm actually shocked.
That
didn't make a list.
No, it's in my after list part. I really enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
Well, like I said though, man, like, my 11 to 15, I think were films that I could have actually put into my top 10. It was just a matter of when I did the list kind of thing,
My 11 to 20 are all excellent movies too, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Like I know they're all like 8s, to be honest, or higher. I made
Rate to a top 25 list.
I have a top like 12.
It's 27. My number 35.
I usually always do a top 25 or top 30 list, and then I just kind of work from there. But yeah, my go number 1 of the year is probably not a big surprise to anybody, considering how much I've talked about this movie, and it's Agazusa.
The only one I got right.
You know what? That was the other one I was considering.
Oh, Lordy, when I first seen this movie earlier in the year, because I picked up the German release before the Region 1 came out, and I watched this movie like 5 times. I love it. I love it so much. It has everything I want, man. It's a period piece set in the 1400s. It deals with, witches, paranoia, isolation.
I love paranoia in movies.
Mm-hmm. And, it deals with, the plague. Like, there's so many things in this movie that it deals with that are... It's like amazing. I love the storytelling. And to learn that this was like a student film was mind-fucking to me. This is insane, because this does not portray what you would think of as a student film, because like cinematography is phenomenal. The wardrobes are amazing. The acting's really good. But, the subtleties in it, too, are so amazing. It's, it deals with psychological shit, too. And I like it because there is different interpretations to this movie. I've never found any information on exactly what the full explanation is to it, which is good. Because, you can go either way with a couple different things. And I have my own thoughts on it. We've talked about it before. And I just think it works on all levels, man. I think this is what they were trying to convey here is really working. It's a haunting horror film, man. It really fucking is, man. That score, that cinematography, it's brutal. It's got nasty, nasty scenes. There's a great scene with, I don't really want to spoil the shit, but with a baby. I'll just put it that way. It's really great because it's just. It does, man.
Yeah, I have a baby scene that might rival it.
Yeah,
it's this.
I think we all do.
Too. It's real nasty. But man, this is one of those movies where I can watch over and over again and get so much pleasure out of it every single time. It's crazy to me. It's crazy, So I mean, for me, it is a 10 out of 10. I love this movie.
Cool.
It's by far my favorite movie of the year. Yeah.
All right, Dave.
I really want to make you happy, Venom, but it's not going to happen. This movie affected me in a way, and it really did. I love movies that are shot on film. I love movies about movies when they're done right. And the psychology of the killer really touched me, and it fucked with me. And the idea that this character was affected by art to do something, and then the character within the movie, the protagonist, was affected by what this person did and made their art. So it was insane. It's knife plus heart. I love this thing, man. And the ending, how it comes together with the actual the killer, and you find the mystery about it, and the whole like monologue at the end, the narration and everything, how it tore me apart, how it was said, how it came through, and how they said that they had forgotten everything because like the birds and the supernatural aspect, but in the dreams it was still there, and then they wandered into the theater screen, and boom, it all came back, and that's what triggered it. And not to mention that the music's great. This movie is basically two love stories in the center of it. Mm-hmm. And they're both completely fucked up, and they're both tragic. And I don't know. I love this damn thing, and I watched it twice, and it just affected me like a lot of other movies didn't. And I almost thought about switching it with Bliss, because both those movies just rocked my world, but I went with a more, I guess, sentimental movie. And this is my favorite movie of the year, horror movie, Knife Plus Heart, 9.5.
So, dude, did you have 8 of fucking 10 of the same films?
We did have. You didn't have Black Forest or what's the other one? We might. I think we had
Knife Plus Heart.
I think we had 9.
No, I didn't have Knife Plus Heart either.
Yeah,
I think we had fucking 8 out of 10.
You had 8.
That's fucking insane.
Do we have similar?
Dave, you didn't have Agazusa?
I didn't. I only saw it one time.
and Brightburner. The only difference is with your Knife Plus Heart and
Hagazusa. I watched when I saw it, and I had it at 8, and there was just one thing that bothered me about it, and I can't even remember. I think it was something with the psychology of the character, but the more I heard about it, it made me realize that didn't matter as much as I thought it did.
No,
Dude,
I've
think, never had 8 out of 10 with anybody.
What?
Considering I thought that me and Dave had very similar. Wow, crazy.
We got a couple. We had Black Forest, Thumbad. What did you have? Did you have Us?
Yeah.
So we had 3. Did you have Dr. Sleep?
No.
Yeah, you didn't have Midsummer. You had Climax?
No, I had Bliss.
And Lighthouse. We had 1, 2, 3.
5.
We had 5.
Yeah. It's funny because Climax
crossover than I anticipated, honestly, between everybody's list.
Interesting.
Yeah. Who had Knife Plus Heart? Did Moods have that too?
Yeah, he had that.
We had 6 actually. Moods.
6.
It's 6.
I think it was just me and you.
See, normally 6 would be like, wow, that's really high.
Me and JP had 8. That's that fucking Nightingale that did it.
It's so crazy. I would have never thought in the world you guys would have the highest, corresponding list.
Yeah, dude, I fucking would have guessed like 3 other people before Dave.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, if Dave had a fucking, like the acting in Close Calls, man, it probably would have been there too.
See, Close Calls deserves more recognition than a lot of the other movies because it was made on such a budget. You know what I mean? Like, it deserves more accolades than so much of this shit.
If you watch the movie, you would never believe that movie was made for nothing. It's insane. It's crazy.
The dude seems really cool too. Like, I see him on social media, and he's just like a cool ass dude. So it's like, fuck, I wanted to like this, but I didn't. And they actually sent me Scream Factory. The Scream Team Releasing sent me a bunch of screeners, and I watched them all. And I only liked one movie, and I was like, "Oh no, man!" Oh, and I had to deliver.
Did you not like the one that's all set in the dinner party one?
I didn't watch
Agatha Christie.
Murder,
you didn't watch it?
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. Murder something.
So I watched that one, and the director shared the shit out of that video and social media. It was on Instagram. Everywhere I clicked, I was like, my video was everywhere. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous.
That's awesome.
But he was like, I watched your intro for the Halloween 31 Days of Horror, and he's like, I was terrified you were gonna hate this movie because it was all gore and shit. And there's no gore in the movie, but it was good. I mean, I like that type of stuff. So Anyways,
categories.
No, we got the number one listeners.
Oh, number one listeners was actually Midsommar with a landslide victory.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
Are we doing any honorable mentions real quick?
Yeah,
I got to say that's
we'll go in the same order. What's that mood?
Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me one bit. Midsommar.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't surprise me at all either.
Me either.
All right, Jeremy, honorable mentions.
Honorable mentions: Satanic Panic, a movie called Them That Follows, which is really good. Nobody really talked about, and Escape Room. Surprisingly, not that bad.
Really did
not that good. It's good, but I don't know. Carly?
You fucker gave it a 7.5. What the hell are you talking about?
Gave it like 6.5, I think.
For me, I would say Doctor Sleep, Bliss, and Haunt.
Wow, Doctor Sleep didn't make your list.
No, it did not. It was. It almost did. It was like on there for a little bit, and then I changed it out.
Haunt was pretty good. Haunt
was very fun.
Yeah.
All right, for me, my number 11 was Lords of Chaos. Dude,
Yes.
I fucking love that movie. It was so good.
I really did not think you would ever like that movie.
Fucking Rory Culkin's performance was so good, dude. And that suicide was fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they played it pretty real to the story, you know.
Yeah. It Chapter 2. It was on my list for the longest time. I decided to take it off in favor of the other films, which I'm happy about. I did really like everything on my list. And then Harpoon right there. And then Headhunter, I loved Headhunter, man. I almost just needed a little bit more for it to make the list. And then Zombieland 2. I know moves of you.
I forgot to bring that up, man. Like,
yeah, it didn't make my list, but it was in my top 10 for a very long time.
What do you lied to me about the Fanatic being on your list?
Yeah,
that's
set you
making
up.
nobody's.
Yeah, you made me feel like I wasn't gonna look dumb, but you let me down.
I'm so glad she had it on her list so we could talk about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So when we were at like number 2, were you like, "Wow, he really likes the Fanatic"?
No, I forgot. I actually forgot all about it until just now, and then you just said honorable mentions, and it wasn't even a part of that. So, my gosh, you really lied to me.
It's like my number like 25.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever.
Right behind Get My Gun.
All right.
Venom.
All right. Honorable mentions. Daniel Isn't Real, which is another movie I'm actually surprised no one other than the listeners had in their top 10.
I'm surprised so many people had it.
I
thought it was great
yeah.
concept, just not as good execution in my opinion.
Oh, see, I loved it. I thought the execution was great. Go ahead.
I never agree with JP like this, but I 100% agree, man. I thought it was a great premise. The execution sucked. And
wow.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Crawl, another one that hasn't been talked about today. Yeah, loved Crawl. Absolutely loved Crawl.
I liked it too a lot.
Yeah. Not usually a big fan of alligator movies, but yeah, this one definitely did it for me. And it was more about the human element than the alligators, obviously. Great performances from Barry Pepper and whoever the woman was that plays his daughter.
Performances.
Yes.
That's a performance.
Absolutely. Let's see. Ma is an honorable mention for me. Almost gave it a 9 out of 10, but backed off a little bit after my rewatch. Still really, really loved it. Thought it was just, an amazing performance from Octavia Spencer. Definitely never saw her being in, a horror film like that. But, at the same time, it does make sense because this director, the director of Ma, is the same director of The Help, and Octavia Spencer and Allison Janney were both in that movie as well. So I'm sure this was kind of a doing the director a favor more than anything. But for whatever it's worth, both of their performances, even though Allison Janney only has a couple of lines in the movie, I still loved her in it. I thought she was great. Another one that hasn't been mentioned, and it's probably because it's more of a family horror film, and that's Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Yeah, that was good.
I really liked that, man. That shit was awesome.
I thought the creature design was so faithful to the Gamel drawings from the original books. Absolutely loved it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, the Pale Woman was spectacular. And Jangly Man was great. But yeah, I mean, the set pieces in that movie I thought were really good for, what most people would consider a more family-oriented horror movie. It had some tense moments. The whole Sarah Bellows kind of wraparound story that they added to it was okay. Probably the thing I liked the least about the movie.
Me too.
But the individual stories I thought were really well done. And,
also, really quickly, I totally forgot. Horror noir. If I had included documentaries, that would be up there because I loved horror noir.
That was a great.
It's funny that you mentioned
it. Was good. It was really good.
Yeah, it's funny you mention it because that's my next honorable mention.
That's awesome.
My next two are going to be documentaries. My two favorite documentaries of the year. You already mentioned Horror Noir from Shudder. It dropped in February during Black History Month, and absolutely loved it. I've watched it multiple times since. And then the other one is a 4.5-hour documentary about 80s horror. It's called In Search of Darkness, and a journey into 80s iconic horror. I love the way they put it together, where they actually broke it down year by year, going over every major horror release from that year. And then in between some of the years, they would do like little theme discussions, like, the rise of the final girl or nudity in horror, things like that. So,
what the fuck? How did I not know about this?
You didn't know about it? I tried to get a fucking screener of it, which they set, like, they were sending out screeners, and then like I just didn't. It was one of those titles, In Search of Darkness. I just didn't look into it. Then I heard people talking about it, and I was like, "Hey, can I get one of those?" And like, never got a response.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to see the American premiere out here in LA at the Egyptian Theater. Corey Taylor from Slipknot was there. Caroline Williams, Barbara Crampton, Brian Usna, a couple other lesser-known actors that are slipping my mind right now. But yeah, Tom Atkins was there too. It was a great experience. Watching it in the theater was awesome. They had an intermission halfway through because I don't know who the hell can sit in a theater seat for 4.5 hours.
I do it for 24
Jeremy
hours.
can. I was about to say that.
Awesome. But yeah, I definitely wanted to point out those two documentaries as well. So yeah, that's my honorable mentions.
Oh, that's cool, man. I gotta fucking check that out. That shit totally
it's not out yet.
Man.
Yeah, I want to check it out too.
They actually released it for 30 days. I forget what month. It might have actually been October. But they actually released it for 30 days, and they claim that they're not taking any more orders after that. And I've checked the website multiple times because it is expensive too. It's like, depending on the edition that you get, it's anywhere from $40 to $60.
I think they launched a second fucking Kickstarter though, dude.
Oh, did they? All right. Well, I didn't know about that. But yeah, I do remember at the premiere they were talking about, we're going to take orders for 30 days. So if you're interested, let us know. And they had different special editions. They had like a Corey Taylor special edition, a Barbara Crampton special edition. Yeah, I'm not sure like awesome. What the differences were necessarily. I didn't actually see the list of content, but either way, man, probably for a 4.5 hour long movie, I was never bored. I absolutely, and especially if you lived through the 80s like I did, like, a few of us did. Watching it's an absolute time capsule. It's so great.
You were born in 1991.
Yeah.
That's sweet, man. That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see that.
If you can afford it, I recommend it.
Yeah, I'll see it someday.
Yeah.
So, honorable mentions for myself, man. Number 11 was Climax. I loved it.
Just missed it.
It was great. It was in there. It was in the top 10, until I kind of shuffled things around, but, missed the cut. Number 12 was Lem Place's Demon from Italy. I thought that movie was fucking great, man. It was really, really good. Number 13 was Video Man from Sweden. That shit was really good. It was really
Loved
good.
It.
Definitely one of those movies that would have sparked conversation. Is it horror or not? I mean, there was horror elements, but there was a lot of great. I mean, you have to admit the Argento Fulci conversation was absolutely
funniest scene of the whole year. I almost cried. That whole scene is the best. That's the funniest scene in the whole fucking movie.
I just thought when he went to put in the movie in the DVD player, and he's like, "You don't have an all-region player. This is Region 1."
I like when he argued with the thrift store lady about the price of the VHS being too low that they were trying to sell. He's like, "This is an X rental. It's a big box. You could at least get $200 for it."
Yeah.
He's telling her it's worth more than what she's charging.
It's definitely one
Dude,
of those
this
movies.
movie sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah.
No, dude,
it's made for horror fans. It really is, man.
It's super niche. Good. I don't.
Yeah, it's really good. Number 14 was Harpoon from Canada. It was really good. Tigers Are Not Afraid from Mexico, which I thought was fantastic, man. Really good stuff. So, Dr. Sleep had to be in there. One Cut of the Dead, Brightburn, Headhunter, Godzilla, Child's Play. I loved Child's Play. Piercing. No one brought up Piercing, which was interesting.
That was cool.
I thought that was a really, really good film.
I think that was on Elric's list from Shockwaves.
I'm surprised.
Not this
it
year.
wasn't?
Maybe last year.
Maybe I'm surprised to
maybe
hear more about it because I thought Piercing was good. Braid.
Yeah.
I thought Braid was really cool, man.
Braid was cool.
Braid was cool.
I might be the only one to mention this, man. Number 24 was 3 from Hell. I actually enjoyed 3 from Hell.
I didn't hate it.
I liked it.
I actually did, and it's crazy that people were saying it was the worst movie of the year because
they didn't see shit.
It really is not.
What is it?
3 from Hell.
I like 3 from Hell. It was awesome.
It was fun.
It was fun. And then number 25, I had Scary Stories from the Dark, or in the Dark. So yeah, that rounds out.
I'll make this real quick, guys, because most of these have been mentioned. I'll only talk about them if they have not been, and I'll go through 10 real quick. Video Man, I loved it. Very funny. Harpoon, felt really bad taking it off the list. Laughed a lot. Loved the hell out of it. Tigers Are Not Afraid, I thought was super touching. Felt like shit for taking it off the list. A Record for Sweet Murder, I absolutely thought was great, but I hadn't rewatched it, so I couldn't remember everything. Ma, I had the most fun with. I remember being so excited and surprised by Ma. Purgatory Road, which was a great Southern Gothic movie. It was really cool.
I 100% agree with that, man. That movie was fantastic.
I wish I could have put it on the list because it deserves recognition. It's really great story.
It did.
Yeah. Unearthed Films too. It's and surprisingly, this one blew me away, and I didn't expect it. Everybody's like, it's pretentious. It's like it's making fun of pretentious people. There's a difference. Velvet Buzzsaw, thought it was really fun. I thought it's what In Fabric should have been. I know people love In Fabric, but I thought that movie was way too mean spirited for its own good. For how stupid it was. One Cut of the Dead, come on, super endearing. Border, which was kind of borderline horror, very interesting, very touching as well. And Hagazusa, which I thought was super well made.
None of you fucks liked Headhunter?
I loved Headhunter.
I mentioned Headhunter.
Yeah, Moose mentioned it.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Guess
it's on my awards.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on my awards. Headhunter's great, man.
Yeah,
Hagazusa was your last one. That was my number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I had to include. Like I said, I wish I would have rewatched it.
Yeah, that's great, man. It's great.
All right.
Categories.
Awards.
Awards, yes. Jeremy, that's you, man.
Am I just reading them down the list?
No, you just biggest surprise, then you say yours, and then everybody else goes.
All right. Biggest surprise, The Prodigy.
Carly.
Biggest surprise, Dr. Sleep.
Mine is Zombieland 2, because I fucking didn't like the first one.
Wow.
Also, Countdown. Pretty big surprise, because that looked like shit.
It was shit.
I liked it.
No, that was all right.
Yeah.
My surprise of the year, Child's Play.
Good one.
One of my biggest surprises of the year was Ready or Not, man. Because I expected to hate that shit, and I liked it. It's good.
I'm going to try to go with movies that I didn't mention in my honorable mentions, so they get some love.
Nice.
So,
You're even going the extra mile.
biggest surprise, Tone Deaf. I like Ricky Bates, but this was really funny for me.
Tone Deaf actually was decent, man. I actually forgot about it.
I love Robert Patrick. He killed it.
Yeah, well, Patrick was amazing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Most disappointing, of course, 3 from Hell.
For me, it was Us, but I really need to give it another shot.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wait,
My
you had
number one.
Oh, well, forget it.
My most disappointing, honestly, was fucking Glass, dude.
Yeah.
If you count that as horror, if not Pet Cemetery. Just because Glass, I was really hype after Unbreakable or after Split. And I was like, man, that just wasn't what I wanted. Okay.
Oh, me. I'm sorry. Most disappointing. Happy Death Day to You. It's not a bad movie. It's just that they took the first movie, which was a solid horror comedy with slasher elements, and they turned it into a comedy sci-fi movie. Like, there's almost no horror.
No horror. There's very little horror.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it wasn't a bad movie. I liked the characters in the movie, so it was nice to revisit them. I still liked them in the second movie. Like I said, I just didn't like that they turned it into a sci-fi movie. So, yeah, disappointing.
Most disappointing film of the year, I do have a tie with Midlamer and It Too. Those ones that was real fucking tough on me this year. Yeah.
I Trapped the Devil, man. It looked great. It was shot great. Ooh. And it was a 5-minute story stretched out into 80 fucking minutes.
Did you guys have trouble with the fucking
I actually liked it.
I hated it.
I thought the dialogue was way too low compared to the score.
I loved that movie.
Yeah.
At the very end of the movie, dude, they have a moment where the lead actor is supposed to have a dramatic scene, and they fucking shadow his face. What the fuck?
I have to watch
I didn't like it either.
Dude, I hate the fucking movie. I hate it.
I thought it was okay, but
I think it's well made. Yeah. I'll buy the director's next movie because it's a script. It was a Twilight Zone episode. It should be 20 minutes long, and then at the very end, the twist, they're like, aren't we clever? I'm like, this is a second grader's fucking twist. Dude, it's bad, dude. I'm sorry. I just was pretty bored. Well, I'm going to shoot myself in the face.
Oh.
And he says he's nice.
It's one of the rare movies, man. I did not care for it. And I don't think it was poorly made. I just hated the script. Like, it's like...
it looks awesome, and the atmosphere is
and
good.
the director's great. He did a great fucking job. The script just sucks.
I'll agree with that. Some of the dialogue was painful, but I enjoyed the story for whatever it's worth.
Just an hour too long. For me, at least.
I agree. It's definitely a glorified
for an 80-minute movie. That's insane.
All right. Most original, definitely Braid, hands down.
I have the same thing, Braid.
I have the Headhunter.
Ooh, me and JP are the same. I have the Headhunter.
The Laplace's Demon.
That's actually...
Me and Moods are right. Laplace's Demon. Laplace's Demon. Yeah. We hit the same.
I actually wrote this list before I seen Laplace Demon, which I watched today.
That's definitely the most original made.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in my top 10, though.
I would have set a record for Sweet Murder, but I already mentioned that.
Yeah.
All right. Most overhyped. Definitely the Banana Splits movie.
No, that movie.
Tra la 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 la.
Dude, if you saw those when you were a kid and you saw that this is a horror film, you'd
love it, Jeremy.
Love it. Love it.
It was so much fun.
I liked it a lot.
I loved it.
Yeah,
man.
I put Daniel Isn't Real. I mean, it was a good movie, but like people.
It's a good pick.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah.
You're next. Go ahead.
Well, plug your ears. Tigers Are Not Afraid is the most overhyped fucking movie.
How are we defining overhyped? I think
everybody loved it and I didn't.
But that's not overhyped.
Well,
by definition, that's not overhyped.
It'd be like over-advertised, right?
Yeah, like everybody kept telling me to check this out. It's so good. Check this out. It's so good. Check this out. It's so good.
Right. I mean, again.
And then I checked it out and I was like, that was not so good.
Wow.
I did a full-length review on it, and I explained some of the bullshit in there.
There is no bullshit in there, but let's move on. Most overhyped for me was Pet Sematary.
Hyped?
Yes, because I couldn't
hear anybody say they liked it.
That trailer. It was fucking everywhere. It was on my fucking video games, literally.
Yeah, that trailer sucked.
Oh, it was everywhere. I couldn't get away from it. And it's the one trailer of the year that you shouldn't watch because it spoiled the best fucking part of it. So, yeah, no, that's overhyped to me. I couldn't get away from that trailer even when I was trying. Yeah.
Okay, so your overhyped is a little different than what we were doing.
Yeah.
Overhyped film of the year. I'm going back with Midlamer.
Oh, yeah. I knew that was coming.
That has to be the fucking
I mean, if you hated it and it's everyone's
gotta
number one, it's got to be the most overhyped.
All right.
This one had mixed reactions, so I don't know if it's technically overhyped. But Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I thought the scares were great. I thought that them trying to capture 1960s, 70s America was one of the worst attempts at ever recreating America ever. And none of the characters talk like they're from the 60s or 70s. Very poor period piece. Very great scares, though, so... The scares were almost too scary for a kids movie, which I loved because kids are going to be horrified. But also, I thought that the period piece shit was terrible. The characters were flat.
I mean, I agree that the period piece didn't really match, but
it was like a
I wasn't really around in the 60s, so I don't give a fuck.
Well, you've seen lots of documentaries. You know how it is. It felt like some guy regurgitating Stephen King. Like he didn't actually live that childhood. He's like, I saw Stephen King's childhood, and I'm just going to regurgitate that on the screen. And it felt like you know when that Simpsons joke when he opens the book and he sees Family Guy copying, and then they open it up and they see the American Dad copying Family Guy. That was like that. That was like them copying America like 7 times. It's like photocopied America like 12 times and got it all wrong.
Keep going.
I'm good. Sorry.
All right. Worst of the year. Now I had to be honest. I'm not going to say 3 from Hell because technically it's not the worst movie of the year. The worst movie of the year is hands down definitely Clownado.
What?
You take that back.
Way.
That's funny.
Yeah, my worst of the year, I would say, is this movie called Night that was emailed to me by some random director dude, and he was like, "Can you review this on your YouTube channel?" Yeah, he was like, "Can you review this on your YouTube channel?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And it was like the worst, like, do-it-yourself movie I'd ever seen. There was like no attempt to it at all.
Did you review it?
I did, and I was honest in the review.
Okay.
But
broke his heart. You broke his heart.
Yeah, he tried to send me another one then, like a few months
You're
later.
like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
No response.
Pretty much.
For me, the worst film of the year, hands down, was Black Christmas. Like, now, shot-wise, no. You know, it's shot fine. It looks like a real film. But just content-wise, it was fucking awful. And then Clownado. And then the fucking Pull, damn it. The Pull. Did anybody see the Pull?
The Pull?
The Pull with the killer alligator.
No.
And The Final Wish sucked, too. I had to...
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. That was the worst theatrical one I saw.
Yeah.
Never even heard of it.
It only played for one night in theaters.
Yeah, one night in January.
Somebody got their wish that it would be taken out. Boom.
There you go. Let's see. My worst movie, hands down, is Maniac Farmer.
Dude,
it is
me too.
It's the only one. It's the only one out of 10 that I gave all year. There is literally nothing redeeming about this movie. Bad dialogue, bad audio, bad writing, bad cinematography, bad acting,
bad green screen.
And bad green screen, yeah. All the kills are off screen. What few kills there are in the movie. The Maniac Farmer isn't really much of a maniac at all.
Damn, I can't believe a movie called Maniac Farmer wasn't good.
Yeah, go figure.
It got sent to me to review in that batch of Scream team.
Exactly.
Dude,
That
I gave that shit like an 8 out of 10.
That was one of my Bloody Bits reviews, and yeah, I
remember hearing it.
Oh, it was awful.
An 8 out of 10?
I didn't watch it.
Oh.
That's funny.
Moods.
Worst of the year, man. I got to go with Scare Attraction, man. That was a piece of fucking garbage, man. Like, that's the benefit of watching 134 movies in a year. You're gonna have some real bad ones that no one's watched. But this was like a UK film that was, like, it was fucking bad. Like, I think I gave this like a 0.5 or 1 out of 10. It was bad. It's self-explanatory. It's about a scare attraction, and it's shit.
Sounds good.
All right. Oh, it's fucking bad.
Maniac Farmers. I got a couple, but Maniac Farmer. The more I thought about it, like, I think I rated it 1 out of 1.5, and I literally want to go back and give it like a half a 1. It was so bad. It was so poor. There's no kills on screen, and they show gore, like you said, and then they don't even fucking capitalize on it ever again. I hate the lead actor. He sucks. It's a terrible movie. There's a bunch of it's trash. It's fucking shit. I'm sorry. The other movie it was paired up with was better and had heart, but it was not great either. But it was a fucking masterpiece compared to Maniac Farmer. It felt lazy. I Spit on Your Grave, Deja Vu. This motherfucker's 2 hours and 10 minutes, and it would show like one moment of good acting from somebody where I was like, oh, she's doing really good. Like Maria Olsen would do really good, and then there would be like a terrible scene next to it. I mean, it started making me question the director's first movie, Mir, whatever you say his fucking name. I was like, maybe he just got lucky with that because this one was so poorly constructed. And some of the acting's not even bad. It's just like, it's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. And the Ouija's, fuck you, JP. That was a piece of shit. The Ouija's, man.
Dude, it's like Ghoulies with weed.
It's fucking not like Ghoulies with weed. There's no good it fucking sucks. The Ghoulies look good, and it's a lazy movie. And fucking basically, Jeremy Ryan, who does reviews with me, basically sums up Charles Band in a fucking second. At Wasteland, one time he walked in acting because I said he looked like Charles Band because he was dressed like him. He walked in the room and said, "Hey, you kids got any money?" That's Charles Band. And Ouija's is fucking trash.
All right.
Soulless.
Hey, look, that was next up on my list. Dolls and then Ouija's.
Best.
You made me watch it.
All right, best foreign film. Knife Plus Heart, definitely.
I had One Cut of the Dead.
I have Knife Plus Heart. Jerry.
Oops, I was on mute. Sorry. Let's see. My best foreign film of the year is The Cannibal Club out of Brazil.
Good movie.
Loved it.
Moods.
Mood's dead.
Oh, we lost Moods.
I hope not. He's the one recording.
He's still on, unless he's muted.
You're muted, Moods.
Maybe he went pee.
All right, mine. I'll just do my best foreign, which I actually said earlier. Tigers Are Not Afraid and Harpoon. I thought were both great.
Okay. Oh shit! Did you guys already pass me on that?
Yeah. Best foreign moods.
Best foreign, which I already said, which was my number 11, so it's Climax. So.
Okay.
All right. Best indie film. Luz for sure.
I think this is an indie film. I put The Hole in the Ground.
Okay, I went with Get My Gun, which I think is a true indie.
Whatever.
Yeah, I would agree.
No, I'm not saying yours isn't. I'm just saying, like, there's other films that I had higher that I just didn't feel like were indie enough.
Uh-huh.
Like, Get My Gun, I could see, like, someone that I know being in it. Like a friend of mine.
Yeah.
My best indie film is Bliss.
Good one.
I guess mine is going to be The Place is Demon.
Nice.
Cool. I got two, both Southern Gothic movies. Tennessee Gothic, which I thought was very funny and very cool, and Purgatory Road again. Both those really good and indie movies for sure.
All right. Best studio film. I have Us.
I have Dr. Sleep.
I have It Chapter 2.
I have Crawl.
I also have Dr. Sleep.
Whoa.
Brightburn, baby.
Nice.
All right.
Love.
Best remake. Well, I didn't have too many choices, so unfortunately I had to go with Pet Sematary.
Really? Over Rabid?
I didn't see Rabid.
Damn.
Yeah, honestly, I went with Pet Sematary as well because I've never seen the original Rabid, so I felt like I couldn't really compare. And Black Christmas was horrible, so Pet Sematary by default.
Child's Play.
Once again, me and JP match. Child's Play for me.
Child's Play.
Child's Play. I loved it.
Yep.
All right. Best sequel. Again, not too many choices, but I went with It Chapter 2.
I put 47 meters down.
Oh,
blah, blah, blah,
come
whatever.
on.
She liked it. I
did.
didn't think it was
Fuck
bad.
you.
It's like 67 minutes long.
Good. We need more of that.
Yeah.
Why is that bad?
To cancel out those 18-hour movies I watch where 50 minutes of them like not doing nothing. And I don't mind slow burns.
But it's theatrical. It's like the shortest fucking theatrical I've ever
Or I
seen.
didn't play in China.
67.
Mine is It Chapter 2, for sure. Or I could have went with Zombieland 2.
Fuck, shut up, man. You fucking idiots.
What? Chapter 2 is a great sequel.
Fuck Zombieland. Fuck.
Can't believe you don't
Double
like
crap.
Chapter 2 as a sequel.
All right, my best sequel of the year is Hell House LLC 3 Lake of Fire.
I actually forgot that.
Yeah, I didn't even really think of that. Actually, my sequel of the year is probably something that wasn't really thought of too much either, which is The Car, Road to Revenge.
Yeah, nobody really was.
It
I
was
saw
fun
that
as
so
fuck.
early in the year, I forgot it completely. Like, I couldn't name one scene.
It was fun, man. It was so much better than it should have been.
It Chapter 2.
It's crazy.
I dug it. It was fun.
Nice.
All right.
Dave, did you see the Car sequel?
Absolutely not.
It was actually pretty funny.
I saw
Not
one
gonna
real
lie.
bad review. Somebody put it as their worst of the year, but you know how motherfuckers are.
Oh God, it's not that.
It ain't
it's not
fucking
that
Maniac
like that.
Farmer. I'll tell you what. That's the worst.
It definitely is
It's
not.
the worst.
All right. Most likely to start a sequel.
A franchise.
Franchise. Unfortunately, it's Banana Splits.
Oh,
What? I think that's a one.
That would
and
be
done,
fun
buddy.
as hell to do that, man.
I would love
that
it, but
movie.
I think it's a one and done.
Can we get a Wacky Races horror movie?
I'm down. Let's do all the Hanna-Barberas.
Fuck it. Let's do it.
Oh, Captain Caveman all day.
Yeah.
Beat people with that club and shit? Yeah. Jabba Jaw.
Nice.
Nice.
We can set the Pearls of Pinelli pit stop at a fucking gas station. All right, who's next?
I put Escape Room.
Oh, that's a cop out.
Okay,
Why is it a cop out?
It's already going to become a franchise. We already know.
It's
Banana
announced
Splits
as a
isn't?
sequel, but I haven't seen a single fucking thing filmed on it. It's like coming out in February or something.
Coming out in April got pushed.
Oh, okay. For me, I put Scary Stories. I totally think this can become a franchise.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's stupid.
All right, JP, get the fuck out of my head. Most likely to start a franchise, Scary Stories.
Really? What the fuck? It's anthology. How many anthology fucking...
There's 3 books in the series, though, and they only covered 5 of the stories.
Yeah, and there's like a shit ton of stories in the first
exactly.
I guess. But then, I mean, to me, that's going to work out to like a trilogy instead of franchise. No.
I'd like to see him not do it in the 60s or 70s. In modern time, I think would be cool. No, I'd be into it for sure.
Come on, the Season of the Witch song, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was, actually.
Parts. I don't remember that part, though. Is that the opening?
Yep, very beginning.
I like them better when they used it in Sightseers.
I'll go with that.
Oh, God, Sightseers is so good.
I love it.
That movie is fucking amazing. Trick. I think it honestly could spawn a franchise. And it probably will.
Daniel isn't real. I think that I liked it. I don't care what you guys say. I wasn't sure on Patrick Schwarzenegger's acting, but the movie hit a certain point where it had one or two ways to go, and it went the right way, and it got it.
But I think the ending was a little bit. I don't think the ending was great in it, though, man. To be honest,
It wasn't great, but it was serviceable, so I'll take it.
I think
just for the concept, it just should have been way fucking better.
I mean,
well, maybe the
It's such
sequel
a
will be
cool
better.
concept, man.
I
Like,
want
you're
the
fucking-
franchise.
Like they rush past like the whole childhood. Like there should have been more
yeah.
times.
There's definitely moments where I was like, "There's problems here," but it was okay.
I want something like Freddy Krueger now.
Yeah.
Best cinematography, well, hands down, The Lighthouse.
That's stupid.
Climax, man.
That shit didn't make your top 10, motherfucker.
It's ridiculous.
Carly.
I also have The Lighthouse.
I mean, yeah, I agree. But mine is I didn't really know what to pick for this one because all the best cinematography films are in my top 10.
Yeah.
It was kind of like me too, man. Yeah.
So I went with Lords of Chaos because there's some great shots in that movie.
You're right. I forgot about that.
That's true. Let's see. Best cinematography for me that's not in my top 10 is The Hole in the Ground.
Wow.
Yeah, there's some good cinematography.
That movie is beautiful. Oh, it's
Yeah,
absolutely
good shots.
gorgeous.
I didn't finish it, but I watched that was the one I was watching before the show started before I
fucking
could
guy.
finish it. Damn it!
This fucking guy. Cinematography, Headhunter.
Nice.
Great, man. Yeah, that's
Luz and Close Calls.
Nice.
All right. Best FX. So best effects, the Furies.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, that face peel was great.
Totally forgot about that one. Yeah, that I said that face peel was like one of the best things.
Even though it's CG at the end.
Yeah.
They mixed it right.
Carly.
I had Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Mm-hmm.
Good call.
That's a good one too.
Good FX.
I didn't really. I half-assed this one. I went with Child's Play.
I'm the same as Carly. Scary Stories.
I went with Crawl, actually.
See, I think there's some spotty CG in there.
I do too.
I don't think so.
I couldn't think of anything for it, man. Honestly, like all the best films, I don't know.
Yeah, and what's triumphant about the cinematography in that, or not the cinematography, the FX in that movie isn't the alligators; it's the fucking storm. That storm is 100% CG.
I do like.
Well, I was kind of thinking of the whole thing too, man, because you know that movie is straight effects, right?
If we had set design, I would have went with Crawl. Set design had a great set design, the house and everything, and the surrounding, the gas station. That shit looked gold.
Yeah.
That looked great.
Phenomenal.
My best FX are Headhunter. I love the. It's more like sometimes set design, but the monsters when you got the sea of them look great, and the house and all this. But that shit was awesome.
What
and
the end scene looks pretty damn fucking sweet, though.
The movie looks good.
Dude, he made Thanksgiving and then he made this.
Well, the end scene looks amazing.
Yeah,
Headhunter,
it looks great.
man. That final shot,
it's a good movie.
It is a good movie, man. I mean, considering where he came from.
Thanksgiving.
That shit is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
All right.
And I like Thanksgiving.
I knew he had chops when I watched Thanksgiving. I was like, kid,
this guy's gonna make a real great period piece one day.
Yeah.
Best soundtrack. And in the Apocalypse.
Good call.
I had
That's actually pretty good.
We're calling that 2019?
According to
Yeah.
JP.
Okay.
It was limited last year. Carly?
I said I had Us.
Oh.
Yeah, you were talking over me.
Yep, that's a good choice.
I went with Lords.
Oh, I was so close to going with Lords, but I ended up going with Climax.
Yeah, I was close to that, but I went with Three from Hell.
I went with Knives and Skin.
And
I liked Video Man.
All right.
Yeah.
Best horror comedy. Hands down, Satanic Panic.
There wasn't much funny in that.
Yeah, that movie was not funny at all.
I liked the movie.
I enjoyed it. I just didn't.
It's all right.
Yeah. I had The Dead Don't Die.
That's a fun one.
Yeah, I like that one.
That movie was fun as hell.
Yeah, we had a good time seeing that in the theater. Mine's Harpoon.
If Jeremy's wrong, then I'm wrong, because I got Satanic Panic as well.
What the fuck? Oh man, I hated that movie. But
I saw
horror
it with
comedy
like
for me.
700 people, so
Harpoon. I had Harpoon also. So
I mentioned the other two that I have written here in my top, my honorable mentions, so I'm going to go with The Dead Don't Die. I really like it, and if liking Bill Murray drive around in a car and kill zombies is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Thanks.
that Jarmusch comedy, man, it's like dry but fun.
Shut up, Ronnie.
shut up, Ronnie.
I like it. I love it. I had to buy it.
Woo PS was the best part.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed the shit of it.
All right.
Cable.
Best slasher. Once again, The Furies.
I don't know if this even counts as a slasher, but I put Brightburn.
Yeah, it's close.
Close enough.
There's not really a lot of slashers to pick from this year.
Yeah. I couldn't think of any.
I had Child's Play.
My best slasher was Knife Plus Heart.
Okay.
I went with Banana Splits.
Oh, yeah.
Listed because I didn't mention any of them, but I liked all of them. The Furies, Banana Splits, and Haunt I thought were all actually really good.
Yeah, all three of those are great.
Yep.
All right. Best TV show.
There's only one, right?
Castle Rock Season 2.
Did you watch that?
Hesitate on this.
A couple episodes.
I wrote something down, but I know it's not that. Right now, I'm like, oh, duh, why didn't I think of this?
Carly?
I put Creepshow. I didn't finish them all, but I liked the first few episodes.
I also have Creepshow.
Make it 3 out of 3. Creepshow.
Well, add me to that list because I expressed my love for that shit and Creepshow. Amazing stuff this year. I loved every episode.
I loved almost all the episodes.
I know. I watched every one of your reviews, Dave.
Yeah. I agree with Jeremy that Castle Rock is probably the better made. Like, if I was actually going to say best, quote unquote best, I would probably go with Castle Rock. But I just personally enjoyed Creepshow a lot more.
Creepshow is the only one I've seen, so even if I didn't like it, it was default.
All right, next up, best retro film. So this is the best retro movie that you watched this year. Pick
for
from
the first
Dave,
time.
A pick from Dave, actually. Man Bites Dog. That movie was fucking awesome. So good.
Yeah, Criterion shit, man.
I love when he kills the guy with the VHS camera because VHS sucks.
So good, man. So good.
Carly?
All right, I put Frankenhooker because we got to see it with Henenlotter doing the commentary, and I thought that was pretty cool.
That was a highlight of my year, man.
Yeah, like I'd never seen the movie before, and that was a cool way to watch it.
Yeah, it was awesome. And I have seen it, and I love Henenlotter. Henenlotter is one of my favorite directors.
Me too.
I went with Coldfish. A callback to earlier in the show. Fucking amazing. Loved it. I gave it, I think, a 9.5 or a 10 or something like that. Definitely good. If that's not old enough for you, I saw House of Wax 53 for the first time, and we saw it in the theater in 3D.
Yeah,
fucking awesome, dude. It was so good.
Yeah, I got to see that in 3D at a convention out here 2 years ago. That was great.
So cool.
I actually wanted to ask you guys about this. Do you have like a date criteria?
No, it's anything that's like not from this year.
Not this year, man.
All right,
just
then.
anything retro, yeah.
Okay, then easy. For me, it's going to be Eyes of My Mother. I was kicking myself for not seeing that sooner, even with multiple people telling me how great it was, but I didn't watch it until this year for 31 days, and fucking love it.
I think that was in my top 10 of the year that
I
came
think
out.
it was.
Like, in my top 3. It was like in my top 3 or something. It was
Great
really
movie.
high.
Great
It
movie.
would have been in my top like 3 or 4 if I was.
I loved
It's
it.
a good movie.
Yep.
Loved it. Retro film, man, which is kind of an odd one for me, but it was Django the Bastard. That movie surprised the shit out of me because I didn't realize that it actually has horror elements to it. It has this weird kind of supernatural gothic feel to it. That movie's fucking amazing, man. Big ups on Snaps for putting out like the most beautiful transfer of it. Yeah, amazing.
That's cool.
If you like horror western film, fuck. Django the Bastard, man. Loved it.
I can't think. I think I saw Man Bites Dog last year, but Quatermass 2 and Quatermass in the Pit were both excellent. I hadn't seen those before, and they blew me away. Rituals, Killer of Dolls was absolutely excellent. Spanish.
Oh, you hadn't... Yeah, I saw your review on that, man. I got to pick up that Mondo, but you hadn't seen Rituals before?
No, I saw it this year, and Wake and Fright too. I didn't see Wake and Fright until this year.
Oh man,
Dude, we blew it.
one of my
Wake and
all-time
Fright's in our
favorites.
Hall of Fame, dude.
Yeah, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. Man.
I love Rituals because like when the dude they're best friends, but when they get upset at each other, immediately he calls him a fag, like out of rage. And I was like, that's how racism and homophobia works. You know what I mean? Like most people are completely civilized, and then when something horrible situation happens, they just turn into complete pieces of shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, best media release. I mean, it's one of the most asked for films, Spookies from Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh man,
I put the Amityville films from Vinegar Syndrome.
I also am Vinegar Syndrome and the Amityville box set. Fucking cool, man. I wanted those films on Blu-ray forever. Good transfers, nice set in general. And yeah, I love some Vinegar Syndrome. We actually saw those in two of them in the theater. That transfer, the Vinegar Syndrome transfers, 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it is Godzilla, the Showa era films from the Criterion Collection.
Controversial pick there.
It's one I didn't actually pick up this year. I have all the Godzilla films just on different formats and stuff, but I just kind of, it's expensive, and I wasn't like overly amazed with the set. But anyways, for me, man, it was like, I have to lump these together, but the Universal Horror System Scream Factory volumes 1 through 3 that came out this year. I love my Universal fucking 30s and 40s films. Like, I can watch those things every day.
Yep.
It just, there was so much to pick from. I mean, unfortunately, like,
Scream Factory really did fucking kill it this year.
Between the Hammer and the Universal stuff, like, it was ridiculous. How much
Even
good
that
stuff they put out
Omen
this
box
year.
that was really nice that I got.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just buy so much. Like, but that was what came to my mind right away, and I was like, fuck it, I'm going with those ones. Even though I cheated with 1 through 3, but I'm putting them as 1. So
that's fine.
Fuck off.
Arrow actually had some nice reissues of movies. RoboCop and American Werewolf in London sets were really nice and really great. And there's a couple that I bought and I was super excited for, and I was like, God damn it, I couldn't get into them, but I know they did a great job with them. En Masse Part 25 for Vinegar Syndrome was one of my kind of favorite movies that wasn't released, and when they
I
announced that, super hyped. And a dear friend of the show actually asked me not to talk about this movie, but I can't help it, so I'm calling you out, Christian. Spookies. I'm happy it's out on Blu-ray, and I'm going to buy 10 copies for all the copies you don't want.
Dude, that
he hates it.
I picked him up too, man. Unmasked, and I just haven't watched the copy of Unmasked because I just got it in like the other day, and I've seen Spookies a couple times.
Spookies for life.
Spookies is a mess, but it's fun. It's a bad, shitty movie.
It's the best bad movie. People are like, Troll 2. I'm like, no, this one's got more monsters, and it makes even less.
Well, Troll 2 is such a cop-out answer because Troll 2 is so much better than so many of the better movies.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Like the best bad movie is Maximum Overdrive, right?
No.
Well, a lot of people think it's a good movie.
I do, but it's because it's ridiculous, but I love it.
I fucking hate that movie.
I can watch Maximum Overdrive I love it, man. I love the AC/DC soundtrack.
But Jerry,
I'm a huge Emilio Estevez fan. I'm a huge Emilio Estevez fan.
See, part of the reason that I hate this
favorite
movie
is probably Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2.
Yeah. Part of the reason
that's legitimately shitty, but yeah.
But yeah, part of the reason I hate Maximum Overdrive is because I saw it in theaters on opening night. And if you guys remember the marketing campaign, they were marketing that movie.
Where he's like, if you want Stephen King to do a Stephen, or if you want somebody
done right, you do it yourself or something.
Yeah, I'm going to scare the hell out of you. I bought into that.
Jerry's like, oh man, this is going to be so good.
He's the kind of guy that writes into Fangoria.
He's like got his popcorn and everything.
I was so pissed off at that. I walked out of that theater ready to start a mass murder.
That was an underrated joke, Jeremy. That nobody
we'll
caught.
be reading them in Dead Mail coming up.
No, it's good, man. It's good.
All right, best script, The Lighthouse.
I put Doctor Sleep.
I actually went with a film that's not horror, but I loved the script in this one, and it's, kind of thriller mystery type thing, and that's Knives Out. Just wanted to show it some love.
Knives Out is by far the best script of the year, regardless of genre. I think that script is so clever, but I couldn't give it the nod because it's not horror, honestly.
Not horror at all.
It's barely horror adjacent, honestly, for me.
But you see a trend here, right? Because JP never has horror films listed, right? So he's the non-horror guy. He's the big horror guy that always
comedy, mystery, thriller.
Who done it?
Yeah,
in that order.
I've never really thought of whodunits as horror films. Ultimately,
no, it's a mystery. But I'm just saying, it's like
it has gothic feel to it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. My best script of the year is The Dead Don't Die.
I'm glad to see love for that movie because I thought everybody hated it. I thought everybody hated it.
I think every single scene with Bill Murray and Adam Driver together was fucking gold. Absolutely loved their actions. I loved every single line they spoke in that movie.
The end's
I actually
great
recommended the movie. I recommended it to so many people, man.
The end's amazing too, right? Like, come on, that's so awesome.
Amazing might be a stretch, but
I like it. I just like Bill. I like Bill Murray talking to all the zombies. I love it.
Yeah, I just love how matter of fact everybody was. Like, oh, it must be zombies. Like, everybody just accepted the fact that they have zombies. Like, no one questioned it. I love that.
And Larry Fessenden's great at it, too.
Exactly, yes.
He's so trashy. He's eating the cat food, and he like, dumps the cat food out of the can and puts a spoon in his mouth. I almost threw up.
Ew, yeah.
Isn't he great in everything, though?
He's the best part about almost everything.
Yeah, I agree. Best script of the year for me is Laplace's Demon. I thought it was great. So,
One Cut of the Dead.
Nice.
Yeah.
Best director, Eggers.
Yeah, I have the same thing.
I went with Andy Muschietti or whatever the fuck his name is. Muschietti.
Yep.
I was actually closer than I thought I would be.
Yeah, not bad. Director of the year for me, Ari Aster. Sorry, Moods.
Wait a minute.
That's on your list, but I'll
Yeah, that was on your list.
Oh, you're even going with that?
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it. Let me think then. I will go with...
Otherwise, mine would be Jordan Peele.
No, you're right. God damn it. All right, come back to me. I'll have something for you here in a sec.
best director, man, I got to go with Gaspar Noé. Climax.
I kind of have a cheat here because this director is on my list, but they also did another movie that won't be released till next year, but they directed it this year and it was released on festivals. I want to go Joe Begos.
Nice.
So you already seen VFW?
No, but I hear it's fantastic and it looks great. And he did 2 fucking movies in 1 year. But if you don't want that, fuck it. I'll go with whoever did High Life. That was well directed. That's good.
Whoever did High Life.
Because I had to change it.
All right. My director of the year is going to be Lee Cronin, The Hole in the Ground.
All right. Okay. Biggest industry news. The continued success of Joe Bob.
Nice.
Pretty good one.
I didn't really know what to put for this one, to be honest.
Did you put anything?
No.
Wow. I
dropped the ball.
For me, it was Black Christmas. The whole fiasco with that and the whole, like, you know, the director coming out and saying stuff and then everybody responding and then Joe Bob gets involved and, you know, that was recency bias, maybe. But there wasn't any overarching sort of industry story this year like there was last year with the...
No.
So I went with Black Christmas.
My industry story of the year is going to be the fact that 2019 is the highest rated Rotten Tomatoes score year in the history of cinema, as far as horror goes. Yeah.
Wow.
There were 24 wide release horror movies released this year. 13 of them are certified fresh, making the year average 62%, which is the highest since 1980 when it was 60% in 1980. So yeah, theatrical horror really kicked ass this year.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, I can just not follow that up because I couldn't think of anything huge for industry story, but to me it was like something we mentioned off the top of the show, which was just the success of I should say the success of, you know, theatrical films and the lack of success of some of the films that are released theatrically too. So,
okay,
I mean,
good one.
It's kind of a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
So
I wrote Black Christmas Babies. That's all I wrote. Everybody's being a fucking baby. Who gives a fuck? Think it looks like shit. Don't see it.
I have to see everything, sadly.
Yeah, but we're all different. We'll see it even if we hear it's dog shit. If we're interested, we don't care. But we're also not babies. We'll just.
Have you seen it though, Dave?
No, I would have probably seen it if it was. Is it still even in theaters?
No.
Probably that's what I mean.
Dude, if you've seen it, you would want to be loud about it.
I mean, like, if you're gonna do that and come out and put your social message in there and be right in your face with it, you should just make it balls to the wall, insane and gory and just intense, you know.
Yep.
Because they're probably thinking, the director's probably thinking, how many fucking movies do they just make women shitty and throughout the entire movie? Like, even all the way dating back to old horror movies. So that's probably what they're doing.
I feel like she thinks she was so smart when she was writing this.
Oh, I'll have to see it. I'll have to see it. Like, that's worse if somebody thinks they're clever. Like, that's like when people used to call me Jesus. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I look like Jesus. That's all right. But if you think you're fucking clever about it, I want to punch you in the fucking throat because you ain't clever. That's the eighth person that said that to me. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Jesus. I'm like, oh, you got to see you had some fucking college, buddy. Why don't you choke on the rest of your fucking teeth? No, but you know what I mean? Like, when people think they're clever when they say something that's obvious, it's very annoying. What?
Your delivery of, like, ranting is just so amusing. You just keep going. You don't stutter or anything. It's perfect.
Make you mad on purpose.
Yeah, they think it's funny. That's why all my hair's gray and everybody thinks I'm 47. No, but also nobody mentioned In the Tall Grass, and I just want to bring it up because Patrick Wilson fucking killed it in that movie, and it made me laugh.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Nobody brought it up.
Our headliner in Halloween.
What one?
In the Tall Grass. It was our headliner for our Halloween.
Man. Patrick Wilson was so good in that movie. He was so funny and scary.
Yeah, there was good action. I wasn't like overly fond of it, but
I liked him a lot. That's what I liked about it.
I actually did like the movie a lot.
I dug it, but he was the best part.
Yeah, by far.
All right. So, what are some films that you're looking forward to next year? Guess I'll go first.
Okay. Do you have a top 5?
I mean, I got some that I'm looking forward to. Saw 9, of course. Looking forward to that. Get some Chris Rock and Samuel L. Jackson in the Saw universe. That should be pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm down.
Why not?
Antlers.
It's Saw 9. That's crazy.
Yeah. Antlers looks pretty sick. That looks like a really good Del Toro influence kind of film. And the new Halloween, of course, I'm going to see how they do with Michael Myers somehow surviving in a burning building. That should be retarded how they're going to say he got out of that.
No, they're doing it in Ma 2 as well.
What?
Ma's coming back, baby. This is Freddy Krueger, Ma.
Bigger and angrier than ever.
That's about it. And everybody should see The Lodge because it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, The Lodge is great.
Who did that one?
A guy from Goodbye Mommy.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 2 people.
Good night, Mommy. Whatever.
Two people are directing that one, I believe.
Yeah.
I think Antebellum looks pretty cool. I think Gretel and Hansel looks cool.
And Fantasy
Osgood.
Island.
Yeah.
Good old Osgood on that Gretel and Hansel.
Yeah, Osgood.
I'll watch anything that guy does.
Yep.
I do want to see the new Halloween, even though I was pretty disappointed with the last one. I just want to see if, it's a Halloween film, so of course
it's alright. It was alright.
Yeah. Antlers looks cool. And Quiet Place 2. I mean, why not? I did like the first one, so might be good.
All right, I did an actual top 5. Number 5.
That wasn't what? That was like a top 5.
I thought you were just shouting out movies.
Those were 5 movies.
Okay. Number 5. After Midnight. Jeremy Gardner's new film comes out next month. Really excited for that because I've heard good things in the festival circuit, and I have a screener waiting on me. So as soon as this 2019 shit is over, I could get to that. Number 4, Invisible Man. I trust Lee Winnell, and I did catch a little bit of the trailer before I realized what it was, and it looked pretty cool. I think that Invisible Man I think it's my favorite Universal monster movie. From that era for sure, and I really like Hollow Man, so I like the concept. Number 3, Halloween Kills. No matter what, if there's a big 3 or a big 4 coming out, I'm excited, even though I did not like Halloween. What is it? Oh, it's just Halloween because that's
2018.
Yeah, 2018 dumb fucking name Halloween. Yeah, Halloween Kills, which is also a fucking dumb name, but
it's
whatever.
Dumber.
Dude, it's not dumber than Halloween 3
it's
times.
It's dumber. It's cringe.
Halloween, and Halloween. That's
Halloween Kills.
Dumb.
Halloween Kills sucks.
Like Halloween's gonna kill people.
No, it's saying like it's Halloween. So
I picture.
It's
I know what
fucking
it's
terrible.
Can't wait to watch Sadness Eats. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's right. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Like
but
the season of Halloween's killed. Like I don't know.
Friday
like Christmas farts.
Flashes.
I thought that was just their review of the last movie, Halloween Killed.
They should just put Halloween money sign at the end.
That would be a good one. And then the next one they could put Halloween money sign.
Yeah, it's genius. Cha-ching. We could call it Halloween cha-ching.
All right, then number 2. This was on my most anticipated list last year too, and I don't know if it's coming out, but I'm just like so curious on it now, and I'm even more curious. It's the New Mutants. It got announced to come out again, so
how many times now?
I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah. Like I was so hyped when I heard the director say like I was super influenced by Elm Street 3 and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, this sounds awesome. And then my number 1, fucking Candyman, dude. I'm super excited to see what they do with Candyman, which is supposed to be a spiritual sequel.
Yeah, because Tony Todd is back, so.
Yep.
All right. I also did a top 5 most anticipated. So my number 5, A Quiet Place 2, for obvious reasons. A Quiet Place was my number 3 movie of 2017, I think, or was it last year? Whatever year. It was my number 3 movie of the year. Number 4 is going to be Candyman. Candyman is one of my all-time favorite guilty pleasure movies.
Whoa.
Love
pleasure.
it. Absolutely love that movie. I can't objectively say it's a great movie. It's got a lot of problems.
I can. I love it.
Oh no, I love it. I absolutely do. But I'm saying if I was going to be objective and look at it like an actual movie reviewer, I could pick out a lot of stuff that would bring the rating down. But personally, I absolutely love it. Number 3, Antlers. I know nothing about it because I don't watch trailers. All I know is Guillermo's name is attached to it, so I am in. Number 2, The Conjuring 3. Absolutely love the Conjuring movies. I may be one of the few people that like the second one more than the first, but
I like the second one more.
Nice. So yeah, highly looking forward to The Conjuring 3, and then the last one might be a little bit of a surprise, but that's The Turning. The Turning is based on The Turning of the Screw, which is one of my favorite novels ever. And the first film adaptation of that book was called The Innocents from back in 1961, which is also one of my favorite ghost stories ever.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely love that movie.
I'm sorry to tell you, buddy, because I know you don't watch trailers, but I did watch the trailer to The Turning before I decided not to watch trailers again, and it doesn't look very good.
Well, I mean,
It looks all right.
I mean, there's never been.
I was forced to watch it too, man. Ew, it looked bad.
Yeah, it didn't look very
We'll
good.
see.
It looks all right.
Here's hoping it's good, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so After Midnight, definitely something I want to be checking out, man. New Jeremy Gardner film. That one definitely caught my interest. Antler looks cool, man. I'm thinking of ending things. Was that mentioned?
Nope.
Ending things?
I'm thinking of Ending Things by Charlie Kaufman, man. He directed Syndicate New York with Philip Seymour Hoffman back in the 90s. It's not a horror film, but it's really...
Wolves a couple of years ago, which was really good.
I thought you were having a crisis for a second. I don't know.
No, I haven't seen that one, but the fucking Syndicate New York. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, man, but that's a trip and a motherfucking half.
Annalisa's all fucking stop motion. It's crazy.
Is it? Yeah. So Syndicate New York. It was shit, man. I love that fucking movie. It's so cool. Not a horror film, but really, really interestingly strange. Last Night in Soho, man. I mean, it just sounds interesting to me, man. Edgar Wright. Got to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Fantasy Island just like piques my fucking interest so much because I love fucking, I love that shit. So,
what about Amityville Vibrator? No,
no. I mean, next year, like, fuck. What the fuck is with next year, man? It's like, okay, seriously. Actually, I won't lie though, man. I'm really interested in seeing if all these Fear Street movies actually come out because I grew up with those and I read like all those books. So. If they actually put out the Fear Street trilogy or whatever the fuck they're going to be doing. I'm kind of looking forward to that, but I don't know. Have you guys heard of Army of the Dead?
I directed it.
Yeah, that's...
New It's the new Zack Snyder film.
Yeah. Is that for Netflix?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
it is for Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, for next year, so sequels, prequels, and like remakes and fucking reboots and shit.
Terrifier 2. That's supposed to hit.
Dude, The Conjuring 3, Purge 5, new Saw film, Quiet Place 2, Wrong Turn, The Foundation, which is probably a prequel, Halloween Kills, Escape Room 2, Brahma's The Boy 2, Ghostbusters Afterlife, what the fuck, remakes, Candyman, Invisible Man, The Grudge,
Candyman's sequel, fuck off,
Gretel and Hansel and the Witches. Like, dude, 2020 is shaping up to be that year. Like, we didn't have any, even if half these materialize, we have more remakes and sequels and shit than we had all of this year.
I'm down though, because most of those I'm excited for.
None of those are on my list.
What are you excited for? Like, there's nothing there that even.
I'm excited for the new Saw movie.
If Ghostbusters materializes and comes out, I am curious because I'm a huge.
Well, the trailer's already out. Definitely coming out.
Well, it doesn't mean it's coming. You can produce a trailer. It doesn't.
No, it's like shot, like stamped, ready to go.
It's sad all them Ghostbusters movies are caught in this political shit now. Like, like half the people feel like they can't even say their honest opinion about anything Ghostbusters now without being like ridiculed.
It's so ridiculous.
It's stupid. Ridiculous. It's like, who cares?
And that's more of a reason why that shit's not going to come out.
Invisible Man, Fantasy Island looks cool. So yeah, a lot of the sequels / reboots or whatever, I'm cool with.
I think that Baby Yaga film sounds kind of cool, man. That it's like a Russian supernatural film that's coming out. That sounds actually kind of cool. So, but I mean, honestly, dude, looking at what I can research and find that's coming out, besides some of the film festival films that have come out, like, I mean, it doesn't look great for next year. So
I got some I'm interested in right here.
I'm more hyped next year than I was for this year previewing it, but. Keep in mind also that like the films that we don't know, like the reason we're noticing like all the Grudge and the like all the ones, Color Out of Space, that's another one too, but is because
I forgot about that.
You guys are talking about every goddamn thing. Let me spit my 5 out right quick.
Color of Space, how the fuck did I forget
Midnight, that? Antlers, and you guys mentioned those, and Color Out of Space was on there. The Golden Glove, which looks like a great serial killer movie. Come the Dad with Elijah Wood sounds awesome, and VFW sounds badass. Sultan Precinct 13, Joe Bigos, great cast fighting off junkies.
Yeah,
for sure, man. Color Space. How the fuck did I forget about that? It was like my most anticipated movie for sure.
But you know, like I was saying, like you have these films, and of course we're gonna notice the ones that are like of note, like the ones that exist already, but like there's going to be tons of stuff that we have no idea what it is, like Bliss, that comes out, you know what I mean, and we won't know until it's there.
100%, but I'm just saying it doesn't you know, get away from the fact that there's a lot of sequels and, you know, kind of remakes and shit that are coming out next year compared to this year. We're at the end of 2019. We had 4 remakes. We had a couple sequels. We already have more listed before the year starts than we know that might be coming out. Mm-hmm. That's my point. It's crazy. Like I just said, it kind of skipped 2019 and we're going into 2020 having a lot of the shit. Of course, it's going to be a lot of great indie films. I'm sure next year won't be bad at all. And then, you know, a 6 will be back on the show and we'll be talking about how much Mid-Lamer 2 sucks.
Dude, we're going to be talking about how awesome Candyman was.
So,
yeah, but how many of your top 10 actually have you heard of before? You know what I mean? Before the year before. Like, I know.
Yeah, not a lot. Midsommar I heard of. Us.
I'm at Thumbad, Black Forest, and Bliss. I didn't hear a goddamn thing about. I don't think I heard about.
The only thing I think I knew
either.
was maybe Lighthouse was one.
Yeah, we knew Lighthouse. We knew
Lighthouse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Climax. Yeah.
Yeah, there was.
I'd only heard of like 4 of my top 10.
Well, shit. Now Dave has a full year to prep. He's gonna watch like 450 2020 movies.
If you guys want me back on, I will. But if not, I am not doing that shit again.
I think we have to have you back on.
Oh yeah. Oh man,
you're like the highlight of the show.
Yeah, we got to try harder to piss you off next year.
Just start talking about scary stories, having real, realistic fucking 60s.
You know they announced a sequel, right?
I guess I'll have to see it, huh? No, it's not that bad. I gave it right down the middle.
Is that the show? 7 hours?
Yeah, because Mood said the show wasn't going to be 7 hours.
It's almost 8.
No, it was just.
It's 7.
It's just over 7 right now. Yeah, just over 7. So
crazy.
I thought we made pretty good.
Is that our longest single show?
Probably.
No, I think we actually. I don't know, man. I think Chills on the Corn was over 7 hours, and that was
we were just talking that long, but the actual show didn't end up that long.
Dude, we just put in a shift at work.
I was just gonna say that 8 hours.
But it's only 1 o'clock if you're on the West Coast.
Dude, no one ain't on the West Coast. Is Jerry on the West Coast? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Jerry's on the West Coast. Me and Jerry are it's 1 o'clock.
I'm actually starting to get tired.
I can still go to the bar for a couple hours.
Children of the Corn was only 4 hours and 45 minutes.
I was staring at my paper and hallucinating. Like it was fucking the letters were moving and shit.
Well, we've had franchise shows that were definitely close to 7 hours.
We've had 6-hour shows. I know we've had 6 hours.
By the way, if you guys ever do witchcraft or whatever that fucking...
It's our last episode.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you are.
You ain't asking me to
You're
do it.
You're contractually obligated.
I didn't sign shit, motherfucker.
That's the last 22 Shots episode is witchcraft.
It's funny that we have a planned last episode. Like, what the hell is that?
Witchcraft.
We didn't plan that.
That's always been the plan.
Jeremy planned it.
It'll be the never-ending episode because by the time it comes out, there'll be 600 of them fucking things.
Well, also,
that would be the most epic episode ever.
Also, it keeps us from not wanting to quit because we're like, then we have to do witchcraft.
You're gonna fill up your Hall of Fame.
I think we gotta pick up our shows anyways, man. The stock in the show has gone way down.
I honestly think what you guys should do is say you get 300 titles in a Hall of Fame, you guys are done. You watch too many bad movies, your brains are fried, you can't do it anymore.
There's under 20 in there now.
Well, maybe do 100 and then say we got 100 Hall of Fame movies. That's enough.
We haven't had a Hall of Fame since episode 153, which was Guarda.
Review fucking Maniac Farmer.
Oh God, no! Don't.
Well, the problem is we can't get Hall of Painters anymore because they're all Patreon, and people usually give us decent films for main reviews.
Mikey Fisher's in there for one.
It's impossible.
Mikey Fisher is in there with.
So what you're saying is when we picked our.
If he would start doing feature reviews. If he started doing feature reviews, man, oh fuck, we would have one every week. Every week we'd have one.
I ain't trying to waste your time when I pick a movie. I don't want to waste your guys' time.
It ain't a waste of time if you're having fun.
All right. Am I doing the outro?
Absolutely, man. No, I'm not talking to you. So are we done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm tapping out.
I'm done.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's about to die.
Dude, we still have 3-4 more hours of drinking to go here now.
Yeah, shit. I was about to go watch a movie.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch a movie, but I'm fucking laying down. I'm hungry as dicks too.
I need to go eat too.
Actually, I haven't eaten since I left work, so yeah, I'm dying.
All right, let's wrap it.
All right, man, let's do this, man.
All right, thank you everybody for listening to episode, I don't even know because I haven't been here, of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you can do so.
Every time you do that.
What?
Hey, if you want to. Yeah, you get so deep into your mic.
We're not going to give people a chance to give their social media fucking outlets, man, like Dave and Jerry and shit like that.
That's during the outro. Why don't you let me handle it for once?
Are we doing the outro right now?
Let me talk. YouTube.com/616. If you want to follow JP, you could do so at youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel at youtube.com/NESRO22. And if you follow these three fuckers go ahead, Carly.
Follow me on YouTube at Carly317. And I also have 2 podcasts, Movie versus Movie podcast and Cellular Dissections on Horophilia.
Hey. And Jerry?
No Netflix and chill?
Well...
that was such a dick.
No, I thought we were gonna revamp Netflix and Chill a little bit.
No, Netflix and Chill is existing. I said that we were gonna start a new thing.
All right, and Netflix and Chill. Okay, someone else go now.
Fucking GP, start a new thing and it's gonna fuck everything up.
And Jerry, please give your 57 podcasts.
All right, I'm not going to list the 47 podcasts I'm on. If you turn on something on the Horophilia Network, it's a coin flip that I'm going to be on it. So look,
that's absolutely true.
Social media: Twitter @JerryVenom, Instagram @VenomHorror, email MrVenomPodcasts@gmail.com.
And
all right,
Dave,
Mr. Parka, MrParka, one word, no period, no space. YouTube.
And if you don't know him, what the fuck are you listening to us? Okay. Go to our website, 22shotsofmoodsandzandhorror.com. If you have any questions, you can email us at the 22shotsofmoodsandzandhorror@gmail.com. Really, only Peter writes us, so that's okay.
That's not true.
Block that guy, people. Please, just do yourself a favor.
You can
Save
leave
a
us.
life. Block
You can
Peter.
leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And once again, nobody calls us besides Peter. And you can follow us on Twitter at twitter.com/22shotspodcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. Please help get the sand sucked out of my vagina at patreon.com/22shotspodcast. And please buy a 22 Shots of Moods and Horror t-shirt because I still have 55 left in my basement. Thank you very much. And that should do it for this week's episode of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. We'll be back next week with, I think, some found footage movies. I think. But that should do it, everybody.
With Derek?
With Derek. Okay, bye. Oh, Happy New Year.
Yeah.
See ya.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
See you fuckers next year in 2020, assholes.
Yeah.
Adios.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. And a Happy New Year.